Reproduced, erased, and renamed, but couldn't destroy. You come from a bloodline they fear so much, but chose to exploit. But look at you breathing, fighting, learning, healing, existing in a world that wasn't built to prioritize your existence.
Oh my God, thank you, Joshua.
Did Elroy ever see your resistance?
Thank y'all very much. I appreciate y'all for liking the screen. Tapping the screen and for sending the gifts. I'm trying to get the guest box open, y'all. It is not opening. I don't know if a mod can open the guest box. Joshua, we're just getting started. I started an hour late because I was working on that song. So you haven't missed anything. We've only been live for 28 minutes. Nick of Jax?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how are you?
Good, you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
36.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist? Give me just a second. Y'all, I just finished that song tonight and I don't even think I'm done with it. I did post a version of the song on my page asking for feedback. I don't know what I'm gonna name the song yet. But I just finished it right before we went live tonight, which is why we're late. Okay. Nick of Jackson, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
No, I guess I don't.
He likes to talk to other bitches on the weekend.
I guess I don't believe.
I don't believe in that.
You're not a believer? Are you an atheist?
I guess you could call it that.
Are y'all tipsy?
Are you?
No.
Yeah, y'all are. What's up
you?
with your lady in the background? Like why is she mad at you?
Why you want to fight? Why you want to fight?
You gonna fight me through the screen, dumbass?
Yeah? You want to fight?
Like, girl, go sit
She's
your
good.
drunk,
All right.
go sit your drunk ass down.
here
Go
we
go sit
go.
down. Go sit down. Like, hey,
Calm down.
yeah, tell her to chill. God damn. I've never in my life met anybody that want to fight somebody she ain't never met. Like, she don't even know. I could be a real cool
I'm just having a
motherfucker,
fucking
and she
civil
just alienating people for no fucking reason. Like, what did you come up here for?
Anyways.
No. Don't ever raise your voice over me. Don't ever raise your voice over me, okay?
Oh, Jesus.
You don't get to tell me to be quiet. Okay?
All right.
What did you come up here? What did you come up here for? What did you come up here for?
I'm assuming that you're an atheist, correct?
Yes. What did you come up here for?
And is your claim that there is no God?
Ain't that your claim? You just said you was an atheist.
No. I said I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm an agnostic. But is your claim?
If you don't know what you are, then there's no.
What is your claim?
Until you know what you are, then you don't need to be on my
agnostic.
stage.
I'm agnostic.
No, you're not. You said you don't know what the fuck you are. Okay, so I don't listen. Listen. Hey,
your claim that
you're
no
drunk.
God?
That's what you are. You're drunk. But I don't talk to agnostics. I don't talk to agnostics.
Why?
Because I don't, and I don't have to explain that to you. I asked you if you were a believer, if you were deconstructing or an atheist. You are neither. At first you qualified. Shush. At first you sound okay. Cool. Roll me like Pillsbury. Listen. Shut up. Hey, Joshua, can you mute him? Because my thing isn't working.
Stupid. I'm gonna make you look stupid.
Cool. Joshua, thank you. You can roll me like a Pillsbury. I don't give a fuck. I'm not here to win debates, you dumb fuck. You don't even know what you are. You and your girlfriend back there are just drunk as fuck. Okay? Y'all need to go and lay down. But I'm finna take your dumb ass down because this is a waste. Go find something to do because both y'all motherfuckers bored. Y'all should be fucking. Like, all of my children were born in August and July because when we went home after Thanksgiving, we fucked. Go do something. You have a whole person in the house with you. You sound like you ate good. You are drunk than a motherfucker. Go have fun and make a baby, goddammit. This shit is crazy. I cannot. All of my kids was born because of Thanksgiving night. Shit. $6 trillion man, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
27.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? Damn.
I am a believer.
Okay. Which of the topics from the post do you want to discuss?
Um, I'll go with the first one.
What if Adam was abusive?
Oh, that's the oh okay. What if Adam was abusive? Um,
That's the one you want to do?
sure. I'll entertain that one. Well, when you say that, what are you getting at?
Do you know what that statement means? Can you comprehend what it means?
You're trying to say you're trying to make a claim that Adam emotionally or physically abused his wife Eve.
Does it say he did, or does that say what if? Is that like asking a question, or is it saying Adam was abusive? Which one is it
Yeah,
doing?
that's what I'm asking. Like, where is this coming from? Like, are
It
we?
doesn't matter where it's coming from. The question says, "What if Adam was abusive?" Like, can you address that? Doesn't matter where it's coming from. Like, what
I
are your
have
thoughts on that?
I have no reason to believe Adam was abusive because
Why not?
the story doesn't state he was abusive. Doesn't state doesn't show any uh any action that would hint he was abusive. So that'll just be speculative. I don't even think that would hold up in court. So I don't know. It would be pointless.
You said it wouldn't hold up in court. You think that
Yes.
because the story doesn't say he was abusive, that means that he wasn't? Like, it doesn't say he wasn't abusive either, right?
Yeah, it's entertaining. The thought would be pointless. That's the
Okay,
point.
we don't know that though, do we? Like, I wonder if you've ever entertained any type of thought, or if you've just accepted someone else's thoughts in your life.
So like, there's no evidence showing he was abusive. So entertaining the thought would just be like making fan fiction or fantasizing or imagining things that we can't like have solid evidence for.
Sextillion, is there evidence that Adam even existed?
Um, Evidence. I'd say the evidence would be the Bible. But like you kind of just
Sextillion, stop for a sec. Hold on, stop for a
no, hold
second.
on. You kind of just moved the
Stop
goalpost.
first. No, are you serious? Let you do. Oh my God, Jesus' followers and y'all's lack of fucking critical thinking be tripping me the fuck out. Do you realize that you just said out of your own mouth that there is no evidence that the characters in this book was abusive? And when I take
Wait, hold
your
on.
words, stop talking when I'm talking, okay? When I take your words that came from your mouth and I respond to them and I recite them back to you, and you say you're moving the goalpost, that means you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because these
I,
are your own words. These are your words that I recited back. For
okay.
you to say that there's no evidence in the story, and then I go back to the story,
Hello.
this is exactly why I asked if you've ever allowed yourself to entertain a thought, or have you only received thoughts of another person?
I entertain a lot of thoughts.
So tell me, what was a day like in the garden?
I'd assume it was peaceful.
Why?
No sin,
No what?
no sin, and they walked with God.
First off, where did you get that they walked with your God?
Pretty sure it says it in the story.
You pretty sure? Or did you read it yourself?
I did read it myself, but I'm not recalling every detail right now.
You are recalling that detail though, right?
They knew God because
I didn't ask if they knew your God. I said, where does it say? Where did you get that they
yeah.
walked with your God? Where did you get that?
Wow, this is why you let people finish talking. I was getting to that. So when
You
Adam
were
and
not
Eve,
getting to that
how would you know if I didn't finish?
because you were not answering my question. This is the
So
third time. This is the third time I'm having
wow,
to ask it. Where did you
this is
get
nuts.
that?
Yeah, I'm getting to that. So when Adam and Eve ate the apple, they hid, but God, they said, it says, the story says God walked in the garden calling their name. So you can assume that there's some type of familiarity there, that was like natural for God to do that.
Oh, it doesn't say in the book that your God walked with them. You're assuming that.
Yeah, there's
You're
evidence for that
kind of
compared to
like,
your
kind of like,
abusive statement.
no, wait, kind of like I'm not even assuming, but imagining or questioning. What if Adam was abusive to Eve, and that's why Eve ran towards a tree that she was told would make her die?
Oh man. So hold on. So wait, did we read the same story, right? Eve wasn't entertaining the tree until the snake came to her and
Did she
tempted her.
go to the? Did she go to a tree that she knew would make her die, even if a snake entertained? Did she go to a tree that she knew would make her die?
So wait, so we're just like
Answer
flattening
the
the
question. Answer the
story.
question. Did Eve go to a
So
tree?
wait,
Answer. Hold on.
you like
Answer
being
my question.
dishonest and manipulating the
Answer the
situation
fucking
here?
question.
I'm not gonna
Did
entertain your
Eve?
manipulation.
Did Eve go to a tree that she knew would make her die? Even if
Sure.
the serpent, you claim the serpent tricked her, did she go to a tree she knew would make her die? Yes or no?
Okay. Wait.
You're not gonna answer that?
I'd say she didn't know it was gonna make her die.
Oh, she didn't know. So your
I
God,
can
no,
substantiate if you allow me.
hold on. Your God nor Adam told her that if she ate the fruit from that tree that she would die. Is that what you're saying?
I could substantiate it if you let me talk.
No, I want to clarify that I understand what you're saying, and then I'll let you clarify. Are you saying that neither your God nor Adam told Eve that she was not to eat from that tree or she would die? Is that what I'm understanding to hear you
Yeah,
say?
she was told that. Yes.
You just said she didn't know that.
Yeah, if I could substantiate my point. I don't know why you keep
Wait,
this.
which one? Which point? Either she knew or she didn't. Which point are you going to substantiate?
She didn't know.
She did not know. So are you saying that your God nor Adam told her not to eat from that tree?
Are you gonna let me substantiate
Answer the
my
fucking
point?
question. Did they tell her or not?
I already said yes to that. Like you
So,
want me to?
so then she knew. Then she knew she was not supposed to eat from that tree.
Wait. So are you just gonna keep asking yes or no questions and not
Are
let me
you fucking
substantiate?
dumb? Are you
Are
dumb?
you dumb? Do you
Are
know
you
like?
your dumbass is double speaking. You're
Wait,
saying yes.
wait,
You're saying yes.
question.
They told her. Shut the fuck up. You're saying yes. They told her, and no, she didn't know.
Oh, so question, right? Do you respect the court system?
No, I don't. I don't. Do you realize that you are double speaking?
Wait, question. So
No, I already
if court
answered you.
systems
No, I
operate,
don't. I don't. I do not.
if court
I already
systems
answered you. I
operated
already
how you
answered you.
operated,
I don't give a fuck. Cry to Jesus about it.
you're dishonest. You're just admitting
Cry to
that you're
Jesus about it.
dishonest.
I don't
We're not
care.
here to
Do
have
you
intellectual
I don't give a
conversations.
damn. Do you realize that you are double speaking? Do you realize that you are saying your God or Adam told her that not to eat from that tree, and then you are also saying she did not know? You need to clarify that.
Man, I'm gonna be real with you. I think you're.
I don't give a damn about you being real. I don't give a damn what your opinions are about me. You can whine about it to Jesus. Right now we're on TikTok. Clarify the shit.
I'll pray to Jesus to give you some intelligence,
Cool.
or some
Clarify
honesty,
your
or
point
some
or get down.
integrity. One of those things.
Clarify your point or get the fuck down.
Oh, now you want me to substantiate my point?
You need to clarify, not substantiate. Do you know what words are?
Wait,
you need
so
to
how am I
clarify.
gonna do
You
that
need
if you
to
just
clarify
keep-
whether or
unless
not.
you're-
Shut the fuck up. You are like you. I hate talking to ignorant motherfuckers. You are ignorant as hell.
You pray
You
for
are literally saying, shut the fuck up. You are literally saying that your God told her that she would die. Then you're saying she didn't know. You need to clarify what point you are trying to make. Which one?
Oh, so that means I get to answer more than yes or no?
Answer the, oh my fucking God. Which one? Did she know or did they not tell her?
So, in the story, right, the snake.
Which one?
Do you, yo,
Oh my, you are fucking stupid as fuck.
I'm stupid, nigga.
Yes, you are stupid. If they told her before she had a conversation with the fucking serpent, that means she knew, you dumb fuck. How can you be this fucking dumb?
Wait, if you're so confident about your point, let me speak. You're scared. That's why you're not letting me speak.
Scared of what? You are fucking dumb. You don't even realize the
Confident
shit that's
people
coming out your
don't act
fucking
like
mouth.
you.
I don't give a fuck. I am me, motherfucker. I'm not trying to be like nobody else on this bitch.
So you don't care about being confident?
No, motherfucker. I don't give a damn about what you or nobody else think about me. I don't give a damn. You are fucking dumb.
Yo, I'm the most reasonable person that came up here, and you can't have a
and you're
conversation
reasonably
with me.
dumb. You
I'm
are reasonably dumb.
Says-
Yes.
says the
You
dumb
don't
dude.
even realize that you are saying that your God or Adam told her that she would die if she ate from that tree, and then you're also saying no, she didn't know. And then when
Yeah.
I'm literally telling you that you are double speaking, you still don't fucking get it.
Wait, so how would you understand if you don't let me explain? Like, how are you
Motherfucker,
intelligent?
you don't even understand.
Wait, so you want to figure out what I mean, but not let me explain? How? Like, does that sound smart to you?
Who the fuck sits and talk to dumb shit? I don't.
But you're so if this is dumb shit,
I
why are you
told you
doing it right now?
I told you to
You're
get
kinda-
the fuck down. I
you're
already
kinda
told
being a
you 3
hypocrite.
times. I already told your dumb ass 3 times. Either substantiate which point you are trying to make or get the fuck down. Because either you're going to say they did not tell her and therefore she did not know prior to having a conversation, or they did tell her and she did know prior to the conversation with the serpent. But you need to clarify that shit. And if you can't, get the fuck off my stage.
Okay, so you said Adam could have been abusive, right? Eve could have fell and got concussion.
Clarify.
And amnesia.
Clarify.
Okay, so when she's speaking to the snake, right? The snake says, you won't surely die. So the snake lies to her and manipulates.
Oh my God. No, stop. Did Adam or your God tell her that she would die prior to the conversation with the serpent?
Wait, so if someone gets convinced otherwise, what
Oh
wouldn't
my
they
God.
not
Did
know they
she
wouldn't die?
know? Did she know that tree would make her die prior to her conversation with the serpent? Yes or no?
I could give you a hypothetical to make you
Answer
understand
the
better.
fucking question. Did she know prior to the conversation with the serpent? Yes or no?
Yeah, prior to the conversation, she did know she would die.
Okay, and so Eve went towards that tree regardless. Even if the serpent lied to her, she went towards that tree knowing that the fruits on that tree would make her die, correct?
Wait, so she wasn't convinced otherwise? Is that what
It
you're
doesn't
saying?
matter if she was convinced.
Wait,
Did
hold
she
on.
go? It doesn't matter. I'm not saying that she was or she wasn't, but I'm talking about the fact that she still went towards the tree knowing it would make her die,
Wait,
correct?
can I ask you a hypothetical?
No, because all you're trying to do is run from the fucking point.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Eve went towards a tree. Eve went towards a tree that she knew would make her die.
Wait, so if you're convinced otherwise, wouldn't she believe you wouldn't die?
Why would she believe she wouldn't die?
What do you think convinced mean? Like you were
Stop. She went towards the tree knowing it would make her die. Did she not?
Wait, when you say she went towards the tree, are you talking about after the snake or before the snake?
No, before the snake.
How do you know she went towards the tree before the snake?
Oh
The
my
snake
God,
doesn't
before she's
pick this
standing
up.
in front of the tree, before the snake says, did God tell you you can't eat from the tree?
Wait, can you tell me where the story articulates that point? Like, can you?
That she's standing at the tree and and the snake says to her, did God tell you you can't eat from the tree?
Yeah, read that because you
Oh my
substantiate
fucking
that.
God. Oh my. Let me ask you a question. If they're not standing in front of the tree, where are they?
Okay, substantiate it. Like what? I'm supposed to believe you?
Oh my fucking God.
Why are you scared to substantiate?
I'm going to substantiate it. I'm going to pull it up. But I'm trying to figure out in your fucked up ass mind, if they're not at the tree, where the fuck are they at? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. If they're not at the tree, where are they? Hold on. I swear, some religious men's brains are like the worst things on earth. Now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God say you shall not eat from any tree in the garden?" The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat of the fruit of the trees in the garden, but God said, you shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, nor shall you touch it, or you shall die." But the serpent said to the woman, "You shall not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes shall be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." So when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of its fruit and ate. And she also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate. Then the eyes of both were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made loincloths for each other.
Okay. So one, right? She says the tree's in the middle of the garden, right? So there's a possibility they're not at the tree while this conversation is happening, and then afterwards
It literally says when the woman saw that the tree was good for food and that it was a delight to the eyes, that the tree was to be desired to make one wise.
How does that negate, right? That once you could have seen the tree
Well,
from
you
a
know
distance.
what? This word right here.
Yeah, she
Hold
could
on,
have.
hold on. When it says that she gave it to her husband who was with her, that word in Hebrew is emma, and that means that they were in the presence. Right? The tree, the husband is in the presence with Eve, in her presence. He was with her there as she's looking at the fruit, as she's tasting the fruit.
Wait, so Adam was there while the snake was deceiving Eve.
Yes, it says, oh my God. It says, and she also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate.
So this all happened while everyone was nearby, is what you're saying.
Everybody was there. Yes. She didn't have to walk to Adam. She didn't have to coerce Adam like y'all have been taught.
Well,
Yes, he was there.
So doesn't that undermine your point of like she walked towards
No.
a tree that would
No, it doesn't.
if
It
they're
doesn't undermine it.
already there, how's she walking towards a tree that's already there?
How the fuck do you think she got there? How do you think she got to the tree if she didn't walk towards it?
So she walked towards it with Adam?
Or Adam followed her?
Wow, this is wow, this is can we go to another topic? Because this is
No.
like a horrible like thing to like talk
I
about.
think you are kind of slow.
Nah, this is like a brain
Like
dead topic.
You're slow as fuck. I didn't say she was already there. I said she walked towards a tree that she knew would make her die. Like, do y'all motherfuckers think that they teleported or some shit?
So where does it say she walked toward? First,
How did she get there? Did she teleport?
Wait, what was your first point you made
How
about?
did she get to the tree? Did she fucking teleport there? How did she get to the tree?
She could have walked there. Yeah, okay.
I mean, duh. Like the fact that we even have to fucking talk about that shit is irritating the fuck out of me. The fact that we even have to talk about this shit is irritating me. I literally said Eve walked towards a tree, or I literally said went. She went towards a tree that she knew would make her die. Then when you found out, you just learned that Adam was there, right? When you found out Adam was there. You said, well, why would he be there with her if he was abusive? How do you know he didn't follow her ass there? How do you know he didn't convince her to eat it because he wanted her ass to die? Or he wanted to see if the fruit was even going to make her die? He used her. How do you know he didn't use her as a fucking test dummy? You don't know, do you? You don't know because the story, you don't know. Hold on, stop. I'm still talking, then you can respond. You don't know because the story leaves a lot to the imagination. You don't fucking know.
Doesn't that undermine your point saying we don't know? That means we don't know.
That's why the statement says what if, and I literally, for you dumb fucks, put if in all caps.
So like,
but you still fucking miss it.
Wait, so why are we entertaining a conversation of I don't know? It could have been she could have fell from the sky and got to the tree. We don't know, right?
God, you are fucking dumb. You are too dumb. I'm sorry. You are too dumb. You're too dumb for this conversation.
The topic itself is dumb as fuck.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry.
I can't. And then for y'all, like the claim that an all-intelligent God has conversations with you, when myself as a mortal, who I'm not that damn intelligent, but I know I'm more intelligent than you, and I can't fucking stand talking to dumb people. There's no fucking way that an all-intelligent entity is having conversations with your ass. None. You're too fucking dumb.
I think you need to look in the mirror.
Okay, I look in the mirror every day.
Damn, you must be. Can we like go to the other topic?
No, I don't want to talk to you. You are too dumb to talk to me. I am telling you that. No. Hey, I know you don't understand the two words if there, but I am saying N-O. No. Leave.
The coffee.
Leave.
Calling the kettle black.
Okay, cool. Leave. You're too dumb for this conversation. Leave.
You can remove me if you want.
Oh, so you're going to be abusive? You're gonna sit there. Yeah, you're gonna sit there and not leave when I ask you to.
Yo, you have genuine fans that
you're not gonna leave when I ask you to.
And this is your personality.
You're not gonna leave when I ask you to. I'm telling you, I don't want to talk to you. So you're just gonna stay there and cross my boundary.
Cross your boundary, like
yes, you're crossing a boundary. I'm telling you no. I'm crossing your boundary by telling you to leave my state.
Yes, I didn't give you.
You are abusive.
You are abusive. You're abusing me. You're telling me to leave.
I just want y'all to see it. I just want y'all to see it. This is what Jesus kids do. They don't understand boundaries. They don't understand consent. They don't understand no, and they don't understand logic or words.
Wait. When you say boundaries,
they're illiterate and abusive.
Do you like own like this TikTok space? Oh, I'm confused. Like, is this like land? You own this space? I know you run it, but like, where's the laws that say you own this space that I have to listen to you when you tell me to leave? Like, where's that rule coming from? Yeah, it's her panel. I completely understand that, but where's the law or the rule that says?
Don't type in caps in my comments, please. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment only. I don't want you to get muted. You will be muted, y'all. Please don't do it. Caps are for people who have a vision impairment and for mods only.
Yeah, I do understand consent, and I didn't consent for her to tell me to leave. Wait, I'm confused. If you if you don't want me here, why not just drop me? Like, where's like the common sense like going on here? Nah, this shit fire. I ain't gonna lie, shit. Alright, host, you got some taste to you. Okay. Alright, I'll leave. Let me stop rage baiting. My bad. Yo, you have a good night. What if she saw differently through her own eyes? What if he got out of the questions, told her thinking was rebellion? Twisted lies into the truth, convinced of curiosity was rude. What if she understood control is care? What if she understood love is fear? What if I walk in and eat and he pray for Satan just to give a reason? What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to take? What if the serpent wasn't danger, just the first voice that felt sane? And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live?
but wanted to die. She was raised to take excuses, trained to bend instead of break. Called it love when it was hurting, called it God when it was fake. Every time her voice got louder, someone told her to be still. As if surviving in a nightmare was the proof of woman's will. And what if Eve was never fragile, just convinced she had to be? What if women learned the danger long before they learned it free? Be patient, be quiet, be grateful. He made you, he only wanted silence. That's why he needed someone new. Don't forget he had Lilith before you. What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to tame? What if the serpent was in danger, just the first voice that felt sane? And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live but wanted to die? Oh. What if Adam was abusive? What if paradise is pain? What if every rule of God was just a man trying to reign? What if Adam was a monster and the weapon was his voice? What if leaving Eden wasn't sin but his very first choice? What if Adam was a liar? All the things he taught her kept her from the truth inside. What if Eve wasn't disobedient, she knew it was a lie? What if Eve was never falling? What if she just chose herself? What if loving him and dying, so she reached for something else? What if Eden wasn't safety, just a place you learn to hide? What if leaving wasn't weakness, but a spirit staying alive? What if every woman after carries echoes of a fight? What if Eve was never sinful, she was finally choosing right?
All right. If you are in the guest box and you come on stage, please make sure you are coming on stage to either talk about the topics and you are capable of having an intellectual conversation. Especially, like, you don't have to know everything, but you better know what the fuck comes out of your own mouth. That's all I ask. And if I ask you to leave, leave. I shouldn't have to drop you. Joshua, are you able to bring up someone? I can't get the guest box to open. Thank y'all so much for the gifts. I appreciate y'all. What's up to the YouTube fam? Sorry y'all had to come in on that. I did start late. We've only been live for an hour. I started an hour late tonight. I don't think Ethereal, you're not up here on purpose, are you? I don't think Ethereal's on purpose. Ethereal, are you up here on purpose? Hey, Yana, how are you? Lou? Okay, Lou was not up on purpose either. That's good, Yana. I'm glad to hear that. Hey, Dan. Natasha? Right, the coffee calling the kettle black. Natasha? Hemi, are you coming up to talk about the topic? Yeah, he didn't. He was one of the dumbest ones I've ever talked to. Like, that was. I don't think Sophia is in there on purpose either. Dank, what coffee is cooked in a kettle? No, I don't. We don't need a palate cleanser. We're good. But are you coming up to talk about the topics? Oh,
Well, I mean, I guess I could come up and talk about the topic. How are you doing tonight, Thinker?
I'm doing good.
Let's see here. How free was Adam and Eve's free will before eating the fruit? Hmm. I don't. I would say that there was no free will in that story, anyways. Yeah, yeah, because I mean, if they were made for a specific purpose. Like if we take the story literally, then yeah, they were there for a specific purpose, and that purpose was to not only be fruitful and multiply, but also to till the ground and tend to the earth in general. So they didn't like if that's the only thing that they know and that's the only thing they can do, then yeah, no, they don't have a free will in that instance.
Yeah, and that question is for the believers who don't think that Adam could have been
Ah,
abusive. Like I know atheists know, we know that there was no free will. Um, yeah, like unless there's like a different perspective on it.
yeah.
But yeah, I
Okay. Well, in
agree.
that case, yeah. My bad. My bad. Uh, yeah. No. Like I said, I was scrolling through YouTube videos. And came across the live over there, and was like, I heard the previous guest, and I was like, oh my, oh no, 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 no.
It's okay.
What are
That
you
happens
doing to
every
Thinker?
night. No, that's. I mean, that happens every night. It's not anything new.
Oh yeah, it's nothing new, but I'm still like, what are you doing to Thinker? Why you raising her blood pressure for no reason here, my guy? Oh lordy. So then I came over here to the TikTok, and I was like, I'll just get in there in case of a little bit of a palate cleanser. But I mean, I'll go ahead and drop down for an actual believer, so that way you can talk to them if you'd like.
Well, it doesn't have to be a believer. It's just that the purpose of the live is, it's a research based live and it's to talk about the topics or deconstruction or, you know, things like that. So,
Yeah, and I'm about 10 years away from whenever I started deconstructing from religion. So it's a bit. Uh, I don't know how much I could discuss about that topic exactly, since I'm not currently deconstructing, that I'm aware of at least.
well, I think you've been in the community now for about a year, right? And
Mm.
yeah. And so the way the community works is like if you are a dragon or a butterfly, you can come up and talk about your deconstruction journey. If you have research based questions, things like that. But like, I don't necessarily like for the flow of the conversations to get broken. Um, I try to keep the conversations on topic. Um, does that make sense? Like, I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
and honestly, since they switched over to this new system, I have no freaking clue what exactly I am at this point. It went from I like because like beforehand with the fan system on here, it's like you could tell because after so long of doing it, it's like, hey, you are now you went from the butterfly to this to that to the other, then to dragon, and then they came out with the super fan thing, and they're like, oh yeah, no, we done did away with all that. You're good, and I'm like, I don't know what any of that. I don't know where I'm at on that scale anymore.
you should be able to look at your sub. Go to your subscription. It should tell you if you've been subscribed for a year, then you would be a dragon. 6 months will be a butterfly. Dragons have the ability to come up when there's another guest on stage. If they have a question for the guest, like if they want to participate, they can do that once per night. Because you can only come on stage once a night. That way, everybody gets a chance to do it. But also, like, I don't like for people to interrupt the flow of the conversations that we're having, because the intention of the live is to discuss the topics and to help people question their faith or find the answers to the questions that they are looking for. So I just want to make sure that we stick to that.
Oh yeah, I understand that completely, 100%. I've noticed a lot of the times whenever certain people will have like a live going and all the friends come up, people just like jump in at any given time, and it definitely does disrupt the flow quite a bit. But alrighty, well, I'm glad that you're having a good night, and I'll go ahead and drop down so that way we can get a new guest up. I don't want to take up too much of your time tonight.
Well, that's okay. Thank you for coming up, Hemi.
Oh yeah, not a problem.
He probably didn't think I was going live tonight because I started late. I started an hour late.
Hello, thinker.
Hi, how are you? Let me say something, y'all. I know that sometimes people want to like be on stage. I tried to create the dragon status to give people that opportunity. I do run my live kind of different because I don't like to have a lot of voices at one time. As you can see, it gets kind of rowdy, and my autism gets triggered when there's 5,000 voices going at the same time. And then, so the way I set my live up is I have selected host, and every now and then I'll add a new host because I know that there are more people that want to participate in these conversations. So I don't want anybody to think that I'm like, I don't want y'all on stage. That's not it. It's a lot of us, and I can't give everybody access to the stage that way, if that makes sense. So I need y'all, if y'all can, like, just kind of respect that for me. And I know that there are other deconstruction panelists who run their lives very differently, but mine is structured the way it's structured for a very specific reason, okay? And I appreciate y'all for respecting that. Mr. Science, how are you?
Good. Hello. Happy
Can I get your age, please?
I'm 30.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
The what if Adam was abusive?
Okay. What are your
I
thoughts
was
on it?
just thinking about that, and so it's interesting. I mean, because from my standpoint, from an atheist standpoint, of course, my understanding of the story of Adam and Eve is it's fictional, it's mythical. Like Adam and Eve never existed. However, um, it I think maybe a man or some men wrote the whole story, the whole Adam and Eve story. And if we look at the story, that story implicates Eve as the primary reason for the fall of man, of the fall of mankind. The That is, it was through Eve, of course, the serpent, then Eve, that sinned, entered into the world. The so-called original sin. And the question I was asking, what kind of a man would want to implicate Eve as the primary reason why sin came into the world? and it would have to be someone that's likely abusive, you know, authority, maybe misogynistic, whatever term you want to use. So um, that's that. Of course, that's from my atheist point of view. It would be the case that the people who wrote that story, or the person, or the one individual, might possibly be abusive. So, okay, that's something to think about. And
I, oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. So, you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I was going to agree with you. I definitely think that it was, you know, a man or men who saw women in a specific way, saw them as property and not valuable. I know during that time in the ancient Near East, women were seen as unvaluable, like the female human was. And in fact, the infanticide laws that were in the ancient Near East allowed the male leaders of the household to decide if they even wanted a female in their family. So if their wife was pregnant, or their concubine was pregnant and the baby came out a female, it was the man's decision on whether that baby could live or not. And yeah, and so when they're writing this, to put the blame on the female human in the story makes a lot of sense, especially if we're looking at the rise of the patriarchal ideals. And if we look at it from the Hebrew story, the words in the story, it says that the God says that he will make Adam a helpmate, which is Azer in Hebrew, and that means a strong help, kind of like a military help. She was to be to him what the God was to the Israelites. And there's no other time that any human is, referred to as an Azer in the Bible. And in fact, when the Israelites tried to look for a Azer in another God, they get punished for that. And then the word, when it says that he will rule over you, the word mashal there indicates it says shuv. So like your desire will turn towards your husband, so that and he will rule over you. So that indicates a change in hierarchical structure. And so we know that before the rise of the patriarchy, a lot of the communities in the ancient Near East were actually maternal, right? And it was mother goddess worship. And so, and we can see in the rest of the Hebrew story, the God, he's a jealous God, and he's jealous of the God that the Israelites keep turning to. But it's never revealed really until Jeremiah that the God that the Israelites keep turning to is a feminine God. And this God is jealous of that. And he's telling them, rip out all the poles, burn down those altars, right? And at the beginning, he punishes the female, and he basically demotes her and says, now you will, your desire will be to him, and he will rule over you. And so if we read it in Hebrew, we can see the turn from matriarchal societies to patriarchal. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
just the fact of the God being jealous. In my mind, that's the mind of the jealous male, the insecure male,
Yeah.
who sees the woman and the knowledge that she has, the wisdom that she has, the reverence that she gets for being this wise thing, and he wants that.
I have a question for you, thinking. What what argument can you give? Let's say, just assume that is accurate, and the story is accurate. I mean, the so-called Adam and Eve story. Do you think that there are any pointers that might suggest that Adam might have been abusive? Just assuming that the story is consistent, it's accurate.
Well, for one, the Jewish traditions, he had Lilith first, right? And him and Lilith got into an argument because she wanted equality. He wanted to rule over her.
Lilith,
And then,
Okay, it's in the
One
Torah.
second, let me
Oh,
finish.
okay.
Oh yeah, it's in the no, it's not in the Torah. It's Jewish traditions. It is late um, Jewish medieval Jewish tradition. I would say around 299 BCE. And then there are other Jewish traditions that are a little bit earlier than that, where Adam is talking to this God and he's complaining about the way Eve looks. And in those traditions, Adam was actually given more than one woman, and he turned them all down. Like he didn't like the way they smelled. He thought their voices sounded like bones in a cauldron. Their hips were too wide. Their heads were too big. And he kept going back to the God, asking the God for a different version of woman. And so just the way the language that's used when talking about women, yeah, their feet. He didn't like anything. He said they stank. And so just the way that these Jewish traditions talk about women, it's very narcissistic and very verbally
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
abusive.
Totally agree. I was just trying to look at it from um like the whole. If you wanted to look at the Bible, I know you're invoking the Jewish tradition to which perhaps many Christians might not be familiar with. That I didn't know about. I think I came across the lead once, but I didn't understand the whole thing. So
Well, that's why it says "what if," right? The story, the versions that we have in the Torah,
yeah,
leaves a lot of room for interpretation. We don't know what their day was, what their life was like in that garden. We know that Eve, as she's contemplating or looking at the fruit, right? She's analyzing it to see if it's good for food. She's analyzing it to see if it'd be a good thing to have this wisdom, right? And all we could do is ask, like, why is she willing to eat this fruit, believe this serpent, right, and risk dying? Like, why
yeah,
would she choose this wisdom over her own life, right? Because the serpent hadn't proved to her. The serpent just offered her new information, right? So it's just all we can do is just imagine, because there's no definitive answer. Believers say, "Oh, it was perfect in paradise." The story doesn't say that either. Believers have just been imagining that. There's nothing that says that the characters created in that book were perfect. They imagine that. They're looking at the characters in this story from their modern day reverence and modern day expectation of obedience and loyalty, that they're putting that on the characters in this book. There's nothing in the story that says that Adam and Eve had any expectation that they are to obey everything this God says, or that they even had this sense of loyalty to the God.
okay, interesting. All right, that's cool. Um, all right, free. Like just looking at.
But we know that it's an etiological tale, right? That explains the why behind things. Why do women have pain through childbirth? Why do men have to work for food
Oh,
or for bread,
yeah.
right? Why do snakes not have legs? It's an etiological tale. And we can see in the etiology that it is a switch from matriarchal to patriarchal leadership, which is which is reflected in actual ancient Near Eastern history.
Yeah. I think someone. I was trying to look at because someone referenced a book in another life. I think the name of the book was when the world was ruled by women or goddesses. I don't know.
When
I
God
think
was a woman.
when God was a woman. Yes. Um. So that was that's the name of the book. Um. So it describes that. I was just trying to do a research on it. That there were like goddesses and all of those things, and there was a transformation and all of that. Interesting.
Yeah,
So it,
are you familiar with the women of Judah telling Jeremiah that they prefer the Queen of Heaven over
mm,
Yahweh? And
No.
in Jeremiah, yeah, when Nebuchadnezzar came into Jerusalem, Yahweh had sent Nebuchadnezzar into Jerusalem. Some of them escaped to Egypt. They're in Egypt, and Jeremiah is getting on them for worshiping the Queen of Heaven. And the women of Judah are like, we would rather worship the Queen of Heaven because it's peaceful. We have everything that we need. We don't have to fight. There's no war, and our husbands agree with us.
Mm.
So, like, there's this. I think the thing that a lot of believers miss is that there is this tug of war of power going back and forth between the matriarchal and the patriarchal. And Yahweh represents this patriarchal, the rise of the patriarchy. He's jealous, he's angry, he doesn't want to share his power with this feminine entity.
Yeah.
He wants her gone and destroyed. And by the time we get to Jesus, she's used to birth the human form, and she's no longer in the pantheon. Like, she's not even she's not even considered.
Yeah. Mary, the Queen of Heaven. I think the Catholics try to put in Mary somehow to be the Queen of Heaven, whatever they do.
But she's
Anyways,
still like
yeah.
she's still in Catholicism, she's still worshipped as a perpetual virgin, right? It's about her biological makeup, her genitalia. It's about like worshiping the purity of a woman. It's not, she's not there as a deity the way the male gods are. It's about her
Yeah.
hoo-ha.
Like unlike the ancient Greece, they had like specific gods and goddesses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, okay. If like the topic this got out, this the second prompt, the topic is how free was Adam and Eve's free will before eating the fruit. Yeah, this is interesting because it is the case that Adam and Eve did not, like, they didn't have the ability to know good from evil. So from their perspective, from Eve's perspective, whatever the Satan was telling her was true, right? Was good. Um, she couldn't differentiate. They didn't have the knowledge. So yeah, how is it possible? How free was Adam and Eve's free will before eating the fruit?
The reason I asked that question is because, kind of like the conversation you and I just had, believers will say that it was impossible for Adam to have been abusive prior to eating from the tree because they didn't know good and evil, while also holding the belief that their God gave Adam and Eve free will, and that the reason he put the tree in the garden was to test that free will. And so that made me wonder, to what extent did Adam and Eve have free will in the mind of a believer? Is free will limited before the tree? And is it only limited to disobedience, like to that one law? And then in their mind, did free will open up? Like, I don't quite understand why they would say that it is impossible prior to eating from the tree, if in their mind free will existed prior to eating from the tree.
Yeah, cool. Well, maybe I should drop by with the song I had. The song playing, that's a really dope song. The one you were playing.
Thank you.
Yeah. And okay, I'll just go for now. Bye.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Mr. Science,
Yeah.
and I hope you have a great rest of the night.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, AG. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist. 21 and up, please. Tom.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. How are you? I can barely hear you, Tom.
Yeah, the signal's not too clever, sorry.
That's better. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, 50.
Okay. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist? Wait, is his name not
I
Tom?
believe there's a
Am I
creator.
saying that wrong?
Yeah, Tom.
Okay. I'm sorry. What are you? A believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I believe there's a creator,
Is it?
and I
Is it the
believe
one in the
the
Bible?
forbidden fruit.
Say that again. I'm sorry. Can you say that again? I didn't hear you. The God that you believe in, is it in the Bible?
I used it myself, so I can't say if it is or it isn't.
I can barely hear you. Are you able to speak up for me?
I've not that better.
I'm sorry. Do you believe in the God of the Bible? Tom? Tom, you may want to drop down and come back up and pick a different box and let's see if you get better reception, okay?
I believe there's a creator.
But is that creator the one in the Bible, the one we're discussing?
Yes?
Tom, can you do me a favor? Can you jump down and pick one of the boxes at the top and let's see if that gets you better reception? Can you just pick a different box, hop down and hop back up? Uh, okay, let's see if okay. Thank you. I don't think he's gonna come back up. I don't know. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Okay, Tom.
Oh,
I don't think that's any better, Tom. Unfortunately, you have a very bad connection, and so I'm not going to be able to continue the conversation. Okay. I can't hear you, so I'm going to take you down. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist. Hey, B Cup, did you request on purpose or on accident?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, hey, I request on purpose.
Awesome. How are you?
Girl, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Um, I am deconstructed because of you, and I want to thank you for that. My wife is on Empress Live, and you was in the guest box, not the guest box, in the messaging part, and she said she said something to you, and I said, I'm gonna see can I get on tonight. And I want to say that my journey is I was born again back in the 90s, early 90s. I'm 62 years young. My birthday was November 5th, so I'm a November baby. And
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. I'm from Harlem, New York. I have a raspy voice, but that's just me. Um, a couple things I want to see where I want to start first if you have time. I try my best not to be boring. Well, I came to
No, take your
Christianity.
time. Go ahead.
I came to Christianity because when you're little, like I had everybody talk about when they was growing up, and they started church. I was taken to a church from a sweet neighbor, and as a kid, I remember being in church as a kid, and I hear some of the stories of some of us falling asleep. We used to get popped because we fell asleep because we didn't know what the hell we was doing in church or why we was even there, and they were, pop you because you close your eyes or you kind of like doze off, and it wasn't fun. And then when I got older in life and didn't have to be forced to go to church, 'cause I could do some things on my own like a teenager, then I didn't go. But then it came a point in my life that, got married early, didn't know nothing, right? And went through a divorce, and I thought if I turned to God and just pray and all this stuff, going to all night prayer service and all this stuff, that he was gonna make it right. Well, he made nothing right. And to be honest, there's a lot of Christians on this live or have been Christian, now deconstructed, or in between, or not sure. A lot of times, what kept me being stuck in a position that I was in, because I always believed that you shouldn't divorce and you shouldn't go to this or that, and God will bring you through. I used to read 1 Corinthians, 1:7 about, about marriage and all this kind of stuff. And I was holding it to my heart. And what happened to me that had me stuck was because I had a son involved, my first son, and I didn't want to lose him. Right, I didn't want to lose him, and it really hurt. But fast forward, I moved to Philadelphia, met my wife, and we've been together for like 30 something years, and she's the best thing ever, ever, ever. She's on the lives at times, but I don't want to say her name, stuff like that. But she's on the live, and it was funny because we were searching about. She said to me one day, "Hey man, I'm stopped going to church," and I said, "Why?" I said, "Are you serious?" And at the time, she was on the choir, praise team. I was in the choir, couldn't sing for crap, but they'll take anybody. I'm in the choir. I'm doing security, right? I used to bounce. I'm doing security. I'm doing maintenance. I'm doing lawn care. I'm doing snow removal. They had me doing the alarm at night. If the alarm go off, pick me, had Brother Derek go and check out the church if the alarm go off. I was doing everything because I thought that's what you had to do, to serve in the church and be a part of God, right? And then fast forward one day she said, I'm not going no more because I'm not learning anything. I said, "Babe, what do you mean? It's going to look kind of strange. I'm showing up and they're asking about you and you're not coming, the kid's not coming." And I said, "I don't know what to do." She said, "Look, babe, I'm telling you that we ain't learning crap in the church no more." And she's like, "It's just bull crap." And she, and I'm going to say this too, that for all the guys who get on this live and call themselves cussing you out and talking crap, it irritates me to a point that I promise you, if I was in your presence and you was getting attacked, I bet you they won't do that crap. They just doing that crap because you're over the phone and all this threatening they doing to you. So listen, I respect women. Without women, we would not be here. We would not be here. And you open my eyes so much about this Bible on this book, this bull crap. Like I used to not even curse, but I learned something that cursing, show me where cursing is a sin. I learned a whole lot from you, and I'm like, this is crazy. And the thing is, like, the Bible seems like they just trying to get rid of men. I mean, men trying to get rid of the women. Like they don't respect women. The God of the Bible is trash. I could never say that before. But when you really think about it and you read the freaking word for yourself and you really go through stuff, you really find out that this was a whole make-believe bullcrap, right? We thought one time we was Israelites, and some of the guys got on your panel before to say some stuff, not your panel, but to get up and say some stuff. I thought it was the right thing at one time. Then we started saying, wait a minute. We noticed that I said to my wife one day, you notice that these guys supposed to be Israelites or whatever, and they arguing with each other on who know more than who. This don't make sense. So something is wrong, right? So then we stopped following that stuff, right? And then kept searching. So one day I turned and I caught you, and I said, "Whoa, babe, do you see late night thinker?" I said, "Do you hear what she's talking about? Listen, listen." And she said, "Yeah, she's talking some good stuff." She called you my girl. She said, "Hey, your girl gonna be on tonight." Cause it's funny. She said to me, she said, "You know what? You had I have you on YouTube on all night. Had the TV on. I have the phone on. I'll be tapping in between and sleeping, falling asleep." I said, "Listen." Because she's talking, she got knowledge. You excuse the expression, you don't talk bullshit. And I love one thing I love about you, you don't take bullshit from nobody. And I love that fact. I'm that way too. I'm a straight talker and I give it real. If you know what, thinker, you a mirror. I'm a mirror. Right? And what I mean by that is this. If they kind to you, you're kind to them. But when they start being disrespectful, then you give them what they show you. Is that right? Is that right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And I love what you do because you're not a punk. And I'm gonna tell you something. The stuff that I hear these guys threatening you and stuff. My mom is gone now. My father's going. He died like 3 years ago here. We moved down south from I'm from Harlem. Went to from Harlem to my wife in Pennsylvania. We moved to Delaware, and then we moved down south. I don't really want to say where right now, but we doing fine here. But when I hear, I have sisters and stuff like that, and I value women. I love my wife and my daughters. I got granddaughters and grandkids. I love them dearly, and I'm gonna tell you, when I hear these dudes threatening you, you have no idea what it do to me on the other side of the phone. And I say, you know what? They talk all this stuff, and these young kids get on here and they run their mouth. And I know that people talk stuff when they're in groups, but when you if you're alone, like I'm gonna tell you, I'm the type that will step to your ass and check your ass if I have to. So, but anyway, I just had to put that out because I got tired of this, what I heard earlier when you first came on. So I told my wife, I said, I'm so freaking bored. Like, we don't celebrate no holidays, no birthdays, none of that crap no more, anything. And I was blowing leaves today, right? And I said, damn, it's definitely on TikTok. I hope she come on tonight because it's my medicine. I said, I hope she's on because it's so freaking boring. I remember, I'm a firearm instructor. I was gonna say that. And I teach on a high level and, I teach like retired officers, doctors, lawyers, teachers, even churches call me up to teach them, bishops and everything. And private, I'm very private, and I don't teach goofy and pooky. The ones that be getting on acting crazy, I call them goofy and pooky. I'm not teaching them anything, but I'm a certified firearm instructor. And I was gonna say this to you that I was coming back and forth from Delaware. I had to work there, and I was so tired, but I wanted to get home. And I just bought another truck, and I went on, and I didn't know that TikTok would run through my speakers. And then you was on. Do you know y'all was on to help me with that ride for like a good 8 hours? And I was so happy just to hear your voice and hear you talking. And I didn't join. I didn't know how to do the coin stuff. I got home and I said on there, I said, I'm going to join. I promise. And so I got home, I asked my son, they know stuff. Hey man, show me how to get on live, man. I mean, how to get on there, how to join and how to do the coin stuff. And he showed me. So it's funny because one night I couldn't get through with the coin for some reason. So I felt like I shouldn't even be listening to you if I don't have anything to give. I don't know where I get that from, but
Yeah,
you
no, always listen. I prefer that over anything. So
understand that. But because you give up so much knowledge and can I say something? Let's talk. Can I talk to you like in church, right? So churches has used people and did more damage to people's lives than any force on this earth. That's what I think. Because of I used to be an armor bearer in church, and they used to fly these pastors in and bishops in from other places, and I used to like stop my job. I used to run a landscape business, stop just to they rent me a car. I used to drive around hotels and doing stuff and all this stuff. And I see a lot of stuff in the churches, so I can identify with some things that you say. And here's the crazy part. I remember they used to lay hands on people in churches, and they go out. And I used to pray, man, why I don't go out? And what's going on? Or speaking in tongues. And they speaking in tongues. And I wanted that because I thought it was to show that I am, I'm in the fold with God, if you would say, if God accepted me. And I could never learn this stuff, or I never passed out and all this stuff. And I'm like, what's going on? I mean, I remember the days back in the Reverend Ike days and Reverend Sandbach and all them stuff, from New York. And I'm like, were all these people actually lying to us? What about the pastors that you so dear to, that you love, and they all go to seminary school, right? I call it cemetery school. They all go to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to these schools, these Bible schools, and they know, if I could figure out that we being lied to, they all preach the same stuff. Don't you think that they should know they was lying to us too? Isn't that crazy? I mean, that's not right. And then you have church all day, and it's like you have service at nighttime. Then you have a Wednesday night service called Bible study, right? So I thought Bible study means I could ask you a question and you should be able to answer it, right? Is that correct?
That's what you would think.
So some of the things that you open my eyes to, and I can ask you something. You remember when David was bringing back the Ark of the Covenant from remember? Do you remember when the Ark almost fell off the donkey and the guy put his hand to stay
Yeah.
to keep it from falling? And I always wondered, but I never said this to God. I always had this question: why did you kill him? Why did he die? He was trying to stop your stuff from falling, and you gonna kill him. What kind of God would do a thing like that,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
What kind? And so David did all those things he did, but they said he's God's favorite, or the man after God's heart, right? There's people I know who did lesser, and you gotta, and it's when you say, you better hope that you can make it to heaven, right? But there's a lot of pastors who did a lot of messed up stuff that I do know of, and they all right, and they still doing something. And I say, God, how is it that you let these pastors get away with all the stuff they doing, but you don't destroy them, but you still let them go on, let them steal money from the church, let them rob people? A time like this when people don't have money or food, the churches don't really feed these people the way they should feed them. Or if they are feeding them, they're getting stuff from the food bank. Because I witnessed that. How about some of the tithing? When I tithe, it's been times I tithe more money than I had in my bank account. Because I was so busy tithing. I say, hey, he's supposed to be doing all that. I said, man, be quiet. You don't tell me. But then after a while, you realize she was telling you the truth. And I don't know, thinking, I'm so happy and proud that I found you on this live, because without you, I think I'll still be all jacked up. Even my kids believe in what you're doing and what we're saying, because it makes sense. I was on the fence at first, because I was fearful. I was like, but what if this isn't true? And this and that. My son said to me one day, he's 22. He said, Dad, Dad, what the heck is going on? Dad, listen, the freaking Bible is bullcrap. It's not real. It's not real. And I said, oh snap. Here it is. He checking me, but he was truthful. It was the truth, you know.
Yeah, the youngest, my son, he's 23. He's never believed it. He's always said that it just doesn't make sense. And then the other day, I was talking to him, and he was like, yeah, he was like, animals don't need a Bible. He said, how does this make sense? They say that the humans lived amongst animals in the beginning. He said that books say that the humans lived with the animals. He said, but the animals have the same instinct to eat, to kill, to run for shelter when it rains. He said they don't need a Bible. And I was like, true.
That is true. And I think it's too, like, you have grandkids out here too, right? So just say if you have a knife and you put it on like the table and you tell them don't touch it, and you go out the room, they're gonna be curious, probably touch it, right? So my thing is, why would God put a tree and tell you not to touch the tree, and curiosity, let's say curiosity had Eve to eat whatever, the fruit of the tree or whatever, and this happened? Why would you, if you was a good God, why would you even put something that would endanger somebody? And if they say, know everything, didn't you know this was gonna happen? Didn't you know, did you really set them up, right? If it's true, did you set them up, right? Like, why would you do such a thing, right? And I tell people, people call me and they go, hey, bro, Darren, I had a guy call me. He said, hey, I'm Pastor so anniversary. I want you to do I want you to do a video, something for him and say something nice. I said, hey, man, I don't go to church anymore, and I'm gonna leave it to God, the Bible. Right? He said, you don't? I said, do not. And so I said, you sure you want me to say something? And guess what? He ain't never called me back. And I noticed that once you leave the church, that all the people you thought, and they were lovely people in the church, but I thought that you thought they was your church family or people loved you genuinely. It's like a cult. Once you leave and don't go to church no more, or whether you move somewhere else, you no longer have that family anymore. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I actually wrote a song the other day because something happened the other day that made me realize that what I thought with my family accepting that I don't believe wasn't necessarily the case. And I had messaged my brother, and I was like, I know y'all don't understand why I don't believe, but I keep that to myself, and
Mm-hmm.
so that I don't offend y'all, blah blah blah. And it's been 3 days, and I've not received a response.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
and so I wrote a song called "You Don't Know Me,"
Mm-hmm.
and because you're looking at me through your God's eyes, and
Yes.
they don't take the time to get to know us, because all they see is that we don't believe, and like their mission is to convert us. That's the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like they rather, you know, it's more important to them that we share their Christian identity than it is for them to love the human in us. And they miss out on getting to know amazing people for that
Yes.
reason. Yeah. And they think they know us, right? Because we're brother, we're sister, we're daughter, we're mom. They think they know us, but they
Mm-hmm.
really don't, because they're too afraid to, because they think we're wicked because we don't reverence their God, or we don't have the fear of this God. So they're like, oh, she's got to be evil. She's got to be demonic
Yes.
for her not to fear God. And it's so crazy, because why doesn't a demon fear your God?
Exactly.
That's the question. Like, like if I'm demonic because I don't fear your God, you need to be asking yourself why demons don't fear your God, because they know something you don't.
Exactly. And think it's like so much that I will I have in my heart to talk to you, but because I'm like, I could be all over the place because my mind, I always been that way, and because you got so much stuff that just come to my heart. So my uncle married my wife and I, right, and he runs a church in Philadelphia, and love my uncle, my aunt, and all that stuff, right. I have a grandma that's 104, and she's still living and getting around well, right. And here's the crazy part. Uh, he said to me, "Hey, how's it going? How's everything?" I said, "Fine." He asked him preach when my dad passed. He came down, and he said to me, he said a couple months ago, last year, last early part of the year, he said, "Hey, Derek, what church you go to?" And I said, "We don't go to church, Uncle David." And he goes, "Why not?" I said, "Because we don't go to church anymore. We don't believe in the God of the Bible." He said, "Well, what about your kids like that?" And I said, "Uncle David, they're going to be fine." And then he said, "Well, I'm just saying this." And then I said, "All right." So then he asked, my sister is in ministry too, and she said to me the other day, because we had an uncle that died here where I'm at now, and she came down, and she said to me, "Uncle David asked about you," and I said, "Don't he got my phone number?" Like, why is he asking you about me if he got my phone number?
Mm-hmm.
It's like no one want to talk to me, but I'm fine. And I'm gonna tell you something. When people say to me, "God bless you," and I say, "Look, I don't believe in all that. Don't say that to me." And I'm blunt with it. Years ago, I'll fight you. I used to be the evangelist, so they say, and I used to be telling people, "Hey, that I'm so sure." And I know I'm so glad that you understand why I'm glad that I met you. I just tell people when I'm witnessing to them in the street, because you grew up in church too, from what I'm hearing, that I just say, I'm so sure that Jesus is the Son of the living God, and is not Buddha, Krishna, a rock, or a stone. And if we find out at the end that he isn't, man, I go to hell in your place. I just say stuff like that because I believe in the God of the Bible. And I used to fight you, man. You talking stuff about God. I used to be like these crazy ass people that come on this live, but not like that though, but not belligerent and disrespectful like that. I used to tell you what I mean, and I mean what I said, but at the end of the day, but I didn't curse people out, nothing like that. And the thing is, when I'm looking, I say to myself, to my wife, I said, this is the way I used to be. Like these people come on the live and be talking like this. I mean, not like them, but without this ignorant. And here it is. They see what your live is saying. If they don't want to answer the questions or whatever, or adhere to the rules, then why they coming out being disrespectful? And then when you giving them back what they giving you, then you look at the comments. You got people talking crap. Well, why you talking loud? Well, hold on. First of all, if you come into my house and you come with the nonsense, you better hope you get out without getting knocked out of my house, because you're not going to come through my door disrespecting my household, and I call your house is your life. The guy gonna ask, do you own it? Yeah, this is your space that you created. He came into your space, and there's rules, and people don't know how to do boundaries. That's why I love when you tear their ass out. I love it. I would say, Oso, come on, get him, Oso, get him, Oso, come on, get him, because they are so disrespectful, and you can handle your own. And it's like so many contradiction things in the Bible that is wrong, and a lot of people being deceived and tricked. And my mother, she died like in 2020. My mom was a life of the party. She was elegant. She loved the church. She always doing stuff for the church and everything, right? And she had she got sick lung disease, and she ain't never smoked or nothing. And they gave her like some years to live, couple years, and she lived like about a good while, like I'll say like at least about 5 years after. But I watched my mom suffer. I watched my poor mom suffer, and the bad part about it, she was kept praying and believing, and praying and believing, praying and believing. Well, why didn't God heal her? God, why did you heal her? And even when she's on her deathbed, my mom lost so much weight, and I remember carrying up the steps, and my mom was so light, and she was under 90 pounds, but she was beautiful and vibrant. And I said, well, God, why did you not heal her? What did she do? She believed in you, right? And then my father, he got removed, and as my mom passed, he come down to take care of some business, and he said, I don't want to go back. I want to stay with you and your wife. My wife quit her job, and she said, Dad, I don't want to go back. So I said, I can't tell you what to do because that's my father. And she said, no, that's my father too. He gonna stay. I said, okay, fine. And remember, he was like in his 80s, so we helped him with everything, and we took care of him hand and foot, and he had the best of everything. And then my father got sick, was breathing hard one day. I said, Dad, what's wrong? Took him to the hospital, and he had pneumonia. Dad, how in the world did this happen? And they took 1 liter of liquid from him, and I didn't leave him in the hospital. I didn't want to leave him alone. I remember I was so tired. I come home with my wife. I said, what are you doing? No. He cannot be in the hospital by himself. And I go back, I stayed like 3-4 nights, and she would come in the daytime so I can go home just to change my clothes and come back, sleep in the hospital with him, make sure he's all right, and then brought him home. And they gave him Lasix, and he lost so much weight. And he always said he didn't want to be a walker. He didn't want to do a walker, and he was weak, and I tried to help him. And then, something happened, and my family member was very mad.
Hold on, y'all. I think he got a phone call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I put my phone in my pocket by mistake. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
So my dad, my family members were mad because he decided to live with my wife and I, and we took care of him. He had the best life ever with us. For the last 3 years he lived with us, he was happy, very happy. And then I have 9 siblings, right? And when he moved down with us, he didn't have a will. And I said, Dad, you got to get a will. And everybody can't be on head of the will, but everybody can be on there equally across. So I made everybody equal across. And they was mad because they wasn't in charge, And And when Dad died and stuff, do you know they didn't show up to the service? They didn't show up. This one showed up was my sister and her husband, but the rest of them didn't show up because they just of course have hurting me. And here's the funny part: I have an uncle who just passed, right? And guess what? They'll be down here. They'll be down here. One of my brothers is already down here, I heard. And here's the crazy part: you wouldn't come to someone who birthed you, but then they had like a service in a church, and they did it live. And our church was filled because his siblings are 92 and 93 at the time, and they were there, and it was perfect for him. And a lot of people he grew up with, down here, and it was great for them to see him. They was happy, and they say, "Hey, man, your father image, you just like him." But the deal was, none of them came to the service, and the hardest thing was for me to plan my father's service, and it wasn't for my wife and my sister to put it together, and they were so evil, and we still put them in the obituary. We put some beautiful pictures for them. We got a book. We made sure people got stuff, and I'm gonna tell you something, that when it comes to family sometimes, and I don't know if I offend anybody, but all family, all kinfolk ain't good. They're not, and it's a shame how
It's
they
the truth.
turn their back on you. And I'm to a point, because I'm so deconstructed. I don't, excuse the expression, I don't cuss, but I started to now. But it feels kind of good to get the stuff out, But I don't give a fuck about how they feel about me. I don't care. All I care about my household, my daughter, my grandkids, and my mother-in-law. Everybody else, I don't care. It doesn't matter no more. And my mother-in-law is getting deconstructed too. 'Cause my wife been talking to her, and she's saying this stuff is making a lot of sense. A lot of sense, And the sad part about it is that when you have family that you thought all your life that loves you and really cared for you, you find out once my mom passed, that was it. That was it. They just try to take over everything, and I wouldn't allow it though. And that's the problem they got. He would get his pension, because he put me on the bank account to make sure he would get robbed. My dad would get his pension, and he was staying with my sister. And one day I look at the bank account, and I said, wait, it says one penny in savings, one penny in check. What the hell's going on? Call the bank. I said, what's going on? And because she had access to it, and I blocked all that. And when I blocked it, and she gonna have the bank lady call me and say, hey, my name is Olga, blah blah blah, and the sister's here. She's trying to get in. I'm like, get in what? She has no say so. And I shut that stuff down. And you'd be surprised what people do for money and stuff, man. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, my cousin's dad just died when I was
Sorry to
out
hear
of
that.
town. Thank you. We were out of town for Bash's Halloween, for his EP release, and I found out my uncle died. He had died in the house. He had been dead 3 days, and so the next night, her siblings from another marriage he had, they were there robbing his house, like just taking shit, fighting over his car. Like they had just found out that he died, and she called me crying. She was like, "We can't even figure out like what happened. We can't figure out like who's gonna get his body." She said they're fighting over his car, like, and I'm like, "This is insane."
He's not even having arrangements yet, and they doing that.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's sad. And you know what? The worst folks, and I'm gonna say the worst folks that I've seen, and I could say was church folks. The worst folks is church folks, and I don't care who don't like it. I'm just being real. And I didn't realize until I started getting to realize how arrogant that church folks are. And it'd be funny that they say they follow the God of the Bible, but then after a while you start hearing them cussing and acting crazy. I'm like, wait a minute. But you say you follow the God of the Bible. Is that acceptable? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's rules for thee and not for me, because we'll see them get on the stage all the time and talk about me using curse word, but then when they get mad enough, they just flow out their mouth naturally.
The truth comes out.
Yeah.
Like they drinking. When somebody drinking and they say, I hate you, and then start talking crap. And the next day you go, I did it. I want to know if I really said that. Yeah, you said that. Yeah, you said that. And you had that courage, you, so you had enough heart to say it. Then, and I'm gonna take you for your word. You're not getting off the hook because you say you were drunk. I don't care, and that's the way it is, you know. But it's sad. It is sad.
One of them in an argument said to me, and you wonder why your kids are the way they are. Now, mind you, my kids have never been troublemakers. All my kids graduated. Like my kids have never been troublemakers. And for that to come out of their mouth, I'm like, what the fuck do they think about my kids?
Yes, yes. You know what I love about you, Thinker, is that you just don't be talking like a lot of these lives you go to, and they just talking, and they can't back stuff up, but you back stuff up. And you know I love when you hit them with the Hebrew. That screw them up. That really mess them up. And then when you challenge them, always the men. When you challenge these freaking men, these men act like I promise you, if it was if it was a man on a lie, they wouldn't talk the way they talk. But why do men feel they gotta talk down to women? Would you know without you guys, I wouldn't have been here without my mother. I wouldn't have been here without my mom. You know, I respect women. I respect like older, elderly people. I do, you know, and my heart go out to people that's, you know, getting hurt and stuff over some bullcrap and people threatening them. I don't play that crap, you know, and it's crazy how these guys get on here. Like, can I ask you a question? I don't know if I'm nerd enough, because that's why I never came up, because I wasn't sure if I'm nerd enough to talk about something different. Can I just say one thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you say no, it's no. So you know the guy Bless, right? Bless.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I noticed, I've been listening to you for quite some time. I don't know how to show how long I was, but I remember, was he the one that was talking that mess one time on, it was him, right? Was he the one
Yeah.
talking that? Okay, but now I want to ask you something. He was on one the other night, and I noticed his whole tone change.
Because we're helping them in Jamaica. Like
Good.
it's putting things aside for what needs to be done.
I know. I get you. I read through the line. I know. And it's funny that, and guess what? And Bless is like, he seemed like a nice guy, but I bet if he could have meet somebody face to face, not you, because he thought he was in love with you. Know that. Bless, if you on the line, I ain't mad at you. But brother, if you on the line, man, I got love for you, but you was being a little disrespectful, way disrespectful, and I didn't like it from a brother to a brother, just talking. But I'm glad that, if you can hear me best, brother, that I love you, brother. You don't know me yet, but one day you will, maybe. Thinker is a real good sister, and Thinker, I'm gonna tell you, the stuff that you are putting out is so good. It's so good. Without these lives, I probably wouldn't be on damn TikTok. I wouldn't, because everything else is boring. It's boring. Yep. So I'm not sure if anyone else want to come up. I don't really want to. I just so glad that I was able just to. So I told my wife, I said, I'm gonna talk to her tonight. I promise, because you didn't come on last night. And I said, damn, where is she? And,
You gotta message me and let me know who your wife is.
I will.
I know you don't want to call her out, but at least message me so I'll know.
How can I do that? Just go to your where the songs are, that area, and message you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I think I messaged you something today, so I was gonna try to come on tonight. Oh yeah, and you'll see, you'll see. And she said, oh, your girl is on. Your girl, she said, she was teasing me. She said, man, you sure be getting them coins to give your girl? I said, only her, only her in the panel. I said, because you know why I do it? Because, and I'm not saying, I don't know what it amount to. Heard Bass one day tell people that he don't do it for this, and you don't either. But and I know you don't. But and when he said that the amount that it comes to, I was like, wow, that's crazy. My wife was on one day, and I was giving her coins. She's speaking, I'm giving her coins. That's my woman. And she said, you know what it amounted to? So people be thinking that oh, her one guy talking about you getting rich being on here. No, bro, you don't even know. You don't even know. You just running your freaking mouth. And I said, Dad, you was on Empress Live, and when do you sleep? Like, when do you sleep?
I sleep 4 hours on, 4 hours off. Yeah, and the last couple of days I've been getting some good sleep though.
That's
The
good.
last couple of days.
I don't sleep either. I can, if I got something to do, I'll get up real early. I can go to bed at 4 and gotta be up like 8, and I'll be up and I'm ready to go. I'm just like that. If I got something to do, I do it. I'll rest when I need to. But like today, we don't celebrate this stuff. And wife said, "What are you doing? I'm gonna blow these damn leaves outside." And she said, "It's cold. I don't care. I'm gonna blow these leaves." I said, "There's nothing else to do." My sister, "You having Thanksgiving?" I said, "You need not even ask me that. I ain't going no Christmas party. We ain't doing that stuff. Is dead. It's over. It's over." But think keep doing what you're doing, and I ain't gotta tell you that nobody's gonna stop you. You are a strong black woman, educated. I mean, I never encountered anyone like you that got the knowledge of what it is. And here's a good part.
I think he put his phone in his pocket again.
No, it went on low mode. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay.
What you heard last? Did you heard last?
Uh, you said I'm an educated woman,
You are
and
educated, sophisticated black woman that has a lot of knowledge. You got more knowledge than any preacher I ever encountered. I got born again in 1990, and I never encountered anybody like you with the knowledge that you have. And I love that when you back these people in the corner because of the bullcrap they saying, and you tell them to show me scripture, whatever, and you go to scripture, you bust them down, then they start coming out scratching and cussing. And they start being disrespectful. And that's the thing I love most about it, because when you go to the Hebrew and you break it down what the word really means, they don't have no comeback. Instead of them saying, "You know what, Thinker, I apologize, I'm wrong, and you're right, I'm learning," they don't humble themselves. And I think they do it because you are as a female, but you're very powerful. You're very powerful and knowledgeable. I love that about you. And just I don't gotta tell you to keep going, because you can't go back, because I can't go back, and it ain't nothing to go back to. Like you said, it ain't nothing to go back to. It's nothing to go back to. So stuff like that. And my whole house is deconstructed because of you. Whole house,
I love that.
yeah, whole
I
house.
love that.
And,
Yeah, that's balance. That's balance
and
and
yes,
unity. Yeah.
yes, we don't go against stuff that we learned together, because it was hard. Now when she stopped going and I was going, I said, and I remember I used to have all these suits dressed up. They used to call me Dark Gable, like Clark Gable, Dark Gable. Oh, he fly, and I remember. I stopped wearing suits. I dressed down. And he's like, "Yo, how you come to church like you got a sweater on and it's jeans and sneakers?" I said, "Well, do God care about your heart, or do you care about your clothes?" And then after a while, the pastor started dressing down. I said, "It's so funny, but when I was dressing down, they had a problem." Oh, let me say one more thing. And when they say respect a person, a lot of churches does this stuff. When I first started going to this particular church, and I don't want to say your name, and I was giving to the pastor's wife, and I'll bring flowers on her birthday, just giving. And hey, I'm giving y'all tickets to go get massages, and just being I guess a blessing to them. And so that. And then I remember I used to do a lot for the church, and I went away because money got funny, and I had to go away to work. And I used to head of the armor bearers. I come back, I said, "Hey, Pastor, I want to be back in armor bearer." He said to me, "I don't know what you were doing out there." And I said, "Oh,
Whoa.
snap." And
What?
I said, "No, I'm only out here winning souls and all this stuff." And you saying that? And the armor bearer that was there, he said, "What?" And these guys were correction officers on it. They said, "Man, you taught us how to armor bear." And I used to serve, and there were pastors that would come in on these planes and stuff. And I knew what they like. They liked the Starbucks. I knew the cup of stuff that they wanted, their wife wanted, and all kind of stuff. And they said, "How do you remember that?" Because I have a photogenic memory and I remember stuff. And the crazy part, I remember I was doing the snow one day and my plow broke, right? And then and I said, "Dad, I gotta do this whole lot because the people coming in." So I had the snow blowers and my wife. The plow was going sideways; it wouldn't stay straight, side left or right. And my wife, for her beautiful wisdom, she took her time and started pushing the truck, and it started working. Because it went flat side to side. We put it in piles. So then I told him, I said, hey, Plow Brook, you know what he told me? Can you find somebody else? I said, wow, can I find somebody else? Like what kind of crap? Then they
Wow.
was then they were letting people come up. Like new people came to the church, and some people had I guess doctor status or whatever, whoever. And it's funny how what churches would do if you have like a title, then or whatever, then you are on the board automatically. They don't even know who the hell you are, as long as you got that money, right? So I remember they had a thing where you put all your tables out. You would get up and say what you do, and you put your tables out. If you do life insurance or whatever, you put tables out, whatever. So we the pastor daughter-in-law said, hey, you gotta put a table up. We put a table up. He come out there and he said to me, who told you to put a table up? I said, so and so. He said, not in my church. And I said, what? Not in your church. Like this is your church? I said, wow. You know,
What?
yeah, you know the you know the how you say the most unforgiving thing you can say to a pastor is no. Hey, can you do this? Hey, brother, so you do it? No, I can't do it. Huh? No, I can't do it no more. Nope, I'm done. I'm done. I was so plugged in or thought I was serving that when people come to the church and you know how the armor bearer, right? You know the armor bearer, you go and get
Yeah.
them hotels, all this stuff. I used to leave my wife and my family used to have to come to the church. And my wife said one day, how you leaving me to get somebody else? And I said, babe, I'm so sorry. I never realized that what I was doing. I never knew that. I didn't mean to overlook you, but I'm sorry at that. So I started saying, if I gotta go, she gotta come ride too, and it was better that way. But you can be so much serving in the church where you get to a point where you ain't really serving God, you're serving man. You know, you're serving the pastors and stuff. And then, you know, because you think that you're doing right, but, you know, you just don't know. And I remember the last time we go, it was somebody told me about their church, and he said that it was the aunt wife birthday, right, about a couple months ago. And she was, I think, 49 years old. And she, $50, 50 years old, she told everybody to give her, everybody in church had to make a line and give her $50 each. $50. I said, did y'all do that? Yeah, they gave me. I said, man, y'all crazy. $50 each. They do all kind of dumbass stuff. Pastor anniversary, pastor wedding stuff, pastor day or whatever. All kind of stuff to find out how to get money, and it's crazy. And people go for that okie doke. And I gotta admit, I was in the okie doke too until I had to do better and learn better. But it wasn't for my second, wasn't for my, I want to say, I always just say, when you say Holy Ghost, second Holy Ghost, like you said, my wife. But can I ask you something? Think of what is a Holy Ghost? If what this stuff is loud, what is the Holy Ghost?
Um, I have no idea now.
Thank you.
Because they say it's everything now.
Thank you. I think you know how, like, you be in church, I got something all over the place, but because so much I want to say, how they be dancing, the music come on, and dun, 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 and people jumping and running around. I like say, what the heck is going on? Like, what make them do this stuff? They running, they jumping, they twirling around, they falling on the floor. What the heck is going on?
Yeah, we was talking about that on Empress Live the other day, where the dopamine effect and the chords that musicians know how to hit in order to make the person feel like, the Holy Spirit has hit them. And then I was sharing with Empress that there was a lead musician from a mega church that came up one time on the panel, and she said that they knew the exact megahertz to hit, and then they would spray the air ducts with vanilla before the service. And then
Wow.
right when they wanted the people to feel like the Holy Spirit came in, they would turn the air up and they would hit that chord. And the smell of vanilla with the chord would make them have that dopamine effect, and right on cue, the people would feel like the Holy Spirit came in. And she said that after watching my live, she said she started to get convicted and was like, man, no, what we're doing isn't right. And so she quit. She ended up quitting. I don't know if she's even still listening to the lives, but she said she quit after watching my lives. And she felt wrong. She felt convicted in that.
I mean, it's crazy. And I remember I was at a friend invited me to church, to her church. He said, yeah, my bishop going to have another bishop there. And So I said, all right. So I know, excuse me, I know the bullshit when I see it, right? So he up there preaching, trying to be all flamboyant, and got this purple stuff on, long robe, and all this stuff. And he said, "Hey, I got a word for you," right? He said, I got a word for you. God got a word for you. So he said he looking for like $100 line, $100 line. So the girls with us, her friend didn't have enough, so she's trying to put money together. So I said, well, damn it, what if I got, you don't got a $5 line? What if you don't got a line and don't got money? God don't got a word for you? And I said, don't y'all see this bullshit in here? Were they playing $100 line? What if you don't got money? So God don't got a word for you? We don't got a word for you? And people will just begin to open their eyes and stop getting hypnotized by reading out the word and stuff that don't make sense. If you just listen to what they're saying, most of them will walk out. Churches, and you know what, when COVID came, and the thing that helped me a lot when COVID came, and I started seeing stuff, I said, you know what's funny? You got the liquor stores open, you got the go-go bars open, the strip bars open, and all this stuff, but churches are closed, right? And so they said, well, we don't want to get a fine. So I said, well, why don't y'all go to the parking lot? You're not in the church, let's open the parking lot, and y'all can sit in the car. And I did find a church, right, that actually, someone texted me and said, hey, can I put it on? If somebody could tell me who's having church, I'll go. And so somebody said, this guy doing it in the parking lot. And what he was doing, he would have you park your cars in the parking lot, can't get COVID that way. And he would speak outside from a radio station, right? AM radio station. I was like, that's kind of cool, And I'm like, so why? And I was sharing it with other pastors. And I said, we got a big enough parking lot to do the same thing. Oh, no, we can't do that. Because they're under the 50C or whatever, C3 or the bull crap. Any excuse to sit their asses home and you used to see some of them. They used to get on get in front of their desk and put a camera on, or even know how to work the camera and doing what they call the video ministry. And a lot of them, a whole lot of them lost their churches because people didn't go back after COVID. A lot of them. Crazy.
You made me think of something. We was talking about the dopamine thing.
Mm-hmm.
The night that my dad died, I spent the night with my mom, and I was sleeping in the bed with her, and we started to smell vanilla. And I was like, Mama, do you smell that? And she's like, yeah. She's like, the Holy Spirit is here.
Mm-hmm.
And I cried because I was still a believer at that time. I cried, and I thought the Holy Spirit came to comfort us. And then the next day when I go home to get clothes, and I'm packing my deodorant, I realized I had bought some secret deodorant, and the scent was vanilla.
Wow.
And I looked at that, but the crazy thing is, I rejected that fact at that moment, and this is the first time that I'm noticing that I did reject logic, because I needed to believe that the Holy Spirit had come to comfort me and my mama. And I can see myself right now looking and holding that secret deodorant in my hand and rejecting the thought that what we were smelling was my fucking deodorant.
Wow. but you know what? Can I say something? So I know you like I don't like. Cause I hear you tell people I'm not like you, but I'm just gonna say another way. Most people on this live is probably the same way that when we was in church, we went hard for God, of the Bible, because we didn't know no better, right, at the time. And it really hurt, and I was very angry once I started nosing the truth and was deconstructing before we were deconstructing, we're not even knowing. I haven't been in the church at least about 4 years now, and just learning stuff. And then when I found out when I heard you, and I started saying, wait a minute, we've been lied to. You know how angry I was? How many times I went to a church that I didn't really feel like going, went out of obligation, because I felt that if I didn't go, that God was going to be mad at me. Some days I didn't want to go to church. It wasn't fun going to church. It felt like an obligation going to church. And then the first thing they say when you don't go to church, hey, backslider, where you been? How you going to call me a freaking backslider?
And then
Right?
you got to repent in front of everybody. You gotta
Oh, not me. I mean,
Oh,
I ain't
that
doing
we
that.
did. We had to. And they told us our first work started over again. Like,
Oh, my goodness.
yeah.
It's sad, the stuff that you learn in churches, and it's all about, it's about money. And if you don't see these pastors that's on is on live that like the big churches are getting messed up and all this stuff and all the bull crap. I mean, I didn't go to those churches, but I do know people who did, and it's crazy that the stuff that they doing. Like, okay, God, you see some of these people doing things they shouldn't be doing. I ain't gonna say it here, but and you still let them still make music. You still let them do stuff. You still let them alive. Nothing wrong. So if you're not going to get down, right, and but you got your people who's rooting for you, who's believing you, probably not doing as well as those people doing at the time that's in church. That's crazy. But you know what's funny? I got more now than I ever had when I was in church. Isn't that crazy?
That's because you ain't giving it away.
Damn right.
You
To my
yeah.
tired, pressed down, shaking together, running over. I ain't never got run over when I was in church. You know what I mean? I've been
Oh my
waiting.
goodness. Have you seen the video of Marvin? Is it Marvin Wayne
Yes.
Winans?
My wife,
Yeah,
yep. Let me tell you something
there is
funny.
a.
All right, you
No,
go
no, I'm
ahead.
gonna tell you this real quick. So
Go
you
ahead.
know when
Sorry.
the lady was standing in the line, and he was. So they showed an extra clip of him taking money from people with lesser amounts. There was a woman with a baby in her hand,
Oh,
with multiple envelopes. She had 1 cent in one, 5 cent in another. This is all she had. He just took it, put it down, and she walks off. The next people, $1,000.
yeah,
No.
yeah,
$500. Each, go. But the
yes,
one who had 1 cent
yep,
and 5 cent, nothing.
yep.
And it reminded me of the video that I did with that Josh pastor when I was talking about the Minka offerings that Cain and Abel gave to Yahweh in Genesis 4, and how Yahweh honored Abel's offering
Yep,
more than Cain's.
yep.
And believers are taught that it's because Abel sacrificed the first fruit of his animal offerings, but neither of them did any sacrifices. It was about which was more valuable. They just gave the offerings. There was no sacrifice done because there was no sacrifice required. But animal offerings they cost more in the Israelite
Oh
cults.
snap! I know where you're
And
going.
yeah, and so the priestly source, when they wrote in that, they were letting people know that Yahweh values the animals offerings more than the grain offerings, so that they could get people to buy the animals. Like, they were putting more value on what was
Yep.
more expensive. And then the grain offerings, it's like, oh, he'll take grain offerings, but he doesn't really like the grain offerings. So when you see Marvin Winans
Yep.
treat a 1 cent or a 5 cent offering that way, that's the same way Yahweh did in Genesis 4. And so when Cain gets jealous, it's not because he did something wrong. Yahweh did not see the same value in 5 cents, 1 cent, $5,
Yep. Yep.
$1,200, when he's expecting 2,000, when he's expecting a fat
Yep.
ass animal that he can fry up. Because
Yep.
later on he tells them to cook it. He tells them to put salt on it. Like, this is the priest, the priest of Aaron. This is how they get their wealth. This is
They
how they
stick their
get their
fork.
food.
They stick their fork and get the whatever. Cause they get the biggest part of what come out of that
Yeah,
pot. Yeah,
absolutely. They were the wealthiest in the land,
they
yet
were.
they held no land. They
Yep.
were the landlords. They, like, think about how the government has eminent domain over the land. No matter, you go get the mortgage, but they still own your shit.
Yeah.
That's how the Levites were, right? They say it's
Yep.
Yahweh's land. It ain't yours, it's Yahweh's. And the Levites were the stewards of the land, and so they were the wealthiest. They got the taxes off of it. The vows we made off of it. They could take it and give it to somebody else. That's how the churches ran. That's how the government is ran.
It
That's
is.
with the land.
It
But
is.
believers can't see it because they're taught it from a spiritual perspective, like a reinterpretation or a hermeneutical stance, so that they cannot see it. They can't see who have their foot on their neck, and
Yep.
they keep the wheel turning, because to them they need that spirituality. They need what they've been promised, and as long as that need is there, they're going to be willing to keep that wheel turning and not see what it really is.
And that's sad. And the crazy part is like when you explain this to people, when they try to come out and say, well, you're supposed to do this and that, and you show them where it's wrong, and they don't want to see that it's wrong because they've been indoctrinated so bad that now they go to cussing. But yeah, you say you're Christian. I know when I was a Christian, I wasn't cussing. I mean, when people say it sounds funny to hear you cuss because you don't cuss, and and I always tell you if you get me, if you push me to that level that I do cuss, I'm gonna kick your ass. You gotta know it. I'm gonna get you. So just don't push me there. And so I thought you were gonna say with that Marvin Wine story. I was doing the leave, so I was talking smack to my wife. I was coming through the garage. She said, I'm gonna close the church. I'm gonna close the doors of the church. She was teasing about that, the back door to the house. I said, babe, you better stop playing like that. I thought, yeah, that's sad, right? That he's
Yeah.
gonna do it. And listen, and these people don't have no shame what they do. But here's the deal. We've been buying records and their music all these years, and these people are so freaking wicked. And just that you never seen the behind closed doors, seeing how they really are versus to who they truly are. You know what I mean? So it's just like a lot of them. I remember I went on a fishing trip and I had these deacons with me, right? And they used to say, "Hey, brother Derek," because they know I didn't do what they do, and I didn't know they did what they did. And these jokers, I said, "Damn, they drinking beer." Hey man, don't judge me. I was like, "They drinking beer, but you a deacon in the church, you drinking liquor. What the heck is going on?" And cause I take it literally. If you a deacon, be a deacon. You a pastor, act like one. And I'm like, and I remember we broke down somewhere, and all these girls were going by, walking these college kids, and I'm watching how some of these guys looking. I'm like, this guy is an old ass man, and he got a whole wife, and he's you know doing saying stuff to another guy. They like, look at that. I'm like, wow. And this stuff, and then the crazy part, they haven't been in the church that long, but because again they got status, and all of a sudden you a deacon. I don't get it. Just give them positions out. Give them positions out. Give them positions out. It's crazy. It's crazy.
A lot of times I think they look to see who they can control, who won't push back, kind of like Samuel and the story of Saul and Samuel, how he demoted Saul because Saul did things without his permission. And a lot of people don't see that. Like the undertones of what we see in the church today is in the text, but in order for you to see it, you have to know the history behind the ancient Israelites. In ancient Israel, the priests and the prophets and the judges had more authority than the king. The king
Did not
really
know
didn't.
that. Did
Yeah,
not
the
know
king
that.
really didn't have any authority. And so when Saul did the sacrifice and didn't wait on Samuel, Samuel saw that as Saul trying to push up against Samuel's authority as a priest. So he saw it. So
Didn't know that.
yeah, and so Samuel decides to choose someone that he can that's going to obey the priest, right? That's not going to try to use their kingly authority to overrule the priests or the prophets. And he demotes Saul. And so when Saul doesn't kill all the Amalekites, Saul immediately apologizes. But who says, I don't forgive you? Who says no first?
Who said? Say it again. Who said no first?
Yeah, when Saul is asking for forgiveness for keeping the animals alive and keeping the
Oh,
king alive, because they didn't kill kings back
no,
then.
no, he didn't. He kept the kings. Kept the kings, king and the queen for ransom. And Saul go. Sam go. What's the bleeding of the sheep? I hear in the background, right? And he said he kept all like I guess the good stuff. Is that right? Kept all the good
Yeah.
stuff, and he didn't destroy the good stuff. So Samuel didn't forgive him.
Samuel didn't
Right?
forgive him,
Samuel said no,
right?
right?
Yep, Samuel said no. The and
Samuel, you're right.
yep, yeah. And that whole undertone of what we see in the church, it's
Yep.
in the text. It's in the history of the ancient Near East. Saul was just doing what was normal, right? It was usually the kings in other nations that did the sacrifices, not the priests. It
Right.
was usually when another nation would conquer another nation, they didn't kill kings. They would allow the
I did
kings
not know that.
yeah, they would allow the kings to live most of the time, unless that
I
king
did
was
not
like
know that.
a danger to them, a threat to them. They most of the time they did not kill the kings. In fact, when Babylon was was conquered, King Cyrus did not kill Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon at that time. He let Nebuchadnezzar escape into Cyprus. He didn't kill Nebuchadnezzar. It wasn't Darius that, in actual history, there was no Darius the Mede
It
king.
wasn't Darius, so it
There
wasn't
was no
so.
Darius. That we don't have any evidence of a Darius in the Mede history in their archives at all.
So
So
Daniel in line
Daniel,
then is not true.
no, Daniel is, so there is no evidence of a Daniel either. There is a character named Daniel in Canaanite mythology who was also a judge, who also prayed to the Canaanite Daniel, spelled Daniel. His god was called the Ancient of Years. He was also a judge. He also cried out to the god. He was barren, just like the Hebrew Daniel.
Yeah.
And that Daniel was a judge. He prayed to the Ancient of Days, and cried out, lamented before the God as well. So the stories are similar. So the belief is that Daniel is influenced by the Canaanite mythology. There's no evidence of this Daniel, but even with that, that writer, whoever wrote the book of Daniel, did use actual history to write a lot of Daniel's prophecies. And I think it's in Daniel 11, he gets about 100 prophecies right. And then towards the end of that chapter, he gets everything wrong. And in the same conversation, he's saying that the God is giving him this one big prophecy. And then all of a sudden, God just starts getting everything wrong. And
Wow, did
so,
not know that.
yeah. And so, uh, textual critics say that what this looks like is that whoever wrote the book of Daniel and whoever wrote chapter 11 was using actual history and writing prophecy aventu, like prophecy after the fact, and then they actually tried, their hand at prophesying and got it wrong when they could no longer use history, things that had already happened. But
Wow.
they changed the king of Babylon in that story to uh, Nebuchadnezzar, and he
Yeah.
was not the king at that time. It was Nebuchadnezzar. Belshazzar is not Nebuchadnezzar's son in actual history. That's Nebuchadnezzar's son. Belshazzar was not in Babylon the night that the Assyrians came in and conquered Babylon. His dad had actually sent him away to lead the military because he got in trouble for cutting off the feast of Marduk. The while his dad, so the story about Nebuchadnezzar leaving Babylon for like 7 years.
Yes.
It was actually Nebuchadnezzar who left, and he was gone for 10 years, and he actually left a journal during the time that he was gone, and he had to come back because the priest of Marduk told him that Belshazzar had cut off the festivals and he wasn't collecting the fees or anything. So when he came back, he was mad at his son because he had left his son in charge while he was gone. He sent his son away to lead the military, and there are cuneiforms, cuneiform tablets with orders, like military orders for toiletries and clothing sent to Belshazzar outside of Babylon. So they found proof that Belshazzar wasn't on the throne when Babylon was conquered. It was that story about him being on the throne and the writing on the wall is not true, cannot be true.
Wow. Lied to us.
Yeah, it's a lot. But if you read Nebuchadnezzar's chronicles, like the actual stones and the translation of them, you'll see that story is actually about Nebuchadnezzar and not Nebuchadnezzar. And there's nothing in Babylonian history or the Mede history that says that they worship the God of Yahweh at all.
Wow. And there's so many different gods in the Bible that is crazy. And you know what's crazy, Thinker? When you think about David, they say King David is God's man, Caesar, whatever, all the stuff they be saying. And here's the deal. So didn't David sleep with Bathsheba?
Bathsheba.
Yep. And her husband Uriah, he's at war, he comes home, after David get pregnant, I'm pregnant, and we're gonna hide that. And so God didn't see that to punish David, but yet David gonna give this man a letter, right? He said, "Hey, did you sleep with her?" No, I couldn't. I can't. My God, my man not in war. I cannot stay on your doorstep. You get him drunk. He didn't sleep with him. You gonna send that man to get killed with his long letter on him. And here's the crazy part. And all God did was what? Just he killed an innocent child who didn't do anything. Why
And
did he?
had
Why?
his concubines raped by his son.
Correct. Why did he kill David? Why did he kill David? So my point to the whole thing, if the Adam and Eve story is true, if they violated, and why didn't God? It's supposed to be good God all the time. God, why did he destroy Satan? And why didn't he just start us all over? And then when I ask a question like that, right? They say in the church, well, because of his integrity, he know that you would know that we started over, and he didn't want to look like he lost. That's why we go through what we go through. Ain't that crazy the stuff they tell you in church?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. What?
Yeah, he didn't just start all over because you would have known, and he couldn't have done anything, that it would have been just. And I'm gonna say,
Didn't he start back over in the flood?
yeah, I thought he did in the flood. I thought he did in the flood. And then where did all these people come from? Incest and all this stuff. Because if it's just Noah and his kids, then where did all these people come from? What is going on? And when you start to realize that this whole thing is bullcrap, and I always tell people when people talk to me, I said, let me ask you a question. Who taught your mom? Who taught them? Because when you go back in our ancestry, we started doing it, and we got back to like um, low 1800s, right? And stuff was changed around. They changed the letter I to a 3 like a B for black and all that, when it was I for Indian and all that stuff. But anyway, so I say to them, they didn't know how to read. So who taught them the Bible? And who did this? Who did that? Right? So how can you believe something that you have no proof? And the only reason why most of us started going to church because we was forced to go to church as kids. We thought it was the right thing to do. Right thing to
Yeah.
do. So it's sad, man, that this whole stuff is bullcrap. And like I said, I don't want to say I thank God for you. It's just that I thank God for you. Man, all that bullcrap. But think of I don't even know how to say this, but you were created like I was for a reason, and we were meant to cross paths, and you have such, I don't know how to say this stuff because I don't want to sound churchy and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But you have such an assignment, and I'm glad that I'm 62, but I am not a busted 62. I go to the gym and I work out, and I'm in shape. Some people say, man, they said, how old are you? I said, yes. And I said, they said, you gotta be like my dad, age 40, something like 42. I said, I'm 62. They said, get the F out of here. How you look like that? I said, hey, listen, I just take care of myself. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't do none of that bull crap because I want to be here for my grandkids, my grandkids. I want to see them a long time, and I want to be in good health. It's funny. Somebody dropped their phone the other day, and I said, I don't think it's broken. He said, pick it up. He said, ooh, thank you, Jesus. I said, thank you, God. I said, God didn't stop that damn phone from being broken. You just fell out of your hands in certain, you did. I said, so did God buy your Thanksgiving food? Or did you go to work and get the money? He said, I did. I said, so you guys always saying God, this and that, but I ain't get on too bad. I just met them, but like, it's funny how y'all giving all this credit for something that's not even real.
Did you see the first guy that came up that said to give himself credit would be too much pride and ego?
Yeah, I was the one. Yeah.
That's insane, but he's okay giving himself credit for taking a shit.
Yeah, I remember you said that. You got him. You got him. You got him. And then when you be smoking them dudes, man, and you smoke them dudes, and then they be so mad, they start cussing or they drop down. We be telling them, and they drop down. You looking dumb. You embarrassing yourself. And these dudes, be looking real dumb, real dumb. And it was, remember the kid came on. You told the guy to get down, and he kept saying stuff, and because the question was, whether Adam was abusive. He was acting like an Adam because I'm gonna tell you, Adam was abusive because if I was the only living being on this earth, so they say, and I got a woman, right? You think she getting out of my sight? So either he was abusive, Adam, or he was a punk because you gonna have listen. Ain't nobody talking to my woman. And I ain't what? No, we out together, we together. But you get what I'm saying? And so if there's two living beings on this earth, Adam and Eve, that's his companion, right? So the Bible say. How can she get out of your sight? When she get up, you get up. When you get up, she get up. We together. So my point is, how do you not know she was conversating with this damn serpent?
He was with her.
That
He was
exactly.
with her.
I'm agreeing with you on that.
Yeah.
So I put in the comments because he was acting like a asshole. I said, yeah, Eve was slow walking, and Adam was even slow walking, slower than she behind him. He watched the whole thing unfold instead of having a pair and say, yo, you better not. You shouldn't eat that. You shouldn't eat that. We were told not to. He didn't take control if he's supposed to be in control. He didn't take control of the situation.
Right.
If somebody in my white face, I promise you, it will. I don't even know what to tell you what I would do.
You
But
know, the crazy thing about that is that the God promotes Adam. He didn't do anything to stop it. He didn't speak up, but he gets promoted. He gets put over her.
Yep.
And so when you think about the story and the way it's written in Hebrew, like if you understand the context of the words chosen, because Hebrew is an intentional language. It's not like English.
Yep.
It's an intentional language, and the words used are used to convey a specific idea. And so she was like his supervisor, right? And so here you have a male with a jealous God, is what the story says. This God is jealous, but you have this male with this female human over him, and he doesn't do anything at this tree. He was given the command. He does nothing at this tree, and he follows her direction, right? Under her rule. And then when the God comes back, he promotes the man who also disobeyed the God's command, who didn't speak up to protect. Like he showed no leadership skills
That's what I mean.
whatsoever.
That's right.
But he gets promoted to the leader
Yeah.
of all humanity. Like that's typical abusive shit. Expecting to be seen as
A leader and not.
yeah, and not earn it. Yeah.
That's crazy, and that's what my point is. Like, bro, you was there with her, like you was on somewhere else. You was there with her, right? And you didn't protect her. He didn't protect Eve. He didn't. First thing he said, "Well, that woman that you gave me." Well, bro, he snitched on her real quick. He thought he was gonna get a pass, right? It's crazy. It's crazy.
Even the way he threw her under the bus,
what I mean.
it matches the Jewish traditions in the Talmud, where he's like, I don't like this woman. Like, you gave me a woman with a big head, with big hips, ugly feet. She stinks. Her voice sounds like bones. Like the way he's telling Yahweh, and he's going back and putting in orders for different types of women, and he doesn't like any of them
Crazy.
that are brought to him. So, like, even when he responds and says, the woman you gave me, right? So that tone there even just shows that he would have had like an abusive personality. If anything, if not even physical, at least verbal or emotional. Emotionally abusive. Now, like, just think if they're in the garden. Just imagine, like, they're in the garden. All the animals love Eve because she understands them, right? She's nurturing to them, and he's jealous of that. And he goes over and he snatches a bird out of her hand, and he breaks the bird's neck because he's pissed. Or he snatches the bird out of her hand and walks off, and he tries to connect with the bird the same way she does. Right? That anything could have happened in that garden. And that's just looking at how men are today, the majority, because women can be abusive too. I'm not saying women
sure.
cannot.
That's true.
And yeah, when we think about the narcissistic abusive personality, period, it exists in the world. And it's, if we look at this story and we see the effects of the teachings from the story that men have dominion over women, that influences or perpetuates this abusive behavior, this abusive mindset towards women on earth, the expectation for women to just see men as dominant over them and respect them as such, even if they have not earned the right to lead you. They don't care if you're more educated than them. They don't care if they dropped out of high school. They still expect you to bow down to them because they have a penis,
Yep.
because the book says so. And that's the abuse that comes from the story and what's being taught. And that's why I get so frustrated when people comment on my video and they say, what if the story isn't real? And I'm like, will you stop saying that? It doesn't matter if the story isn't real. What are the effects of the teachings of the story that we see in society today? And the more important thing is raising the awareness about the abuse that's happening on the planet today because of this story.
That's right. Yep. And you know what? To think of, I'm not going. My phone. I got to switch my phones, but I'm going to say something to this real quick. A father's job is, I believe, is to protect his family, right, at all costs, no matter what. So I know my dad was my superhero. He was everything to me. He was everything to me, and I know if somebody did something to me, hey, wait till my father come, wait till he come. And it could be 2, 3, he would knock them out. He was that guy, right? And so if someone was abusing, let's take it back to the garden. So the serpent was slick talking Eve. Shouldn't the father, right? God should have intervened and destroyed the serpent. He didn't. So
Right.
what kind of God? What kind of father is that? He's not a. He's not a. You know that song? He's a good God. No, I can't sing like that. He's a good God. Where was he good at? Why are we? Why are we supposed to? If you believe in the Bible, why are we in so much chaos? If he's supposed to be a protector of ones who believe, I mean, it's crazy.
Have you ever talked to a kid whose dad didn't protect them?
Oh yeah,
And they blame themselves. I'm a bad kid.
oh yeah,
It's not my dad. They love their dad, right?
yep,
And they want a relationship with their dad, and they still see their dad as, this amazing person, their hero, because they have this fear of him, because he's taught them to reverence them, and he's also taught them to take the blame for his inability to be the type of father that protects them. That's what I think Christians do too. Believers of this God, they take the blame for him not stepping in and protecting them from the serpent. They take the blame for the serpent even being in the garden in the first place and say free will. He was
yep.
testing our free will. We had free will. All we had to do, I should have just obeyed. They should have just obeyed.
Not right.
And an abusive person, like I know when I was being abused, I would always blame myself and say I deserved it. And I would play over and over in my mind the things that was said to me. And I would say, well, because this person said it, it must be true. I deserved it, right? And anytime I would try to speak up and say, you hurt me, this is hurting me. And then they would make me feel like I was doing something wrong by bringing it to their attention, that their actions, what they've done to me, has caused me, harm. And then I would end up blaming myself for even trying to get them to see that they were causing me harm. And I feel like that's what Christians do whenever we say, but where was the God? Why did the God allow this? Well, free will. It's our fault, free will.
And you know the crazy part, and if even when I went through stuff too, if we wasn't in Christianity, we wouldn't have went through this bull crap. We wouldn't have went through none of this, because a lot of times we say, well, God would want us to hold on, or this or that, or do this. You know what I mean? And if you was deconstructed then, and I was deconstructed then, it'd have been a whole new ball game. With most people, they won't even admit this stuff, But think I really appreciate the time that you give me to talk to you, and I'm still learning stuff as we talking, and that's crazy. And this is what you don't learn in church. You don't learn the truth. You don't learn that something. I remember when I thought that the names were Yahusha and all this stuff like that, and I was telling this pastor, right, a friend of mine, and he says to me, well, that is the names. And I said, so why don't you tell your people that in church? Because I thought it was the right thing. He said to me, well, if I do that, I'll probably lose my church. So I said, well, you rather not tell that the names are versus losing the truth? I said, I don't get this. I don't get this. I don't get this. People would rather keep the lie going instead of the truth. And if you know the truth, you should tell the truth, right? And some people just don't do that kind of stuff. I just don't understand it. They rather let you go the wrong way. My son, he was playing sports in school, and I remember we moved to Delaware, and when we first moved there, they were young, so I took a job school bus because I'm very protective. So he has to grow up, and he's playing sports, and if he played football, I'll find a way to be. They said there's no room for you to be a coach. I said, well, you got a team on. Can I be a team unk? So you can be a team unk. I was the best team unk that you won't understand. When these kids get hurt or they didn't have cliques in high school, some of the kids didn't have cliques, kids would tease them. I would buy them cliques and stuff. I always, if my son, he outgrows something, I get him. I was about the top of the line stuff, forgive them stuff, make sure that these kids have. And they say, yo, man, we love your father. Because he always, look out for it. Even to the day, they always ask about me. They see me, hey, how you doing, man? How you doing, sir? Because, I just wanted to make sure that if someone don't have something, if I'm able to help them, I will. If I'm able to, But
I'm
I
gonna show
don't
you
get it.
something that they don't show us.
I'm gonna flip. I'm gonna plug
Oh,
the
okay.
phone up. No, I'm gonna plug the phone up with something else. Cause I don't want to lose this live. I'm not gonna lose this. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second.
Let's see if I can pull this up right quick.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I got it plugged up. Go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see.
My wife,
They be hiding so much stuff. It's so crazy in this Bible. What were you getting ready to say?
I'm gonna tell my wife, babe, you missed it. I was on stage last night. You missed it, babe. My wife tomorrow. I got it plugged up to like a source, so I'm off my earpiece. Hope you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, so David had a son named Eliada. Eliada, are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
His original name before the redactors got to it was Baaliada. Baaliada. So Baal knows was the original name of David's son. And then Baal. And then second Samuel is where you see it change. So it's stuff like this where you can see the switchover happen. His name is changed to Eliada, and that's El knows, or just God knows. Or
Wow.
God has known. Yeah, so it's stuff like that where you can, if look into like Hebrew lexicons, not the King James concordance, like learning the history in the ancient Near East, the Israelite history, you can see the switchovers happen in the text.
They had a lot of stuff. Hey, they ask you a question. Is it true that King James wrote a demonic Bible, something like that before?
He didn't write a demonic Bible. He did write the Book of Demonology.
That's what I
He had
mean.
no, wait, he commissioned it, not wrote it. He wanted to know what people were practicing in his province, and so he put out a request so that he would know what people were doing. Not to promote it. He wasn't promoting
Okay.
demonology.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. I just wanted to get that straight. Okay, great. Okay, cause I'm like, if he wrote the book of demonology, then why the heck would people follow the King James version? Wow. See, that's good to know. So you come with so much receipts. This is what I love being on your live, and people think like when you got to put them in a place, they call crashing out. When you got to check their ass, they think, oh, here she is. There's no. It ain't that. It's that you guys are being so freaking disrespectful, and no one like when you check them. Oh, then they start going back into the churchy way. Well, I could, start saying like, want you to speak soft to them. No, it's too late now because you crossed that line. When you cross the line, it's on now, and I'm the same way. When that switch is on, it's bad. It's real bad. So, but this is good stuff you teaching tonight. Let me talk to you. I appreciate you for that.
You're so welcome. I enjoyed the conversation. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Also, tell your wife I said hello when you
Good
let
to-
her know that you came up.
Somebody said you can play it live back, and I will on YouTube. But it's funny. I said, babe, I'm going on tonight. You watch. I'm gonna go on tonight. Yeah. Thank you so much. I don't want to say blessing all that crap. We don't do that. Well, I always say abundance to you and your family, stuff like that. All right, abundance.
Thank you.
Yep, and all the people.
Appreciate that.
All right, thank you so much.
You're so
Okay.
welcome.
I'm
Have a
stay
great
on. I'm
rest of
stay
the night.
on. I'm stay on. Okay.
Okay.
Goodbye for now.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye for now. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Mm.
Annika, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
How do I drop down? I don't know how to do that.
I got you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, that was a great conversation. Annika, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Reese, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, let's see. Okay, I'm going to assume not there on purpose, so I'm going to take you out. Highly thought. Highly thought, are you there? All right. Somebody asked, are we here every night? We're here Sunday nights, Monday nights, Tuesday nights, Thursday, and Saturday day. So I go live from 11 p.m. Central Standard Time till 10:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. And then on Saturday from 3:30 Central Standard Time till 8 or 9 p.m. on Saturdays. Jupiter's Human. Jupiter. Okay. They never been.
Hey, Miss Thinker.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great.
Did you get my message with the lexicon?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, good.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to like get some understanding on how you feel that Adam is abusive.
Sure. Well, first, there's nothing in the text that says that he wasn't. It leaves a lot of room for imagination of
Mm-hmm.
how the relationship was between the two. Again, in Hebrew, if you read the story in Hebrew, the words used there describe Eve as a strong help, not a companion, like a sexual companion. Not Eve,
I
the
agree.
female counterpart was created to be more like what the God was to the Israelites. So she had some type of um, uh, strength that he didn't have, if that makes sense. And the God is jealous, like it's a jealous God. And as Eve is standing in front of the tree, the man is with her, right? Adam is with her. He doesn't say anything to stop her or protect her. He doesn't act like a leader. Yet when this act happens and she gains this wisdom and she gives it to him, he throws her under the bus and he says, "The woman you gave me tricked me and I did eat." And then the God basically demotes her, right? She's demoted from this Azer, and he's put over her, and he basically was rewarded for doing the same thing she did. So he's expected to rule without displaying any leadership skills whatsoever, right? But then the question remains as to why did she even consider eating from the tree, knowing or being told that it would cause her to die, right? Who lied to her? Was it Yahweh that lied to her, or was it Adam? Because they did lie. Whoever told her that the wisdom would cause death, they did lie to her. So for some reason, this jealous God, give me just a second. You can respond in just a second. For some reason, the jealous God or the man lied to Eve, and then why did she want this wisdom, right? Why was she willing to die for it? Why was she willing to take that risk and believe the serpent? Because the serpent could have been lying to her when the serpent was like, "You're not going to die." Right? For some reason, she did not trust 100% what the man was saying or what the God was saying. So it leaves a lot of room open for imagination. And so I'm not saying Adam was abusive. The question is, what if Adam was abusive? And then we see the effects of this story today in society, right? The expectation that men are to rule over women, women are to be quiet. They are to, be treated with this reverence because they are men and you came from them, right? You should just be grateful that Yahweh made you from the rib of a man. Just have the babies, cook his food, raise his kids, stay out of his way, let him reign. And if you don't, then you deserve to be raped. You deserve to be chopped up. You deserve, if we look at the rest of the story, right? The women in the story are sold into slavery as wives. That's their role. A concubine is thrown out to protect the sexuality of a man. She's sacrificed to protect the sexuality of a man. And then he goes and cuts her up after he throws her out. He goes and cuts her body up and uses her death as a way to use his God to get back at men who wanted to sodomize him and take his power away. Right? Women are seen as the sacrifice in this story. And not valuable in that sense. Their beauty is put on display, and when you won't let a man parade you around in front of his friends so he can see how beautiful his property is, then you are no longer valuable. You are demoted, and let me go pluck another one. Let me go pick another one that is willing to let me subjugate her in front of my friends. Jael is used, her sexuality is used to help the Israelites win against their enemy. She rides a man and then drives a nail through his head while he's asleep after she done put him to sleep with a nut. Right? And she's praised for using her sexuality to help the Israelites win against their enemy. So if we just look at the story and look at the effects of the story in society today, it's interesting that a lot of people don't ask themselves, what if Adam was abusive? Because why are so many men abusive today? Whether it's verbal, emotional, financial, or physical, or mental. Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand. I agree, like with society, and I'm a firm believer in Christ, and not everybody who's a Christian believes in Christ. So I understand where y'all coming from about the society, but that's not who God actually is. And you were saying he was she was tempted by the serpent, and God told him, not to eat from the tree of knowledge, not because eventually they was gonna be able to eat from it, not because he didn't want them to, but they weren't ready for it yet. And so I see where he's saying too, where the fall, and that's when the fall of man happened, and and the woman was demoted. Well, because she had, I understand like where you coming from with that, but if she disobeyed God and she suffered the consequences of her actions, and God gave her, a command, and I don't think that wives to like just be like, I don't believe that women are lower than men. And I don't think that's what the verse was saying either. It said that, and you're right about the Hebrews verse, because in Genesis, or when it said God told Adam to tend to the garden and everything, it said God saw that he needed a helper. So a woman like helping a man don't mean like she's lower than she's lower than a man. She's just there to help. So I don't think the verse was saying like she was lower, but she was there to help and to uphold the man, because we need each other. So
Actually, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead. Say what you gonna say.
Yeah, actually, that word for helpmate is azer in Hebrew, and it means a strong help, like a military help. Not it's not. You're right. It doesn't mean a companion. It doesn't mean that she was lower. She was actually meant to be to the male species what the God is to the Israelites. And then when you say that she was demoted, she was. So she was kind of like his supervisor. And she was demoted for in the story. But it's odd that you expect her to be demoted for doing the same exact act that Adam did. And you don't question why the God would promote Adam over her, why he would demote her and promote Adam over her when Adam did the same exact thing. You also do not question the fact that there is nowhere in the story that informs where Eve received the information regarding the tree prior to having this conversation with the serpent. You don't know if the God gave her that command or if Adam did. Doesn't say. But the story does say that Adam was told by his God to stay away from the tree. And you don't question why the God was harder on her than the man. It was something else that you said regarding that's not how the God is. Do you think raping women as a punishment is a good thing? Do you think that's a just decision?
Absolutely not. And
Well,
that's
that's
why.
what your God does. Your
And
God commands. I'm sorry, hold on. Your God commands in this story for women to be raped as a punishment because they're so-called wicked. They come from a wicked nation. And so if that is his character throughout the story, to use women's bodies as a way to punish men, then there is no reason that for me to believe that your God would have not allowed Adam to be abusive to Eve in the garden. We see the Levite priest who, in order to save himself from being sodomized by the tribe of Benjamin, he throws his concubine out and told them to rape and abuse her all night to save himself. And then when they bring her back the next morning, she's either already dead or too hurt that she can't speak. So he looks at her and he just says, "Get up." She doesn't say anything. There's no compassion there. He picks her up, throws her on his donkey, and goes back to Jerusalem, cuts her body up into 12 pieces, and sends her out by 12 messengers so that he can get the leaders of the 12 tribes to meet with him at Mizpah so they could talk to their God to destroy Benjamin for Benjamin trying to rape the Levite priest. And then the priest lies and says that the men threatened to kill him. That did not happen. So in order to get the Israelites to fight for him, he lies. He says they raped and abused his wife, left out the fact that he threw her out. He offered her as a sacrifice in his place. And you don't see the God say anything to the Levite as that I'm avenging the concubine. I'm avenging what you did to the woman. The God avenges the Levite. The Levite should have gotten in trouble. If the God was not okay with what the Levite did and how the Levite handled that situation, the Levite should have gotten in trouble. But the Benjamites were destroyed. The Benjamites were destroyed for trying to sodomize the Levite. And then to keep with 12 tribes, like the God and the Levites realized, oh shit, we've damn near eliminated one of our tribes. There's only 600 of them left. We got to give them wives so that we can stay 12 tribes. They go and kill the mom, the sister, the brothers of a lesser tribe, of a lesser clan, and bring and take all the little virgins, all the virgins in that clan to the Benjamites. And the Benjamites go, we don't want them. They're beneath us. So then they go and hide in bushes at a Jewish festival, and they kidnap little girls of a higher clan one by one. And they say, if their fathers and their brothers come to us and say, give us our daughter, give us our sister back, we're going to tell them your best bet is to let us have them. So you have young girls being taken as virgins, being dispensed because they're not good enough. You have little girls or young women being kidnapped at festivals, being given to men to keep a tribe in existence, just being taken from their families. And Yahweh never steps up and says, no, don't do that. That's the character of the God. And so I don't quite understand how you are saying that's not him.
I wasn't familiar with that story, but I, from the way I read the Bible and like who God is, I know like a lot of the acts, the prophets, even themselves, even against the nation of Israel, he was not in agreement with, and he spoke against it.
Against what?
A lot of the acts,
Acts of what?
like rape.
Where?
And
Where does your God speak against it?
I'm not sure.
Why are you saying he does then? You know what he says about rape?
Because what does he say? I'm not sure.
He says if you rape a woman who belongs to another man, then you shall be put to death. If she screams, she shall not be put to death. If she doesn't scream, she gonna be put to death with you. If you rape a woman who does not belong to another man, then you can pay her father for her, and she shall become your wife. There's nothing happens if you rape a widow.
Yeah, I was going to.
Dinah's brothers got upset when she was raped by the men of Shechem, the king of Shechem. And so they went and they slaughtered a bunch of men of Shechem. And their dad, Jacob, got mad at them because what was more important was the covenant in Canaan, the fact that they were trying to get that land. And they were cursed on his deathbed for what they did, for avenging their sister. So I don't know where in this book you are referring to as your God speaking up against women being raped. There isn't even a commandment that says thou shalt not rape a woman.
Yeah, and I do not agree. Rape is absolutely wrong, but I'm sure like if I read the context, I could possibly give you an answer.
What context do you think makes rape okay?
It doesn't.
Well,
But I'm
why are
sure,
you saying context? Why are you saying context?
because I know like a lot of times, not saying that you getting like a lot of times we can like it can be like a deeper meaning or understanding to it. So I really don't know.
But
I'm
that's what
gonna
I'm
be
asking you.
honest.
What deeper meaning or deeper understanding would you get from a story of a woman getting raped? That's what I'm asking.
I, I don't know. I'm gonna
So
be
why are
honest.
you saying that?
Because I don't. The reason I'm saying it because I truly don't think it's the same God that I serve.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? It's the God in this book. So why would it be a different God?
Because and that's what I was gonna like say earlier. Because I don't condone rape, and you're absolutely right. But it's like what the man was saying earlier, and like about the churches, about like how like how people like don't live the way that they say they live. And people like that's why I started off with people saying like it could people be saying they Christians but don't believe in God. And so I don't think like because how I read the word and like studying it to apply to my life, I don't think it's the same God. And I do think people can misunderstand it because the God that I serve is a God of love, a God of mercy. And
But
so that's why
the question is,
I
does the
don't think
God
it's
that you the
mhm.
question is, does the God you believe you serve match what the text says? Like I'm just talking about the text.
Mm-hmm.
And you're making a claim that it is a different God, but yet you can't back that up by going to scripture. That's the thing, right? You can
Mm-hmm.
say that and you can hope that, but can you back it up is my question with scripture and show me the God with a different view on women being raped.
No, I can't.
That's why I ask, why do you say what you say? And I think it's this the hope, like you've been taught an all loving God, right? You've been taught the idea that your God is against rape, is against slavery,
Mm-hmm.
right? Is against genocide and all this stuff, but yet those things don't match the God in this book.
Mm-hmm. But I do understand like going back like to the fall and you know sin into the world and we do live in a broken world. So
But hold on, why are you going to blame humans when we're talking about the God? We're talking about the characteristics of the God. Even if humans are bad, we're talking about your God. And if you're always going to go to humans, then I would have to ask, what is the
no,
need for of your God? I don't know why we're talking about what humans do right now.
I be honest, I really can't answer that question about the rape because I do understand that the Lord protects the widow, the fatherless, and you know to bring and his nation to bring our people back up. And I do know the Father God, he do even punish his people for wrongdoings. And I do know that he's also a forgiving God.
That doesn't change the fact that he uses the rape of women as a punishment and commands it.
Yeah.
Even on his day of wrath, when he gave the prophecy to Isaiah in Isaiah 13, and I think I read this to you when you were on stage the last time. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
you did. You did.
Yeah,
You read the
like
verse about the when you saying he would dash the infants' heads. I read
yeah.
it.
So it's interesting to me that you are saying what you are saying today, although you read it for yourself. I pulled it up on the
Yeah,
screen. You read the words yourself. He, on his day of wrath, he commands the Medes to rape Babylonian women. And then that scripture is reinterpreted to be the day of wrath when Jesus returns. And Jesus' consecrated ones will rape women. So like I don't understand this God is good, he's just, he's loving, he's against rape. When you yourself read Isaiah 13 and he is commending the rape of women as a punishment. You don't see him say anything about the men being sodomized or raped. Are you there?
yeah, I'm here. Um, yeah, I do understand. I am questioning it because I do question a lot of things, and I do want to give you an answer.
Wait, what answer do you think would make me see your God as good with that command? I don't understand why you think that you would be able to justify a God that thinks that it's okay to commend the raping of a woman as a punishment. Why do you think I'm looking for an answer for that? You are the one looking for an answer. You are the one that want to clean your God's command and make it holy. You're looking to justify the raping of women and make it sound righteous. I'm not.
I'm not.
You are. So why are you saying you're looking to give me an answer? You're not looking to give me an answer because I didn't ask for one. There is absolutely nothing that would make me accept a God that would command the raping of women as a punishment. Nothing.
Oh,
Absolutely nothing.
I was meaning like I wish I could give you an answer, not
An
looking.
answer what an answer for what?
I don't know. Not.
Right. You're the one that needs an answer for that. I
Yeah,
don't. I already
I
have
do.
my answer. I don't I already have my answer. I don't care what spiritual spin you put on that.
I'm not. I don't want to put one. I just, I just, I just want to understand. And I know that rape is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And I'm questioning too, like why God would do certain things. And I, I do it all the time. That's why, like the last live sort of like broke me down. I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. I'm not, I'm not afraid to admit because I truly want understanding. And you've made this a safe place for me. You know, I wish I knew. So I don't want to keep saying, to give you an answer.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
And I do apologize for that.
No, you don't have to apologize. What I'm saying is, I think a lot of times believers don't really know how to articulate what they are feeling, or what they are thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's you that need an answer for that because this is your God, and you need to still see this God the way you see the God now, as holy, as just, as good, as your protector, as the protector of women, as the protector of children, as the protector of poor people, orphans, widows, right? You need to still see this God as such. And you need to be able to do that with accepting the words in this book.
Mm-hmm. And, I do because I know I love God and I know he's amazing, but I would have to, I'm accepting God, so I would have to accept the fact that he commanded, you know, his people to rape a woman as punishment, like you were saying. So, but I I do understand, like, back to like the Adam and Eve. I think the um the Adam and Eve thing comes from like how like men are abusive is from like not having fathers. And when if you raised just by your mother, like my mother is a powerful woman. I'm thankful for all strong black women, you know, who can hold their own and don't back down from men. I love it. It's what they supposed to do. But my mom is a strong black woman, and you are as well. But going back to like how men are abusive, a mom can only teach so much, and my father wasn't in my life, so I can kind of hit you where like
No.
I kind of
Nope.
my father wasn't.
Absolutely not. And I don't think y'all pay attention to the fact
No,
that y'all are
I
saying
wasn't
that your
finished.
father wasn't there. No, I'm not going to let you finish because you're not about to blame
Oh no, I'm not about to blame
women.
anybody. I wasn't about to blame women. No, it's not my mom's fault.
You just said your mother couldn't teach you to be a good man, therefore men are abusive.
No, my mom taught me how to be a gentleman.
What do you mean by my mom couldn't teach me how to be a man then? Couldn't
She
teach you
can
everything.
teach
What do
me.
you
She
mean by
can
that?
teach she can teach me, how to be a gentleman. But she can't. She can't teach. What I'm trying to say is she can't teach me some things only a man can teach me.
Only a man can teach you not to be abusive to women?
No,
So why are you
absolutely
bringing
not.
this up right now? So why are you bringing
No,
this up in response to men being abusive?
no. I'm saying like my mom nurtured me. She raised me correctly. Of course she can raise me. What I'm saying is we still need both parents.
What does this have to do with men being abusive?
What I'm saying is like a lot of actually you're correct.
It sounds like to me you're regurgitating some red pill shit is what it sounds like to me. And
No.
these red pillars that push out this there ain't no father in the house need to talk to the men that's walking away, right? It's if your father was not in your life, that means the man made a decision, a willful decision to not be in your life. And that's not your mother's fault. It's not your fault. That's that individual's fault.
Well, in my case, it was my mom. She didn't want to be with my dad
That
no more.
what does her not being with your father have to do with your father being a father? She
He
don't have
he
to be
couldn't
with
he
him for
couldn't
him to be. That's
he
not
couldn't
true.
find me. I was in the system. He wanted to be in my life.
If he wanted to find you, then he all he had to do was go to the system to find you.
Cause like I know it's hard. Like I have like 11 siblings, and I'm 21, and we just found like about my sister. She was also in the
Man,
system
if
last
your
year.
dad had 11 children and he didn't find none of y'all, did he know that he
No,
spilled
and
his
it's
seed
it's, it's
11 times?
no, it's different different parents. My
Your
mom
mama
had this.
had 11 children,
Yeah, it's 11 of us. We all have
and
different
your dad,
dads.
how many did your dad have? How
We
many
only
children
had
did
two of us. My dad,
and
me, and my sister
does
that
he
I
know
just found.
does he know the other one?
No, we just found out about her.
Hold on. You just found so your dad couldn't find either of his children by different women.
No, it's the same woman. My mom
I
had.
just asked you, was it the same woman? You said no. So it's the same mom. Does your
Yeah,
dad have any other children?
yeah. He got one of them. I think it's his. I don't know, but it's
Okay, it's
only two of us he had with my current
what do you
mom.
mean you think it's his?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. They said he had a kid, a third one, but I'm not sure. but it's two
Like
of them.
the way y'all want men to be seen as leaders and dominant, but they don't know how to
Not
go to the
everybody's.
state. Hold on, they don't know how to go to the state and find their children, or they don't know how to go to the courts and get their rights to be parents. And the excuse is always the woman didn't want to be with the man. Like, being with someone in a relationship should not stop you from being a father. Not liking the mother shouldn't stop you from being a father. My husband was abusive as fuck, but it didn't stop me from being a mother to my children. It didn't stop me from letting my children know their father.
Well, my mom even says I don't know what the situation is. He wasn't a bad person. She said he was a good man. So I don't know the
He
situation.
couldn't have been too good because his motherfucking ass didn't look for you. He knew he had kids out here. He knew he spilled his seed. I don't know why y'all are willing to make excuses for these men.
Yeah,
This
that's good.
and the crazy thing is, this is the same thing that happens in the story of Adam and Eve. Eve gets all the damn blame, although Adam was the one given the command by the God. Adam was standing right there with Eve when she ate from the tree. He didn't do shit. She gave it to him and he ate, but he gets promoted and she gets demoted. And Eve is responsible. Eve got tricked. Eve is the reason that there's sin in the world, that there's death, not Adam. Adam didn't know. Adam was just Adam. That's the shit that we like. What? That's what I hear right now. When y'all make excuses for these men who know they nutted in a woman and got a woman pregnant and go on about their life, and then they want somebody to feel sorry for them. I couldn't be a daddy. Every time I would call her, I would ask her to let me come over. She'd say no. Well, then, motherfucker, go to the courts and get your rights. She gonna put me on child support. So, if you want to see your child, you know the child gotta eat. You just don't want the money in her pocket. And if you think that she is someone that isn't taking care of the kids, prove it, so that you can get your
No,
child.
and
One
my
thing I
mom,
can say about my brother
my
didn't
mom,
fucking stop fighting for his child. He knew that the child was in a bad situation, and he fought like hell and got custody of his daughter. That they had taken her to a whole nother motherfucking state.
yeah, and my mom did the same thing for us.
Then why the hell are you on here talking about my daddy didn't know?
I I don't know, but I don't know if he knew or not. And I don't want to blame women. Like that's not what I'm trying to do. But I do know that as a child, for me, I I needed like a man in my life as well to be a model for me, and I
What is it
didn't
that
have
you think
that.
you couldn't? What is it that you think you couldn't know how to do
I mean,
because your
nothing
father
really,
wasn't there? Then what? Why are you regurgitating this shit? Do you know
because
how I have a
no, that's
23-year-old? Hold on, I
I
have
want
a
to
20.
finish though.
Hold on, hold on.
I
No, because
still
you're
have.
just wait. You're just
I'm not
hold on,
regurgitating.
hold on, hold on.
Okay.
You are regurgitating shit that for some voice in society keeps telling y'all who grew up in single mother households. And the crazy thing about it is, my oldest son and his dad do not get along. My oldest son was 7 years old, and he felt like he had to defend me when his dad was whooping up on me. So him and my oldest son, they don't get along. But when I tell you, my oldest son is a good ass father. At my grandson's and my granddaughter's birthday party, you know how many people of his children's mother's mama's friends and from work and stuff was coming to me and saying, "Hey, your son is a good ass father. She got her a good one. He don't play about those kids." You know how many of them came to me to praise my son or to praise me for raising a good man? Because they see what he do. I tell y'all all the time, my son is he always has his kids. And he's 23 and he's learning. But he didn't learn that from his dad. He learned that from watching my motherfucking ass work 9 to 5. From my ass making shit work. From my ass putting them first. Why do y'all keep saying that you can't learn stuff from your mothers? Because if your father walked away, he
I
even
do.
will say, hold on,
That's
let me
not what I'm
finish.
saying.
Let me finish. My son has said the same thing to me, and I will ask him, son, what is it that you feel like you're missing? I know you wish you had this relationship with your father. I get that, and you're not wrong for wanting that. You're not wrong, but what I don't understand, and when I am asking, what are you missing? He can't articulate it. And I'm asking you, what are you missing that you are saying that your mother cannot teach you when it comes to being a decent human being, a responsible human being, one that takes care of the life they bring into this life? What is it that you are saying your mother cannot teach you because she is a woman? That's what I need to understand. Can you answer that question for me?
Yeah, being a woman don't mean you can't teach a man stuff. My mom taught me how to be a man, but I only was with her until I was 10. And I went in the system for 5 years in foster care, correctional facilities and so on. Because my mom lost custody. They took us illegally.
Wait,
So
I didn't ask you how to be a man. Like, what do you mean how to be a man? I asked you about being a decent human.
yeah, she taught me how to
What do
be
you
a
mean?
decent human.
But I'm saying
But I was getting to
hold on. The
why
question I'm asking is, what is it that you feel like she could not teach you? Then you said something about being a man. What is it when you say that you need to be taught how to be a man? What does that mean to me?
I
What
mean,
does that
like,
mean?
I'm not saying she can't teach me how to be a man. That's not what I'm saying at all.
What does that mean? Teach you how to be a man? What does
I
that mean?
mean,
Is what I'm asking.
what I mean to say is we do need both parents in our life.
I get that's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what
Listen,
I'm
listen
saying.
to the question I'm asking, okay?
Uh-huh.
What does teach you how to be a man mean? How is that different from teaching you how to be a decent, responsible human? How is teaching you how to be a man versus teaching you how to be a decent, responsible human different?
It's not no different.
So so you see what I mean when y'all say that? Like, and then when we ask, like, what is it that you're missing? I understand, like, I'm as a daughter, I wish that me and my mother had a close relationship, but she still taught me shit.
Mm-hmm.
I understand wanting a relationship with a father, wanting a father in your life who shows up at your basketball games, who teaches you how to change oil in a car, like those moments. I get that. But when you say teach you how to be a man, that I don't get.
And that's what I was gonna get to. So like
What
my my mom my mom it's probably because of what I went through, but my mom taught me everything I needed to know as how to be a decent human being. And I went to, live with my uncle when I got around 16. So I was raised by the system for like 5 years. I got out when I was like 16. And it didn't work out with my aunt. So I was there for like 3 months. It was my fault. And take real full responsibility or not, my auntie. But my uncle stepped in to help. And this is where I keep saying the man part. I was looking for my uncle, to like he made me a bunch of promises, he said he'll do this for me, do that. Like he was saying if I finish school, such and such, but I was looking for my uncle to raise me correctly. And when I went to live with him, he, like, the man he was portraying to be, it wasn't him. I had,
It sounds like that adults in your life let you down. I don't want you to cry. And I this is it ain't your fault. None of this is your fault. The adults in your life, whether male or female, let you down. It's not your fault. You know, I don't normally send DMs to people. I don't normally let people come up and talk about what they want to talk about, but I've let you twice. And there is a reason. Like, even for me to take the time that I did and send you the message with all the resources that I did, there is a reason.
but I no, I don't think it's women's fault. You know, there is cases where it's women's fault, and what I was saying was, what I was kind of going to is that I agree that there is abusive men in this society, because even though women need to be protected, men do too, boys do too. And I was just a boy. You know, I wasn't a perfect boy, but I was looking for my uncle, you know, to teach me the way to be a man. And I didn't realize that my mom had already gave me the tools I need to be it. And so this is where I think we're abusive, you know, and this come in. So I I realized that my uncle was very abusive. He abused me, and he mentally abused me, even physically abused me. And, you know, I started realizing I was just like a masquerade. Like, I'm always like looking for understanding. Like, even it was even a time where I like was talking to him and I was listening, and, you know, he almost hit me because I was listening to him, because he thought I wasn't listening because I didn't say nothing. So he you know, he did those things. I don't want to go off into that. He did those things, and it kind of messed me up. And, you know, when I got out the system too, and this is where I actually started searching for God. You know, I grew up in church, but I didn't really, because we, you know, like the man on here earlier was saying, we're forced to go to church. So he I had got saved like when around I was 16. I came to live with him. He did that. And he like inflicted, you know, a lot of trauma on me. You know, it's my fault too. I could have did better. But now that I'm older, I understand, because I used to always blame myself that it was my fault. And so, and, you know, I started becoming angry, like, and they hated my mom. These people hate my mom. And so growing up with him, no, you know, when I was younger, I loved my mom, man. But after I left with him, I started to grow this resentment toward my mom, because they hated my mom. Because she's a blessed woman. You know, my mom, she had closed head injury. So, and she's still a very wise and powerful woman, and she raised me. So awesome mom. Like, shout out to all the moms. And it caused me to have this hatred towards her. And before I realized that, I started hating my mom, not because she did anything to me, but because I was looking for a man to raise me, and I was following what he was doing. And I was trying to stay true to myself, but eventually I started, doing what he did and let all that stuff get to me. So I started to hate my mom. And eventually I came back to Christ or the word of God, and I started, and this is why, I try to defend the faith, because I wanted to live good again. I went through a couple more houses. I went to my dad's house, my stepdad's house. It didn't work out there. I went to my grandma's house. It didn't work out there. And I ended up back with my mom. And I became pretty much, I became like the thing that I hated, did not want to become. And I was always angry at my mom. And the crazy part is, when I got kicked out of my grandma's house, I called my dad. I didn't even call my mom. I called my dad, my stepdad, and asked him, could I come back before I called my mom? And the first person to call me when I got kicked out of my house was my mom. And she let me come stay with her, and she had got a new house. And I was working. I was so angry with her. I was just rude. I was just messed up. And there's no excuse just because you have trauma to disrespect people. I was wrong. But I understand that there's the abusive men in society. And I'm recounseled now to my mom. I thank the Lord, and our relationship is getting much better. Much better. It's great. And so I understand why it is abusive men in society. Because not everybody not every man who say they are a leader, is a leader. And from what I learned from my uncle is that he wasn't a leader.
Adam wasn't a leader in this story. Adam, what did he lead?
And that's what I was saying. Like, it's not making you, can I, you, I think that some people are just, some people are just, or I guess that you have to be taught how to be a leader.
Did
And
Adam have to be taught how to be a leader before your God made him a leader in this story?
well, the what I was getting to, like, will make you a leader, like, not saying it can make you a leader, but will make you
But
a
I'm
leader, like
saying,
responsible. Like, so God told Adam to tend the garden, and he was working, and God sent him a strong hand, like you were saying, to help her. And so usually leaders,
Which means, hold on. First off, he created him to be a laborer and to tend the garden. And then he says, up,
that
he ain't no good by himself. He needs somebody over him, or he needs a an equal opposite to help because he can't do it by himself. This isn't good.
it's saying like for I understand too because it not saying that like we don't men don't need women. There's women that don't need men. But when God sent them, like for example, when you doing everything you're supposed to do, like in terms like of business or in general, like you working, you taking care of your business, you know, such and such. And God sent him a helper. It doesn't mean necessarily mean that a woman is lower than him. And I don't think that's what God was saying.
But we've already talked about that. The story doesn't say she was lower. She was his Azer, which
Yeah.
is the same thing the God was. She, the story doesn't say she was lower. She
And
got
I
demoted. She got demoted in Genesis 3. We already talked about that.
but and that's what I had wanted to ask too is where does it say that she get demoted? I wanted to know that too.
When it says your desire shall turn to your husband, that that word in Hebrew is shuv, like
Mm-hmm.
shove, but it means to change direction. So there was a direction change. And then when it says that Adam will rule over her, that word is mashal, right? And so that when it says that her desire will change, that directional change, that it represents a change in hierarchy or equality. That's when he demotes her in Genesis 3. But she was originally his Azer, which is the same thing the God is to the Israelites. And it's never used to the male in this book is never described as an Azer to anything, not even to humanity. That word is only used for the God and for Eve or the woman that was created. That's it. But again, Genesis 2 is a fictional etiological tale that a man or several men wrote and redacted and interpolated in ancient Israel to explain why their God, Yahweh, or how their God, Yahweh, created the earth, humanity, why snakes didn't have legs, why women have pain through childbirth, why men rule, why the patriarchy took over matriarchal societies, why they wear clothes, why they went from, uh, wearing leaves or being naked to wearing leaves to wearing animal skin as clothing, why they went from eating vegetables to bread. Like even the mention of bread in that story should make y'all's ears go up and go, wait, why is he saying that they're going to eat bread? The millstone had not even been created yet. And then the person saying this is why, when it says therefore, that means this is why. Just that word therefore should tell you that it's an etiological tale written from a human's perspective. But because of this story and because of people taking it literal, it has produced some very abusive situations in our reality. Whether that be with male and female, or parents and children, or pastor and church member. Like if anything, I would ask, like even if you don't know about the millstone, I would be like, man, wait, they could have ate bread all along. Like, what do you mean he kicking him out the garden and he's like, now you gonna eat bread? They could have been eating bread all along. If you're taking this story to be literal, why would he withhold bread from them? Are you there?
Yeah, I was listening.
Then there's a law that says if like and I'm paraphrasing this, but it says that you cannot accept a millstone as a pledge for someone who's in debt, because taking the millstone is like killing them, because that's how they eat. And it's like, okay, you know how important the millstone is because it grinds wheat into bread, helps them grind wheat into bread, and that's the source of life. And taking their millstone for them as collateral for a debt would be equivalent of killing them. But in the garden, you withheld bread, like you knew bread was a thing and you withheld it, and you, as a punishment, you're like, yeah, now y'all gonna eat bread. Like what? But before that, they were eating trees. That should tell you that this story was written by men at a later time where the millstone had already been created. They were already eating bread. They were already wearing clothes. They were already systems already set up where people were already enslaved, had to work for food, and they were just writing from their experiences at that time. You're on mute. Selena, can you take
Yeah,
over right quick? I gotta go to the bathroom. Selena, are you there?
I am.
Do you mind taking over right quick? Go to
Yeah.
the restroom. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. They never been.
Go ahead.
hi.
Good morning. I've been listening.
Yeah, I didn't know that would happen either. I didn't know that was in scripture. I wanted to get that scripture.
I'm sorry you went out. You wanted to get the scripture about.
The bread
Am I?
in
There's an echo. Hold on. Let me mute and come back. Hold on. Okay. They never been.
yeah.
Okay. I'm here. Go ahead. I gotta find it.
Stay woke. I want you
You said.
to give me just a second. Stay woke. I
Oh no,
want
you're
you
fine.
to substantiate that in just a second. I want you to come up here and show me the knowledge gap and what the fuck I just said, because you irritate the shit out of me. You just say shit. And I normally don't let you come up on my stage because you just say shit. But since you making a claim that bring your ass up here when he get done. I want you to bring your ass up here, and I want you to substantiate what the fuck you just said.
He not.
Go ahead, Selena.
Oh, challenge accepted. Okay, go ahead. They never been. You kept cutting out for me, but now
Hello?
that my.
You can hear me?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you better.
No, I
I
just
had to
wanted to
scroll out
know
and
the
come back.
verse and the verse. because I
You
didn't
wanted to know the
know
verse Thinker was talking about?
about the bread and about God made people eat trees. Yeah,
About the bread and about God making people eat trees.
yeah, that was the verse she was saying, or probably.
Oh, so when God was telling them, when God was telling them they had to toil the ground, well, he told Adam, because that was Adam's
Yeah,
punishment.
yeah, I think that's what she was saying.
So
I'm
what?
back. What now?
Okay, he's trying to figure out what verse you're talking about, and I'm like, it's the one where he was telling them he had to toil the ground and in order to eat, like eat by the sweat of his brow. Is that the one he's talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was like, I'm not sure, because he kept cutting out for me. They never been. That's what you're talking about. Did you want
Yeah,
her to pull it up so you could see it
yes, I
yourself?
wanted. Yeah, I wanted to see that. I see people keep saying Genesis 3:19.
Oh, I don't read the comments when I'm up here. Well, when I'm talking. In fact,
Hold
I
on.
don't even have the comments up. I can't even see the comments. What the? I swear, I hate my app.
My internet is going slow for some reason.
Are you serious? Okay.
Let's see. And to the man he said, because you have listened to the voice of your wife, you have eaten of the tree about which I commanded you. You shall not eat of it. Curses the ground because of you. In toil you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you, and you shall eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your face you shall eat bread until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken. You are dust, and to dust you shall return. Is that the one you were asking for?
Yeah, I do. I know that verse.
Yeah. And then
I,
uh
are you
so
saying
I
you? So you were
ho-
asking me. You
hold
were
on.
asking.
Hold on. No one shall take a meal or an upper millstone in pledge, for that would be taking a life in pledge. The millstone is what they use for grinding grain and baking bread. And so the God is saying, you cannot take that as a pledge because that would be like killing them. That's how they eat.
You saying it say so that they cannot eat bread.
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about them not being able to eat bread. He punishes them when he's passing out the curses. He says to them, by the sweat of your face you shall eat bread until you return to the ground. So prior to that, they could eat of any tree in the garden. After the fall, he says, by the sweat of your face and by the sweat of your brow, you will eat bread. The very mention of bread here, when this is the beginning of creation, before there ever is a millstone or they're grinding wheat, this is pre-agriculture, right? Should tell you that this was written during a time when agriculture was a thing, when the millstone was a thing. And then you have Deuteronomy 24:6, where the God gives a law and says, no, even if you say that it's a fucking metaphor, the mention of bread as a metaphor should tell you this is post millstone. I don't give a fuck if you call it Holy Ghost jibber jabber. The mention of bread itself should let you know that this was written by people who had experienced bread. This should let you know that your God knows about bread before men even started making bread. It's about using your common sense, logic, critical thinking. Genesis 3 is an etiological tale. Y'all are losing y'all shit. But the fact that the God gives a law in Deuteronomy regarding the millstone and saying, don't take that because that's how people eat. You cannot take that as a pledge because it would be the same as killing them. Here, if you're going to say that eating bread here, I love it when y'all do shit like this. If you are going to say that your God used bread here as a metaphor, then your God really did lie about them dying, because to him, taking bread away is death, but giving bread is life. So when he told them in the garden that they would fucking die from eating from that tree, but then when he's cursing them, he's telling them they will have life. So your metaphor makes your God the liar that he is. And that's fucking critical thinking.
I think when I'm not sure, as I think when it was pointing to Jesus, because it said, "Man, don't live off bread
It don't
alone,
matter. Your
but every
God,
word
if
that
it's
comes from the
Jesus'
mouth
life,
of God."
it doesn't matter. Is Jesus life or is Jesus death?
He's life. The
Okay,
way,
so
truth, and
why are
life.
you saying it doesn't matter if he's a metaphor? The mention of bread, period. This is why I said y'all need to use your brains. You believe your God gave you a mind? Use it. The mention of bread, period. And if that bread is your Jesus, he gave them life, not death.
And that's what he did.
But he
He
told
did
them
give us
they
life.
would die. But he
Because
told them they would die. He lied.
they disobeyed him. So
And he lied.
we were
He
supposed to
told
live. The plan, the
no.
goal was
What did
for
your
us to live
What did your
forever.
God? No, it wasn't. What did your
We
God say? No. If they ate from the tree, what would happen?
They would surely die, and
But
we
he's
are
but
dying, though.
hold on. But if Jesus is the bread that he's talking about here, which it's not, that's just your interpretation. You're reading Jesus back into the text, cool. But if Jesus is bread, then he's giving them life, not death.
Exactly, it was foreshadowing to his coming when
Then
he
he
died on the
lied.
cross.
Because he told them they would die.
But they did. Our physical
Oh my
body
fucking
was.
God.
We were supposed to live forever.
Where does it say they were supposed to live forever?
We were before they ate from the garden or the tree of life. The reason God told them they would die, and that's
Hold
why He
on,
told
hold
them
on.
from dust they
Did they
come,
have
to
the,
dust they will
hold on.
return.
Wait.
I,
Did they had the option to eat from the tree of life? The option.
yes, He told. He
Not
gave
they
them.
was, hold on.
No.
No,
He
wait,
did. I'm
stop.
still.
Stop.
Dude.
They were not created immortal. They had the option of becoming immortal if they ate from the tree of life, but they were mortals. They were always supposed to die. And what he says to them is that you will die as soon as you eat it. Your physical body will die the same day. And that did not happen.
It did not say the same day.
Don't tell me what it says.
Yes, it did. It did.
I don't remember it saying the same day because I read it
It
too.
did say
It says in
it did
the
say
day, and you don't know Hebrew, so I'm not even going to go to the Hebrew.
I do know Hebrew.
You know Hebrew,
You know
Oh,
Hebrew.
I thought you meant the book. I don't know how to speak Hebrew.
right?
I-
So I'm not even going to go
Okay.
through that with you. But all I got to do is go to a different several different translations. Hold on, let me see. Let me see what Genesis 2:17. Hold on. That uses the King James translation. Let me see. I think the Good News. Let's see. There you go. If you do, you will die the same day. Let's go to another one. Let me see what the is. Not the ESV. That uses King James. Let's see what the ERV says. On that
What was that
day.
last verse?
What do you mean last verse? This is 2:17. It's the same verse. This the easy to read translation says, "On that day you will certainly die." Let's see. Let's see what the modern English version says. That uses the King James N. And I think for me, for them to use N instead of what the text actually says, because like if we go to the Hebrew, hold on, let's go to the Hebrew right quick.
I'm sorry, what's the verse?
I already said it. Genesis 2:17. Let's go to the Hebrew and see what the translation is there. But as for the tree of knowledge of good and bad, you must not eat of it, for as soon as you eat of it, as soon as, I think it is very manipulative for these modern translations to continue using the King James translation, the King's English, for that specific text. They'll translate it into modern vernacular, but except for this one, because they still need that ambiguity in the word in, so that y'all can say there are 1,000 days. I mean, one day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years like one day. While they know that text is saying you'll die the same day. And then how they playing with y'all's brains, because the serpent says the same damn thing in the text. Like here, your God says, but as for the tree of knowledge, the God says biom, right? It says this term here, ki biom, right? That is as soon as, right? Ki biom achalaka. As soon as you eat it, right? This right here, your God says that. That means the same day. But when the serpent says it in Genesis 3, I think it's Genesis 3:6, Genesis 3:5, the serpent says, Ki biom achalakim, right? But as soon as you eat it, he says the same thing. Their eyes open the same day, but y'all will see the same phrase when the serpent says it. See that it happens immediately in the story, and then be like, that don't mean the same thing when your God says it, because you need the ambiguity in the word in. They don't want you to know that that text is saying that they were supposed to die as soon as they ate from that tree. And your God lied. But even if you don't know that, and you're saying that the mention of bread there from your God. Is your God giving a metaphor or a foreshadowing of Jesus? He's giving them life instead of death. If you say the bread there is a metaphor. So your metaphor itself turns your God into a liar, even without you knowing what the text actually says. They just take out in the day or on the day. They just say you will die in this translation. This is the New Century Version translation. They just do whatever the fuck they want to do. Let's see what the Orthodox Jewish Bible says. In the Yom. It's interesting. But of the Etzad Astovara, thou shalt not eat of it for in the Yom. Why are they doing transliteration in half English in this? That's interesting.
That's weird.
Right? Let's see what this one says. The day. This is the Voice translation. I only require that you abstain from eating the fruit of one tree, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Beware, the day you eat of it, the day you eat the fruit of the tree, you will certainly die. So these translators know that the Hebrew text this is not fucking Yiddish. This is late biblical Hebrew. Learn the difference. There is no fucking Paleo Hebrew is a script. Paleo Hebrew is like Times New Romans. Stop doing that. Telling people they need to read Paleo Hebrew is like telling them they need to read Sanskrit or bubble letters. This is biblical Hebrew. Yiddish is different. It's a script. It's a form of handwriting. And you have nothing in Paleo Hebrew that you can read. Stop fucking lying. You have a chart that shows you what the symbols were. Stop fucking lying. They never been. Are you there?
Yeah, I was letting you finish.
Motherfucker, even if you think you're speaking Paleo Hebrew, your ass are going to say vowel points, dumbass. Like the fact that y'all be out here and you are the same person that got on my stage that didn't even know what incest was.
Mm-hmm.
Half of y'all don't even know that Rome is in Europe. So I saw a video selling the Ethiopian Bible, a TikTok ad selling the Ethiopian Bible, a black woman talking about Christianity was in Africa before it was in Europe. Your Bible says it was in Rome. Jesus was in a Roman province. Paul traveled throughout Rome. That is Europe. Y'all not embarrassed?
That's also what I was saying too. Like there is two different Christianities because one was created by, I think it was Julius Caesar in Rome. So it's like two different.
No, where did you get that from?
I was watching some documentaries, or this guy explaining the history, and I think it was Romans. I can't remember, but it's two separate Christianities or two separate.
What? There are 45,000 different denominations, and you're telling me you watched the documentary that told you there's only two?
No, I'm talking about like. Well, yeah, I did watch that, but I'm talking about like for when I was saying that not everybody who say they're a Christian is a true believer.
All that is no true Scotsman. A
Yeah.
Christian is somebody who follows the teachings of Jesus and believes that he is the Son of God and that he died for your sins and rose again. That's all a Christian is. There are two different Christianities. It's just people trying to separate themselves from the Christians that they don't agree with. The bullshit things that Christians have done. Christian nationalism versus social justice Jesus. Y'all are all Christians. You just don't like each other.
No, they. What I'm saying is that some people don't practice what Jesus strictly like.
You
What I
don't.
was saying,
You
like when
don't,
he
because
say,
Jesus,
"Love your neighbor."
you don't practice what Jesus was an Israelite. Jesus followed the
Yeah, I
Torah.
know that.
Jesus followed the Torah, and he told his followers to follow the Torah and the law of the prophets. Jesus did not like Gentiles. You are a Gentile. He was an Israelite supremacist. And when they asked him what are the greatest commandments of the law of Moses, the law of Israel, he says, love the God of Israel and love an Israelite as yourself.
I thought the verse said, love your God with all your heart and mind."
That's what I said. He quoted Deuteronomy 6 and 5 and Leviticus 19 and 18. He quoted from the law about Israelites.
When he said, "Love your God with all your heart and mind."
He said, love your God with all your heart, soul, and might. He misquoted
Mm-hmm.
that, first off. And then he said, love your neighbor as yourself.
As yourself.
That word that he quoted the Levitical law. And the law he quoted was an Israelite law about Israelites. In that same law, in Leviticus 19:33, there is a law about loving foreigners as yourself when they live in your land. But the law that your Jesus quoted was about Israelites. Love an Israelite as yourself. That's what he said were the two most important commandments of the law. And he said the law is written or hangs on these two things. If you love the Lord, if you love the God of Israel, if you love an Israelite, you will be able to fulfill the law. That's what he says to them. But y'all reinterpret it today. Paul does the reinterpreting for y'all in Romans 13 and 9, but y'all don't quote that. Paul tells y'all that there's only one law that fulfills the law.
It's love.
He says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. And Paul says that in doing that, you fulfill the law of the commandments. Do not murder, do not kill, do not steal. He's not saying,
The
because
fulfillment.
hold on. He's not saying that if you love your neighbor, you no longer have to abide by don't commit adultery, don't murder, don't steal. He's saying if you love your neighbor, you won't do these things. So you'll fulfill that moral law that y'all keep talking about. Jesus
Yeah.
is saying the same thing. If you love the God of Israel, if you love an Israelite, then you will do the law of Moses. You will follow it. It won't be hard. That's what Jesus is saying. But y'all have reinterpreted the hell out of those words.
I didn't. I actually.
I'm
That's
talking
what I
about
was.
Christians.
Yeah, but that's
You
why I
don't follow
said.
the law. You don't follow the law of
No,
Moses.
I'm saying like what mostly about what you was just saying about the Jesus teaching is and the fulfillment of the law is love. A lot of Christians
That's not
do not.
true.
No,
You're
they
doing
don't.
it. You're doing it right now. The exact thing that I said y'all do, you are doing it in your response. And you just ignored everything that I just said.
But a lot of people don't love their neighbor, and they
The
call themselves
neighbor is
Christian.
in your situation, if you were following Jesus, the
Mm-hmm.
neighbor would be a fellow Christian or a fellow Israelite. It's not just anybody in the world. Jesus did not believe that. That's not what he taught. That's what Paul taught. That's why I said you aren't following what Jesus taught, because Jesus taught to follow the Torah and the law of the prophets. Paul taught y'all didn't have to.
I
Jesus was
well,
an Israelite supremacist.
well, I thought Paul, like, well, Paul is a apostle sent by God from God, so he followed after Jesus' footsteps.
Paul is a human who claims to have received a revelation of a dead Jesus. No different than your pastor or some pastor today claiming to get revelation from a ghost or a spirit.
I was told, because I was talking to like some Hebrew Israelites, and they were telling me that neighbor don't mean the world, and they was explaining that to me because they were showing me the verses about worlds and how he was only talking about Israel. So I
I'm
couldn't.
interested. I'm interested in knowing Israel seed. What word would the Israelites have shown this young man to mean Rhea if you only read Paleo Hebrew? Israel seed, can you write Rhea in Paleo Hebrew in the chat for me? I'm trying to figure out what word they would have shown you, because the only thing that they can show you to say that Jesus meant an Israelite is biblical Hebrew. And every time they come in here, they say that's Yiddish. You're supposed to be reading Paleo Hebrew. So I'm trying to figure out what word did they show you that means a fellow Israelite.
But they believe, I didn't realize it until later that they was Hebrew Israelites, but they were showing me like, so we went, because I said Christ came and he died for the world. John 3:16. So for God so loved the world, and they took me to where it says Moses, as the Son of Man lifted up the foot, the snakes, the serpent, and the blood. It was talking about Israel, and they took me to that. Then they took me on like these cherry picked verses, pretty much about how God only came to save Israel, and they were showing me like neighbor and the different meaning of worlds. I can't remember the exact verse, but they were telling me it didn't mean everyone.
Well, he doesn't know that. There are different interpretations for the Greek word. First off, him trying to show you a Hebrew interpretation using a fucking Greek word is just asinine as fuck. Second, the Hebrew word there, what Jesus is quoting, he's quoting the Hebrew scriptures, in and it's written in Koine Greek, but he's quoting the Hebrew scriptures, and he quotes this right here. Wait, 1918. La reacha. La reacha. This word right here. And then, hold on. Nine. Let me see if I can. I can't make the guttural sounds, y'all. Not that good yet. Hold on. Let's see if I can get it for you. There you go. Wait, that one's not it. Hold on. Lo Tacom. Lo Toad. It. B'nai Macha. Meaka. Ahad. Why is it doing that? Why is it bringing up the raw? There we go. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger so y'all can see it. Let's see. All right. So this is the word, and I don't know how to help y'all see it. Scroll down, but that's the definition. Rea, friend, companion, fellow. Another person, friend, intimate, fellow citizen, another person, right? And then when we go down to 1913, he says, 1933, he says, when strangers reside with you in your land, you shall not wrong them. The strangers who reside with you shall be to you as citizens. You shall love each one as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am Adonai. I am your God. So here he does not call them Reyas. He calls them Gers. Let's see. Ki Etzrach. Mekim Adonai Lachem. Hager, the Ger here. He calls them Gers. This one is a Hagar. Hagar. Ki Gerim. So he never refers to them as a neighbor when they are a stranger. I'm sorry, I thought I made this bigger for y'all to see. They're never referred to as a Rhea, as a stranger, as a foreigner. When he says, love the foreigner as yourself. They're Gers or Ger. They're foreigners. They're not neighbors. A neighbor is an Israelite.
Okay. I usually was thinking that like a neighbor meant like people in your area, which pretty much what you're saying, like the person like I live with or the person I work with. I was thinking that was neighbor.
No, there are words in Hebrew that mean neighbor. And it's, hold on, let me get it. Let me see if I can find a scripture that gives it so you can see it. Exodus 3:22. Let's see. Let me see. What does it say? Each woman shall borrow from her neighbor and the lodger in her house objects of silver and gold and clothing, and you shall put these on your sons and daughters, thus stripping the Egyptians. Vasha'ala, Vasha'ala, Isha, Mishkinta, Garat, Beata, Kal Kesev, Ukale, Zahav, Us Malat, Vasha Meyetem Al Banekim Vaal Bentekim Vane. I think it's this right here. Vasha. Dragon, is this the word for neighbor right here? Dragon, are you in here?
They were typing a few minutes ago. Okay, there you go.
Is it this one or this one? Shamatim, Vasamatim, or Ushamalat. Masha, hold on, I can't see you going too fast. Hold on. Mashakanta. This one right here. Mishkenta. This one. Mishkenta. So this word right here. Okay. So this one right here is neighbor. Hold on. All right, let's see. Where did I go? Yeah, there we go. Can y'all see it? Oh, let me see if I can make this bigger. Okay. Yeah. Inhabitant, neighbor, settle down, abide, dwell. You see it? They never been?
No, it's very tiny. I can't zoom in.
I can't make it any bigger because it would take that side out. Chat, can y'all see it? Like if I make it any bigger, it's gonna, I don't know.
Okay, I think I see it.
Right here on the side. Do you see this on the side? It says inhabitant, neighbor.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. Settle down. So this means a neighbor in like a dwelling, right? But Rhea, what we just saw Jesus quote in Leviticus 19:18, is a companion, a fellow Israelite, a friend. And then when in Leviticus 19:33, when he talks about the Gers or the foreigners who live in the land of Israel, God gives them a command. When the Gers or the foreigners live with you, you love them like yourself. But he doesn't call them a neighbor. They are still foreigners. So when Jesus is talking to the Israelites and he's giving them the two greatest commandments of the law of Moses, he's talking about Israelites. But it's reinterpreted in modern times as Jesus is saying, love everybody, just anybody, and everybody is your neighbor. Paul is meaning it that way. In Romans, Romans 13:9, Paul doesn't quote it from the law. Paul doesn't say that there are two laws.
I don't. If anybody else trying to come up too, I don't want to hold them up.
You don't get to make that decision. Like if you want to drop, you can. But
Yeah, like
unless I say there's an issue, I'm good. I don't give a damn about people trying to rush me. It's up to you. Are you done?
no, I do want to get this last piece.
Yeah. Don't let the chat, the people trying to come on stage, don't run shit in here. I move on when I'm ready to move on. In Romans 13:9, Paul says that 13:8 will start there. Oh, no one anything except to love one another, for the one who loves another has fulfilled the law. The commandments: you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and any other commandment are summed up in this word: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no wrong to a neighbor. Therefore, love is fulfilling the law. So Paul is saying, if you just love humans, right? If you just love your fellow human, you won't murder, you won't commit adultery, you won't steal, you won't covet, and then you'll fulfill the only law that matters. He said, you'll fulfill the law through this, just loving your neighbor. It won't be hard for you to fulfill this moral law. But that doesn't mean he's saying that this is abolished. No more is Jesus telling the Israelites that the law of Moses is abolished if they love the Lord their God, if they love an Israelite. He's saying if you love an Israelite, if you love God, you can fulfill the law. The same way Paul is saying to y'all, if you love humans, you can fulfill the law of not committing adultery, not murdering, not coveting, not stealing. But y'all reinterpret the hell out of.
What I was actually agreeing with that, I never said the law was abolished, but I was pretty much my whole thing I was saying was that if you love, you fulfill the law, and that's what I practice. And so I actually practice, the
But
fruits of the
you said
spirit.
you follow Jesus. You were doing the no true Scotsman thing for Christians, trying to say
What's
there's different
that?
Christianities. You were doing the no. You were saying not all Christians follow Jesus. I said you don't follow Jesus's teachings, because Jesus's teachings was to follow the law. You follow Paul's teachings, who Paul is an Israelite who lived in Rome, who had Roman citizenship, teaching to Gentiles and telling Gentiles that all they had to do was love one another. That's Paul's teaching. And Paul is claiming that he has the authority of Jesus. Like he had this revelation from Jesus. But in the text, there are things that this character Jesus says. You're not following that. You're following what the character Paul says. That's my point. And when y'all do this no true Scotsman thing to separate yourself from the actions of other people who believe in this same God, like it's just a moot point, because y'all all are followers of this God. It's the same God. Y'all just have different versions of them in your head. No different than Paul had a different version in his head.
I do I do like also like practice like what Jesus say too. So like in when he tells us to love our neighbor, like how you were saying, like neighbor as an Israelite, that would be like, you know, melanated people, I believe, and
No.
or just people like from Israel and Israelite. I do
What?
like
Like,
love.
are you from Mesopotamia? Are your ancestors from Mesopotamia?
I'm not even sure what that is. Like
Iraq, Babylon, Iraq. Um,
no,
then how are you an Israelite?
from what I learned, I thought Israelites were like black people.
Deuteronomy 26 says, when you have come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance to possess it and settle in it, you shall take some of the first of all of the fruit of the ground, which you harvest from the land that the Lord your God is giving you, and you shall put it in a basket and go to the place that the Lord your God will choose as a dwelling for his name. You shall go to the priest who is in office at that time and say to him, Today I declare to the Lord your God that I have come into the land that the Lord swore to our ancestors to give to us. When the priest takes the basket from your hand and sets it down before the altar of the Lord your God, you shall make this response before the Lord your God. This is a declaration, like an initiation. A wandering Aramaean was my ancestor. Aramaean is Mesopotamian. Padam Aram is in Mesopotamia, not Africa. A wandering Aramaean was my ancestor. He went down into Egypt and lived there as an alien. He was a foreigner in Egypt, not an Egyptian, not African. Few in number, and there he became a great nation, mighty and populous. This wandering Aramaean, who's the ancestor, is Jacob. Jacob was Mesopotamian, not African. There is no way, and so was Abraham. Abraham is from Ur. There is no way, if you are African American, you are an Israelite. The book says the Israelites are Aramaeans, are Mesopotamian. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I didn't even know it said that.
That's
I didn't know
because
that's where I didn't know that's an Aramean, and you said from Europe, or I didn't know that.
no, Mesopotamia, modern
Yeah,
day Iraq, Iranis, over there.
okay. I no I do have a lot of research to do. You have taught me so much. I appreciate it.
You are
You taught me,
welcome.
and you know the thought patterns, the way I think, like the things say, you just deconstructing. I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong, and I want understanding. So appreciate it. I got a lot of research to do. You know, you send me the things. I appreciate the work you doing. You are a very powerful woman too. You have my respect. Um,
They need. Can I make a recommendation? I think I did it before. As you do this research, one of
how you
the
doing?
I'm doing well. Good morning, everybody. I
Good
think one of
morning.
the critical pieces for you to get is information on critical thinking skills. Thinker mentioned the no true Scotsman fallacy, and you asked what that was. Do a quick Google search and learn what those fallacies are. Because if you equip yourself with understanding what a logical fallacy is, and you equip yourself with kind of like a template to follow for critical thinking, to identify your presuppositions, all of these things are important to determining what's truth. Stay woke in the comments. I don't know if he's still in the request box or not. He made a statement earlier, and I thought it was really important because he said he was making a statement about thinker reading Hebrew, studying the Bible and things like that. And he said, why do you study something if you don't believe it? And I want you to think about that for a minute, because belief is acceptance of something being true. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I
If
and
I don't study a thing, but I believe a thing, what is my belief based on? And for someone to criticize other people for truly diving into a claim, to peel it apart, to make sure it's internally consistent, to make sure it's not contradictory, to verify and to vet sources to ensure like they're not claims made like for example, Thinker mentioned something and I hadn't thought about this in a while. Tubal Cain was referred to as an iron worker or something like that at a time where iron was not being made, right? They're logical and internally inconsistent things in this book. It's not to mean or not to say that people haven't gotten inspiration from the concept of God or haven't built their lives around these ideas, but the reality is if believers think that reading this book is only for people that believe it, then why believe it? If when you read it, you can't believe it, and they push back against the fact that people want to read and investigate before they believe a thing, then I think that's really inverted. So when you go through this process of studying and researching, which I think is absolutely imperative for anyone who's accepting something like this as being true, and you want to find truth, you have to identify your presuppositions. You have to identify the things that you bring with you that you already believe, because they're going to color and guide how you ingest and synthesize information. Does that make sense?
yes, and
Did I miss something? I just got back. Did he make a comment about that?
Who, Stay Woke?
No, they never been. Oh, Stay Woke did.
Yeah, Stay Woke said that. I was on. They Ben had mentioned earlier. I think you were talking about something else. He asked what No True Scotsman was, and that's
Oh,
why I started with the fallacy, understanding the fallacies. And a No True Scotsman's fallacy is just when a person is protecting a claim by changing the definition of the group. So I use the fan analogy. Are you a sports fan? They never.
yeah.
So who's your team?
Um, I watch basketball, so I like the Bucks. I like Giannis.
Okay. So if someone says, "Oh, well, are you a Bucks fan?" You're like, "Yeah, I'm a Bucks fan." And they say, "Well, do you go to every game? Do you have a Giannis jersey? Do you have a mascot costume?" And if you don't have all those things, then you're not a true fan. It's the same thing. Like, you change the requirements or the definition of what it means to be in that group when a person doesn't do what you do. Well, that doesn't make you any less of a Bucks fan than anybody else. It's the same thing with Christianity. You
I
don't get to
agree.
change the definition of what it means to be a Christian when a person doing a thing doesn't do what you do.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I do agree with that. I guess I was trying to say like is, believers, we believe in Christ, and some people and the people of Christ, like I said, we follow Christ's teachings, and some people say they believe in Christ and don't follow Christ's teachings, and they can, still be. But it's some people that just say that they believe in Christ, and when they really don't, just to say they're Christian.
Well, you don't know what they believe. All you know is their behavior.
Yeah, that's
So
what I
so you
believe.
yeah, so you can't speak on what they believe. You can just speak on what you observe. And the reality is there's no way for you to determine who is a true Christian and who is a Christian that understands God differently than you do.
Well, you actually can. You can tell by people's fruits, like by the way they live.
No, you can tell by the standard you have set. There's some people who feel that, or they read this book and they step away with the fact that, okay, a true Christian produces this kind of fruit. They need to be patient at all times. I mean, they can cuss a little, but they need to be patient at all times, right? Then that Christian thinks that, okay, this is what makes a good Christian. So when they encounter someone who may not cuss, but does not, you know, but doesn't exhibit patience, then they say, oh, that's not a true Christian. You
That
have
doesn't
a,
mean that either.
I'm sorry.
That doesn't mean that either. It don't
What
mean like just because you cuss, don't mean you a
I,
Christian or
I
anything
just use
like
that
that.
as an example to identify the issue with what you're saying. You're ultimately saying that a person who doesn't understand God the way that you do, who doesn't produce the fruit in the way that you would see the fruit produced, is not a real Christian. But you have to understand that that standard changes with every Christian you speak to. You're making the standard while thinking that this standard is already set.
No, because like what I'm saying, like you could say like somebody can claim to be a Christian, but their acts are like horrible, like just the way they live. And I
Horrible
tried
in what
to
way? Horrible
like
in what way?
like for example, somebody might say they're a Christian, but they cuss people out. Like the man was saying earlier, they might cuss people out, they might treat their neighbor horribly, they don't have no love in their heart, just doing people horrible.
So does that mean that does that make them not a Christian or not a well-behaved Christian?
I mean, and this is why I was trying to make this distinction earlier important because at the end of the day, when we receive the Holy Spirit, when we put our faith in Christ, the Holy Spirit changes our hearts. And so, and we're not perfect, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God and are justified freely by his grace.
Right, but we're not
But
talking about sinning though, right? We're talking about being a true Christian. And my
yeah,
question to you is what is the difference? What is the functional difference between a person who is not a true Christian and a Christian who sinned?
I mean, there really is no difference.
Right. So
I'm just speaking for like true believers. That's what I mean. Like when I say we keep saying true Christian, but I mean like an actual true believer.
what's the difference between an actual true believer and an actual true believer who sins?
Born again, like in the Holy Spirit.
Do they sin?
What do you mean?
Does a person who's born again in the Holy Spirit sin?
Yeah. We
Okay,
don't
so
fall, but the
what's the
word.
difference between a true Christian, a true believer, and a true Christian or true believer that does a bad thing?
We're we're saved. It doesn't mean like we treat them different either, but we're saved.
I'm
That's
talking
the
about
difference.
identification. Remember, this conversation
Yeah.
started because of because of your claim that another person was not a true Christian. That's all we're
Yeah.
talking. Hang
Yeah.
on a second. Hang on a second. What I'm trying to emphasize here, and I don't know if the point is if the point is being missed, but what I'm trying to emphasize here is that you are not positioned to tell another person that they are not a true Christian, even if you are observing their actions. You don't have access to that. Thinker laid it out for you. A Christian is a person who believes that Jesus was the Son of God or is God or however that goes, and believes that he died and resurrected for your sins. That is what makes a person a Christian. For
Yeah.
you to say that they are not a true Christian because they have done something that you don't approve of or that you believe God doesn't approve
I
of
mean,
is you aren't positioned to do that.
like true believer. I obviously can't tell somebody the Christian. I mean, I'm a Christian. He's a Christian, but I mean like a true born again believer.
It's the same thing. You paint
But
yourself into the same. Then
it's
you paint
really
your.
not.
Let me
It's
explain. Hang
it's
on a
a
second. Hang
it's
on
a
a second.
supernatural thing.
Hold on a second. It's the same situation. What is
Mhm.
the difference between a true believer and a true believer who's done a bad thing or a true believer who's made a mistake?
It's no difference between a true believer. I thought we were talking about like a true believer Christian versus somebody who just saying they Christian but they don't really believe Christ died on the cross.
You don't have
That's the
access to what another person believes.
I
You have
I
access to what they say. You have access to what they do. You are not positioned to make that call.
But if somebody if you this is what I'm saying. A true believer like myself, I believe that Christ died and 3 days later he rose from the dead. So my faith is in Christ and he died for my sins. So the Holy Spirit is working through me so I can do my best to live a holy and righteous life and further the kingdom of God. Now, an unbeliever or a person who call themselves a Christian, but they don't have their faith in Christ, my life will start to show fruit through that. I can observe their life and see, I can say they can be a Christian, but
What
I
would you
can observe their life and see that they're not a true follower of Christ.
what would you see to make you believe they're not a true follower of Christ?
I mean, like I was saying, like a person's lifestyle. I mean, a true follower of Christ is gonna try to do what not the Holy Spirit working through me. So
What would
an
you see?
unbeliever,
What would you see?
like for example, an unbeliever may be
She's not
like
talking about unbelievers. They never been. She said, what would a Christian, a person who calls themselves a Christian, do? What would you see in that person to let them know that they are not a quote unquote true Christian?
Hold on. If you are a dragon and you're in the request trying to come up while there's a guest on the stage, please let me know. Because I won't know unless you comment, okay? Because I see a couple of you in the request. Go ahead.
their lifestyle. Like they say they believe in Christ, but they don't treat people with respect. I
Have
mean,
you
they
ever hang
murder.
hold on a
They
second.
go to the
Hold on a second.
club.
Hold on a
Hold
second.
on.
Yeah, hold on a
Pause.
second.
Pause.
Yeah, slow down. That you said they don't treat people with respect. That was the first thing you said, right?
It's a lot more things, though. It's
Right,
not
but
just
let's
it's
take it
not
one by
just that.
one. Right,
Okay.
let's take it one by one because I'm trying to emphasize a point here. Have you ever treated someone disrespectfully
Yeah.
since you've been a true believer?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the difference between you in the moment that you were a true believer and you were disrespectful to someone and the person that you're talking about right now?
It's it's like it's fruit. You can see their fruit. Like you can see what's there. Like their patience with people, their kindness with people, their love with people. Is they joyful?
Have
Is
you
they
ever been
gentle?
impatient, unkind, or not joyful as a true believer? Have you ever experienced moments of being that way?
Yes, and everybody experienced those moments. But when it's an ongoing lifestyle,
What makes it see
then
you keep moving the goalpost, they, and I think you're missing the point. The fact
okay.
of the matter is that you are incapable. You are absolutely, and not only you, any of us are incapable of telling another person that they are not a true believer, because the very things that you're looking at to determine, oh, that person wouldn't do that if they were a true believer, you've done it at a certain point. And in that moment, you were still as much of a believer as you are right now.
I'm
So my
not
question
saying
to you,
it's over
Calm
time though.
down.
Like you
Hold
can
on. Hold on. She was still talking. You doing the thing. Don't talk in the middle of her sentence. Let her finish because you don't understand things when you cut someone off when they're not even done with the thing you need to understand. Go ahead, Fisa.
thanks, Connor. Yeah, like, and then you don't get to, you say over time repeatedly, who are you to set that time frame for them? If they set that time frame for you, they could potentially look at you and say, "Oh, well, Ben was disrespectful to 3 people over the last 3 months. He's not a true believer." You don't have access to that. So this no true Scotsman fallacy, which is really important, I think, for you to understand, is that you do not get to set the parameters for participation or membership in a group when the behavior of other people doesn't match yours. That's what I'm saying. You keep going back to this fruit. They'll know if they, based on the fruit that they produce. But each Christian is looking for different fruit. Every single one of y'all has different requirements of what it takes to be a true believer. You just simply don't have access to that to make that determination for another human being.
this is what I mean. This is what I'm saying when I say over time. Like somebody could tell me that Like it's people who say stuff all the time. Like I can say I started a business and I can claim to do it all day, but like over time, you say you're gonna do this and do that, but over time, and you haven't started the business, like and say it's like been, I don't know, 9 years. I'm looking like, and you've been saying that for years. I'm gonna think like it started to show that you didn't start the business and you wasn't doing nothing. So that's what I mean, like about like over time you can start to see. Like you can tell me you're gonna do something, and then over time I start to see what you say you claim you are gonna do, and then over time you don't do it. Well, now something is up.
But you're conflating something that is measurable with something that is not measurable,
But
right? Like, well, hang on a second. Let me respond. Starting a business requires certain things, right? It requires all of the steps that entrepreneurs go through. Being a Christian requires the things that Thinker outlined earlier, that you believe that Jesus was the Son of God, that you believe that he died for your sins, and that you believe that he rose on the third day. When you talk about using your business analogy, there could be someone whose business is functioning under the table, and you just don't realize that that's how they're functioning, that's how they're running their business. There could be a person who's using a business model that you aren't aware of, because some people throughout the world, some countries function and run businesses and set them up in a very different way than we do here in the States. So your understanding of what a business is and what you're looking for it to appear as though this business is being established, has it been incorporated? Do you have an EIN? Some places don't even require that. So for you to say that another person is not a true Christian, you have to realize that the definition you're using of true Christian comes from your mind. It comes from functioning in a way that you personally approve of, because you've read this book and you've walked away with a set of requirements and a set of fruit in your Christian basket that have to be there. Other people's baskets are comprised of different things, and there is no one right basket. That's what you're missing.
Yeah, but I didn't say true Christian. I said a believer.
It's the same thing. I mean, you can say true.
It's not.
When I'm using them, I'm using them interchangeably.
Because if I believe in what I'm practicing, that's my faith. So it's gonna make me take action. But if I just say I'm a Christian and I don't even believe it, what's the
But
point of taking the action?
I don't think you're listening to me. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. How do you? Yeah, you're not listening to anything that I'm saying right now. You do not get, because you do not have access to, say for an example, walk with me through this hypothetical.
Okay.
I'm a Christian. I'm going to tell you I'm a Christian, right? I believe wholeheartedly that Jesus died and rose on the third day. And I did grow up as a Christian. I probably grew up as a different Christian than you, but I still grew up as a Christian. I believed that wholeheartedly. I listened to the people that taught me. I read this book. I found God's rules. I followed those rules to the best of my ability. And I did something that my fruit looks completely different from yours. Right? My fruit looks like me knocking on doors on Saturday trying to spread the good news, telling people about the rules that I understand that God has based on my reading of the Bible. I am a true Christian. I am a true believer. I believe this because I think it is true. I've been told it's true. I've lived my life as though it's true. But what I do doesn't match what you do. You have a completely different trajectory of Christianity. The rules and the God that you know different from the rules and the God that I know, but we're reading the same book. Who determines which one of us is a true believer?
Yeah, I actually agree with you.
So you can't speak on what a person believes. You don't have access to what they believe. You have access to how they behave. And you've made determinations about how they behave and tethered it to a belief system. But you aren't equipped to do that. None of us are. because you would have to ask yourself if what you understand, all the things that you laid out earlier about what makes a person a real believer, say I fit every single one of those categories except one. I'm missing one piece of fruit. Just say my mango is gone. Does that mean I'm not a Christian because of that one exception? Or I'm not a believer?
No, it don't mean you're not a Christian.
And that's part of that's part of the one of the many dangers of this particular fallacy, because you can't tell the difference between a believer who's messed up and one who's not a real believer based on what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So I would definitely encourage you to learn those fallacies, understand what they are, so you can identify when you're using them. Understand the process of critical thought, so you can understand when you've skipped any of the steps. And this is a lot of work, like as you were saying to Thinker earlier, like, you have mad respect for her because she's put in a mad amount of work, like to understand things and to ensure that where she's going is leading towards what is truth, which is what comports with reality. But when you are willing to listen to a YouTube video or watch a TikTok and somebody says something in a very charismatic or convincing way, and you accept that thing as being true, that's not research. People can make a documentary on anything, absolutely anything. That doesn't make what they're talking about true. And if you can't falsify the claim, meaning what information would convince you that this thing that they said is not true, if you don't walk through that line of reasoning and logic, then are you looking for truth, or are you looking for something that's comfortable? Are you looking for truth, or are you looking for something that resonates with your lived experience? Because sometimes those two things are not mutually inclusive.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm trying to, take it in.
Well, my inbox is open to you as you're researching and studying. Use the lexicons. You can download them online, um, and use them. You don't have to go and pay for them. Safaria.org is another one, the one that I've been using tonight on screen, spelled Sefaria. Use that as well when you're studying. And if you have any questions or need any suggestions on studying further, my inbox is open to you. And I'm saying that to you. Never been. I don't answer my inbox a lot unless you're like in the community, and they actually have a Discord to connect with me, and I connect with them. We help each other study. But to you, I'm extending that to you because I really believe that you want to study, right? Like, and you want to have the right tools to help you study so you can get correct information about what you believe. And so the invitation is open for you to reach out if you need suggestions. I don't plan on giving you the answer, but I do plan on helping you know where to look.
And I'll also have some resources on critical thinking and just ensuring it, because if your goal is to find what's true and sift through the propaganda, sift through the the way people lead you to what they want you to believe, I've got some resources for that as well. My inbox is open, so if you like that, I can send those your way.
Yes,
Because
please.
the reality is, I say this all the fucking time, the best teachers will tell you where to look. They will not tell you what to see. They will not give you information and tell you how to understand that information. So a huge red flag is if someone is bringing you a conclusion as opposed to a process of thought, they're usually trying to lead you to understand a thing. So that's why when Thinker was saying she's not going to give you the answer, the best teachers don't give you the answers. They give you the formula to find the answer. They give you the formula and a methodology to lead you to actually research. But if somebody's telling you what to think, nope, this word means that, and this is how you put it together like a jigsaw puzzle, they're trying to paint your picture for you. And if that's not what you want, you have to have a system of inquiry that protects you against that.
Yes, I want you to send me that too. I want to know, and I wouldn't want nobody to tell me anyway. I want to know for myself. So
Yeah, and
yeah.
I think we all should. We were talking about this a couple weeks ago. How when I first started deconstructing, I realized I didn't know how to trust my mind. I knew it had been completely indoctrinated in systems of belief before I even knew there were systems of belief. So I didn't know to ask certain questions. I didn't know what a presupposition was. I had no idea what a logical fallacy was. I didn't know any of those things. So I think having those resources in place is kind of like, it's like the conditioning you do before you do run a marathon. And I'm using that very hypothetically because if y'all see me running, you better run with me. I ain't running no damn marathon. But it's that type of thing. It's prepping you for what you are about to do. And if you're looking for truth, that is absolutely critical because you've got to be willing to say, oh, what did I believe before I started reading this that colors how I understand it? That's key in any sort of research that we're doing.
Yes, I want you to send me that. Thank you, Mrs. Fee. Yeah, wait.
It's just fee. It's cool. I was just being an asshole with my screen name.
Look, I just blocked Stay Woke's dumbass.
What did he say?
He gonna tag KO talking about you don't know what type of live you in. You really don't know about this live. I just blocked his ass because if you think you in an unsafe place, motherfucker, and obviously you can't help yourself, I'm going to help you get safe and I'm gonna block you from my space. There is no point in you telling other people that they shouldn't be in here when your ass is in here.
That's
I
your
cannot stand that guy. I do not like him. He has nothing of value to say whenever he's on stage. He's like just ignorant as fuck. That's why I used to call him Stay Sleep, because that's what it sounds like when his ass talks.
he's so disingenuous. It's absolutely insane. I think he sticks around because this shtick that he does of, oh, I'm so reformed. Jesus saved me. I did all this. It's all a facade. And I think he comes here to listen to what we talk about and try to formulate ways to get around it. That's the vibe I get from him. And I could be completely wrong, but I do not get authenticity from that dude at all.
Yeah, I never liked him from the first moment I met him on I think it was Ria's live. Like, ew. But yeah, he's gone. He won't be back in this space.
You're not wrong, Fee.
Hey, Oso.
Did you get drunk
Good morning.
yesterday?
Oh my God.
I bet you did. I
I
know
was
that evil
so
ass
I
drunk.
know,
laugh.
right?
I was so drunk yesterday.
We had a drunk couple come on stage tonight. I
What?
had to tell, yes, drunk for like mad for no fucking reason. They were both of them was drunk as hell. First, the guy said he was an atheist. Then he changed to an agnostic because they wanted to fight me. So I told him to go fuck and make a baby because that's where all my babies came from Thanksgiving night. Like, what the fuck? All my babies born in August and July, motherfucker. Thanksgiving night did it. Go. Shit.
That is
I,
hilarious.
I was supposed to be taking a nap yesterday throughout the afternoon because I knew I was going to get on the road at like 1 o'clock in the morning. Didn't do that. Got to Atlanta through some traffic and got to the house and I was just like, I kind of don't want to go. I should probably sleep. But then I was like, fuck it. So I went in the fridge to go find something to drink, and there was a big ass thing of eggnog with some, some sauce in it. And I don't know. My sister said that I went in the house after the live was done and sat down for a moment. My sister said, "Hey, I tried to call you a bunch of times, and I came over here and tapped you, and you looked at me, but I could tell you weren't there." I was like, "What happened?" She's like, "We made food." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Wow.
Yeah. Good and toasty yesterday.
I drank some rosé with my daughters and fell the fuck asleep the
There you
night
go.
before. Yeah, not yesterday though. The night before. And I was like, I ain't drinking. If I would have drank with them yesterday, we wouldn't have a live today because I don't know. I'm getting old, and alcohol or wine puts me to sleep now. It doesn't make me hype anymore.
Mm,
I don't
I was
know.
feeling it this morning when I woke up. I was like, "Damn, either I'm gonna have to continue drinking, or this gonna be kind of rough this morning."
I miss those days. Let's
Shit.
see. Who's next? Uh, I don't know who was in here, but I'm just gonna start at the top. If you are a nerd and you're in the request waiting to come up, can you comment for me, please? Y'all, Lilith's song is live on Spotify and Apple Music as of midnight last night. So if you were waiting on Lilith's song, you can stream that now. That did not go. Thank you, Al Newt. I appreciate that. Which one you talking about? The one that I just posted tonight? Murphy's mom? Murphy's mom is knocked out. I wrote a song for Hagar, y'all, and it's talking to Elroy. I said they gonna be mad at my ass for this
You wrote a song for Hagar?
one. You wanna hear it?
Oh shit.
Yes.
They gonna be mad at this one. Hold on. Let me see if this is the right one. I gotta label these things. Nope, that's not the right
I'll be right back. My app glitched.
one. Oh, I thought you said your eye glitched. I know, Paige. I do, don't I?
Taken from my home, handed to a stranger, snatched from my throne, from my chambers into danger. You told me to bow. You told me to bow. You knew the suffering alone. You saw my tears, but sent me back somehow. You watched me break and right, but do you see me now? One moment I'm a daughter, the next I'm a servant in their home. A princess turned property. cause your chosen ones needed a womb. I didn't come from dust, I came from kingdoms, from women who wore freedom in their bones. They dragged me from my homeland, sold my future like it was nothing. Turned me into a vessel for the riches and power they wanted. A crown to a collar, a name to a number. I learned quick how fast your glory becomes their plunder. You said serve her, she said give him a son. After it was done, she got jealous and I had to run. And you were Roy, you saw every bruise on my spirit, but still told me to go back and bear it. Taken from my home, handed to a perfect stranger. Snatched from my throne, from my chambers into danger. Elroy, you told me to bow. You knew the suffering you'd allow. Elroy, you saw my tears, but sent me back somehow. You watched me break, Elroy, but do you see me now? You watched me break, Elroy, but do you see me now? They use my pain to preach obedience. Use my flight to justify your capture. Use my womb to excuse the taking of every black woman after. They made you Hagar in their houses, made you servant, made you womb, made you raise their children while yours was stolen from your room. And when they stole you, they read my story over your pain, as if my suffering was prophecy and yours was the same. They said I was the outsider, the slave woman he never chose. Good enough to be his promise, but never worthy. Stripped from royal clothes and Elroy, you watched the chosen rise while my children prayed to the hand that erased our lives. You sent me back to bondage, back to the house that broke my name. Said submit, said endure, said my suffering served your claim. And centuries later, my children wore the story they wrote about mine. Called wild, called wicked, called cursed because of their bloodline. If you truly saw me, you saw their cruelty. Why didn't you protect mine? Taken from my home, handed to a stranger. From my chambers into danger. You did something to but send me back some virgins on my home. You watch me break the right, but do you see me now? You watch me break the right, but do you see me now? He may not have seen you then, but the world sees you now. You are not less than, you are not born about. You come from women they used, erased and renamed, but couldn't destroy. You come from a bloodline they feared so much, but chose to exploit. But look at you breathing, fighting, learning, healing, existing in a world that wasn't built to prioritize your existence. I wonder, did Elroy ever see your resistance?
That is amazing. That is absolutely beautiful. It's so powerful.
Thank
Golly.
you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's gonna piss him off.
Yeah. Especially because I'm saying his name.
Oh yeah.
But when I was thinking about her, I'm like, oh hell no, I got to like because he told her to go back
Yeah.
and to submit.
And I mean, what you said in that story is what happened in the book. I mean, in that song is what happened in the story.
Yep.
So if when they get mad, not if, but when they get mad, I don't know where that anger should be directed because it's just what the fuck the book says.
Yeah. But they're not gonna like that. They ain't gonna like that. Rewriting true biblical history. I wouldn't say rewriting
It's
it.
not a rewriting.
I think just telling it. Like I wouldn't say I'm rewriting it. Okay, so I see a couple of your nerds in there. I don't know who's in there for real.
Your music reminds me of this. I'm reading this book right now. I mentioned it to Bash the other day. Sometimes I'll just find a fiction book to read. And the one that I'm reading right now, there are two protagonists, a girl and a guy. And I'm in the fourth, I think I'm in the fourth book of the series right now. And this book goes back to the first book and retells the same story from the perspective of the guy. So it's a completely different vantage point. And the things that I somewhat recall from book one, I'm thinking back on it now as I read it in book four from a different vantage point. And I feel like that's what you're doing with these songs because we know the story in the Bible. And every story in the Bible is from the vantage point of the God. Every story in the Bible is from the vantage point of the victor. And living in the timeline that we live in, we know that the victor tells a story and it's not necessarily the one of truth. So it seems like when I listen to these stories of like Lilith and what if Adam was abusive and this one about Hagar, it's like a vantage point shift. Because if you believe that these were real people, then you know what comes with being a real person. You know all of the complexities and the nuances. So I guess the musical presentation of an alternative vantage point is absolutely powerful. But the crazy part about it is what you're specifically with this song, there aren't any hypotheticals in it. Like this Hagar song it tells the story of what she experienced, but it tells it from a different perspective. And I think that is so powerful because it kind of fleshes out the story. And if it's real, I don't know why believers would push back on it. But I do know why, because it shines their God in a very negative light. But yeah, it's crazy. I love it.
Because the belief is that Hagar was supposed to, just because, he shows up and he's like, oh, I see you, you know,
Mm-hmm.
go back and I'll bless the son in your womb, but go back and submit under the hand of Sarah. Under the hand means let her, like if she hits you, she beats you, whatever, go back and submit. And this is like the purpose of this story is the switch in power, right?
Right.
Hagar in the story was an Egyptian. She was a daughter of the Pharaoh. She was an Egyptian princess who was being made and told by this God, go be a slave. Forget your identity. You're no longer royalty.
Which
That
was which is exactly what happened to our ancestors when they were brought over here. Like when people say, well, they brought over slaves. No, they didn't. They brought over doctors. They stole teachers. They stole
they
functioning
stole
members of society.
princesses.
They stole princesses. Exactly. It's the same fucking thing.
Yeah. And we don't talk about that enough because we are made to look at that as a blessing, right? Just like Hagar is made to look at it. Like there is a part in the story of Hagar where she's kicked out and she has Ishmael. she's Sarah has ran her off because she is scared that Ishmael is going to take Isaac's inheritance. And she lies and says that Ishmael is mocking Isaac. And Hagar is leaving and she has Ishmael on her shoulders. And at this point, Ishmael's like 42. And so she's like, got this 42-year-old man around her neck, right? But that is an image of black women having to carry our kids, having to carry our people, right, on our backs from slavery, throughout the civil rights, throughout, um, you know, all of that, and being pushed out of the way, out of jealousy, out of the need to be superior, to feel chosen. all of that. We did a live when we first started going live. We had an image of Hagar with a grown ass man around her neck. That shit was funny because we was like, what? 42 around her neck.
I hadn't even thought about that when I first read the story of Hagar. Like you don't think about those particulars, but it's crazy. You're absolutely right. Like that pressure to figure it the fuck out, to make lemonade out of lemons or whatever they call it. Like it's all of that is the expectation, and that shit was laid out in the book. Like you go from being a princess to basically a womb. What? It's crazy.
Yeah. Do you want to do this one, Feet? The agnostic preacher. How are you?
Yeah, I can.
The agnostic preacher. Are you there? You're gonna take who power? Ours? Are you in the box? I want to see it. Feet, you want to see our powers get taken?
Yeah, that'll be fine. It's Friday. Why not?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see. Are you in the box? Are you? I think you got to get in the box and get on stage. Are you talking about us? You gonna take our power? Who power you gonna take? I've been waiting to see something like I've been waiting to see stuff like that.
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I would love to see how power is going to be taken by a motherfucker that's got to be accepted to the stage first. Show us. Hell.
Well, why don't you get on stage? You're saying you're gonna take our power, but now are you scared? Are you gonna come on stage?
I'm only at like 15% power right now. Don't do it.
Why do y'all do that? Why do y'all say things that you don't really mean, man? I thought we were gonna have fun. Yeah. I mean, when you get the fucking guts, we're here. We'll be here to 10:30. The third. The third, are you there? Okay.
You gotta talk to the first two, and then he'll talk to you.
When Bash showed that lady yesterday who asked us if we knew what the 144,000 was, he said, well, yeah, I'm number 13.
What? What was this?
Was that Xena's live? Or
That
it might have
was
been
mine.
Oso's. Yeah, it was Oso's live.
That was mine.
They just be saying shit.
He said he number 13. That's hilarious. The third? Are you coming up on purpose on accident? Well, that was the third time.
Okay.
Oh,
See,
so it didn't
this the
work.
second. No, this the second time.
That
This the
was the
second
third
time.
time.
He got to come up. You got to come up one more again now.
I thought you said I just got to say his name 3 times.
No, you got to talk to him the third time, and that's the charm. You feel me?
Oh, okay. Wait, you're God and you're scared to come on stage? Are you making an appointment to turn our lights out or something? What are you like? You keep saying that you're gonna take our power away, but you won't come do it. Like the electric company come do it quicker than your ass.
You're gonna have to take the sun out the sky to take mine.
Like y'all with these threats in the comments. Okay, I see a lot of nerds in here. So if a mod could do me a favor and look to see who the nerds are in the chat, and remove them for me. So I've been asking for people to comment to let me know if you're in there on purpose, and I haven't seen any yet. So I can't tell which who's in there that's not a nerd. So if you can remove the nerds that are in there, I'd appreciate it. And then I got your page. I already know. I already know. Soto? Soto Mex? Okay. Good vibes.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
What?
He sound like a Fisher. He sound like a Fisher Price lawnmower. Like,
Damn it.
What? I did not
what was
expect
that?
that. That
See,
was a
that's
woman.
discrimination.
What?
Clearly, that's somebody who's half cow, half human.
Oh, so
Huh?
that ain't cool.
So
What? I'm not the one mooing on live. That's
Oh,
crazy. I'm wrong.
oh, so she didn't know she was asleep. She didn't know she was in the bus. TikTok got to stop doing that shit. Oh, God finna come take our power.
I'm so sad. I'm not moving on.
Oh my gosh. For you want to start out? Like, I don't know. How does this work?
Oh, this is the power taking?
Yeah.
Oh, hurry up before I have to wash dishes. Like, just we about to figure it out. What's his name? Mora?
Moron?
It's interesting.
That's a really good interpretation.
More. I don't know. Is it moron? Did somebody take your power to unmute?
This is very interesting.
Oh no.
Yahweh doesn't talk. Well, we get Yahweh on TikTok and he don't say shit.
Oh, is this one that said they were God?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I guess we'll move on. Maybe next time.
That's interesting.
They be scary as fuck. That's crazy.
Move on.
For real.
Selena, that was cowardly.
Y'all are
I
true.
think it gonna block both of y'all. I'm trying.
Meheretu? Meheretu, are you there?
Yes,
Hi.
I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead, Free.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
It kind of sounds like you're in the vacuum of space, but I could hear your voice. Which top? Oh, what's your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 27.
And are you a believer? Or are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I am a believer.
Which topic did you want to choose?
I actually want to choose how free was Adam and Eve, free will before eating the fruit.
What are your thoughts on it?
My thoughts is in the first place, like free will is an illusion. And the Bible does not say anything about free will. So we have to approach it according to the Bible. That's my thought.
I mean, I don't disagree with you on that. I mean, the Bible doesn't speak on it, but like for the purposes of this conversation, what do you think the parameters of their ability to choose look like before they eat the fruit?
In the first place, it was not about something to choose or not to choose. Like the story of the garden is not about like giving us a choice. It was about like kingdomship. Like there is certain kind of kingdom, and there is God's kingdom, and fighting for us. Like, have you read the book Ezekiel?
Yeah.
Have you seen the description about the Garden of Eden in that book?
Probably so, but I don't remember it. However, before you go to Ezekiel, like, how are you saying the story isn't about the ability to choose when the story is framed in a way where the God gives a prohibition from doing a thing, tells them the consequences of doing that thing, and then
Yeah.
punishes them after they did that thing. How are you removing the concept of choice from that story?
Yeah. In the first place, the trees in the garden are not to represent good and evil or like something good or everlasting life. The trees in the garden are representing of the kingdom. If you read the book Ezekiel. So
Well, we start with Genesis, and it's not called the tree of the knowledge of kingdoms or the tree of another kingdom. It's called the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life. Now, if you're positing that they are symbolic, I can't take that from you. Have fun with that. That's great. But that's not what the story says in Genesis. So this particular topic is not about the symbolism that these trees represent. It's focused on the parameters of Adam and Eve's ability to do and make choices prior to eating from the fruit. Are you capable of engaging in that conversation?
we can have that conversation, but we have to define the story in its own context first. Like, what were they thinking when they write that story? Like,
What
they have
what was
explained it
who
in the
thinking?
book of Ezekiel, like explicitly.
What was who thinking?
Yeah, like the writers.
You can't
The
tell me what the writers were thinking unless you can show me how you have access to the way their minds were. Like, you would have to
yeah,
demonstrate that. You can make a claim about what you believe they were thinking, but you can't show me any more than I
I'm
can
not.
tell you what. Stop. Hang on a second. Any more than I can tell you what you were thinking right before you made the statement that you made. I can't access that. So you'd have to tell me how you know what the writers were thinking.
It's because it is explicitly written, like explaining what the garden mean and what there is in the garden, like in the book of Ezekiel. Like, it will, like, the garden is not a place that is everlasting green or some sort of things, but it is a place for kingdoms to rule over the earth. Like, there are so many kingdoms in the garden, and there is one kingdom particularly named with a tree like in the middle of the garden, and now that kingdom was a kingdom of Jesus. And now if you read the story that explains in the book of Ezekiel, you can see the right picture.
No,
Like,
I'm not really concerned with what you think it metaphorically represents, right? We had a believer that came up here and told us that the eating of the fruit represented sex. Y'all come up with all kinds of shit about what this tree, what this fruit, what the snake represents. That's not the topic. I don't care what the trees represent. They can represent a kingdom or a government. It does not matter. That's not what we're talking about. The question is, how free was Adam and Eve's free will before eating from the fruit? I agree with you. This book never tells you guys who believe in it that you have free will. I agree with you that free will is an illusion. Can we talk about the parameters of what they were able to act on or do prior to eating from the fruit?
I'm not able to continue this conversation unless we are on the same route, so I'm gonna head back.
Have a good one. A ringtone sound like he was heading back to like 1992. I don't understand why they want to come up and completely change the topic, right? Like, these metaphorical, the tree represents this and it symbolizes that. Okay, symbols are subjective. It symbolizes that for you. That doesn't mean that that's what it meant. And I don't know, again, that's not what we were talking about, nor is it the prompt to begin with. Do y'all see anybody in the box?
Mm-mm.
I don't either.
He just ran.
Well, he kept trying to talk about the tree the tree wasn't a tree. Ezekiel tells you it was a kingdom. We have to be on the same page and understanding what the tree meant. That's not what we're talking about. He didn't want to talk about the actual topic. He wanted to talk about what he wanted to talk about.
Oh, he was Muslim. Oh, so did he say he was a believer in the God of the Bible?
He said he was a believer, but he didn't specify
which is
I
why I knew it was
didn't.
him. Yeah.
That's right. That
Okay,
was
yeah.
probably my bad. I didn't even realize that. He kept trying to go to Ezekiel. I didn't know that was a Muslim thing.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer. Well, here's one. If y'all want to do this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what? Israel?
Yeah. I'm gonna go get my coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey,
Israel?
shalom, shalom.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm okay.
What's your age for TikTok purposes?
45.
All right. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Believe in the Bible.
Okay. And what topic did you want to talk about this morning?
How long it went black on my side. I can't
Oh,
see the
okay.
top.
So you've got what if Adam and Eve, what if Adam was abusive? That's one topic. How free was Adam and Eve's free will before eating the fruit? And believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. Those are the three topics.
Okay, the first one about Adam being abusive. I can see that. I can see Adam being abusive. I can see that.
You can see it in what way?
I mean, Cain killed Abel. I mean, Enoch, he followed God, but he was around, what I'm saying, sinners. So God had to take him early. When he came into the truth, he had to leave. He was around sinners and he was weak, feeble minded. So he had to take him. So I can see Adam being abusive. Yeah, I can see that.
But how does that correlate to the possibility of Adam being abusive? Are you saying that just because other people did bad things that Adam was capable of or potentially capable of doing something negative? Is that what you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
How does that change the story then, if that were the case? Like, this is a hypothetical. How do you think that would change the story that as we understand it?
How would it change the story? I can't really give you no solid answer right there. I don't know how it would change the story.
Would it reframe how you see Eve's decision to eat from the tree?
If Adam was already abusive,
Mm-hmm.
if Adam, so you saying if Adam was already in sin, you think it would have changed Eve's perspective?
No, I mean, if Adam were abusive, right? Like the way most Christians speak to the story, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the way most Christians speak about the story of Adam and Eve is painted as the antagonist, right? She's the problem, she's the issue.
Right.
But oftentimes I don't think that they think through the fact that if you believe these people were real, then and you are an adult, you know how male female dynamics are, you know how relationship dynamics are, you know how people behave, which means that just like some men are abusive today, some women are abusive today, people can be and behave the way that people behave. So, you okay?
So yeah, that answers your question right there. Adam was abusive. Adam still is abusive. That answers the question right there.
I don't think the claim is that Adam was abusive. Like the story doesn't say that. So I don't think it would be fair to add that piece. And I don't know where Adam still is abusive would come from, because unless you think he's still alive.
Okay, can you go to Genesis? Hold on. Can you go to Genesis? I know y'all got that Bible thing, cause the other person that be hosting be having, she put it up real quick too. Hold up. Okay, go to Genesis 5:2 for me. Can you pull the whole Bible thing up so people can see?
Well,
Or you just
I
gonna
can't.
read it?
No, I can't, but Thinker can probably when she comes back. But
You
Genesis
want me
5,
to read
what? I can read it. It's right here.
until you want? Okay, okay, go ahead.
No,
Tell
what
me
what
what
am I
they say.
reading?
Genesis 5:2.
Male and female, he created them and he blessed them and called them humans when they were created.
Okay. So you don't think humans have a capability of being abusive?
What does the capability of being abusive have to do with what I just read in Genesis 5:2?
Well, I mean, because a lot of people say Adam is dead. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, mankind is just dead. You know what I'm saying? We still around. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how I feel. That's just, I mean, maybe I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you can enlighten me some. I could be wrong, but this is when I read about Adam, I read about it. When I read it, I see God created man and woman and called their name Adam.
Hey, are you from Chicago?
No, I'm from Dallas.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the way I see it, God created male and female, called their name Adam in the day what they were created. All I see when I read it, human beings. You know what I'm saying? We the
Where do you see?
offspring
Where do you see he called their? Oh, so where do you see he called their name Adam?
in the day they were created. Genesis 5:2.
Genesis 5:2 doesn't say anything about him calling their name Adam. They didn't have
Oh,
a group
what
name.
Bible what Bible y'all reading from?
Hold on. It says he called them Adamah. Adamah
I'm
is
I'm reading
humans.
from the
Hold on,
King.
hold on, hold on. It says he called them Adamah, which in Hebrew is humans. So in the King James translates Adamah to just Adam. But that's not the name. It just means humans. He called them humans.
Okay, so what are you trying to tell me?
I don't think anybody's trying to tell you anything. Like you chose the prompt. What if Adam was abusive?
I'm
You s-
saying, I'm saying, what if he was abusive? I'm saying, uh, okay, what if he was abusive? What if he was? Then I think you asked me something about how it Eve's. You said something about Eve.
well, I think what I asked was if that were the case, how would that impact how you saw the story or how you read the story? That was my question.
Yeah, I mean, it'll probably have me like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Maybe this, I look at it like, okay, well, I see why I see where Adam's downfall is. I see why we died because of what Adam did, because the way he run around, you know. I see why we died. God just, you know what I'm saying, said, look, they ain't gonna do right, so they just gonna die. You know,
A-
that's how I would have looked at it.
And that makes sense to you?
To me, yeah. To me, it makes sense. But I know to you, I already know you gonna, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
that would absolutely make no sense to me. Like
yeah,
that.
yeah. I already know what you gonna say. I was ready. So I mean,
Can you let
okay,
her finish
okay.
her sentence?
Yeah, I'm saying it probably don't make sense.
Let
Like,
her finish her sentence, okay? Go on
all
mute and let her finish, and then you can come
Oh
off.
my god.
right, go ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me because I mean it was just a stupid plan to begin with. Like to hinge the fate of all humanity on a choice that you gave two people eh, with consequences that were not true to begin with. I mean, it when we talk about this story with believers who think that it's a literal story and it refers to the actual beginning of humanity is kind of it's odd to me that's the case in 2025. But no, like if Adam were what if Adam were abusive? I think you okay?
Yeah, I was just blowing on something.
Um, it's
Y'all need to stop.
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it
Y'all need to
alone.
stop, man. Y'all need to get out the gutter, man.
I wasn't even thinking
Moving
that
like
for
your
real.
president. Moving like your president. Oh shit.
I forgot what the fuck I was saying. No, but I think that it would speak to like the concept of like fleshing out the characters. Maybe that's what it would do for me. And the concept that this story is usually presented with the very minimal number of actions taken by human beings in this story, and no other factors are considered. So we don't know what type of life they led in this garden. People constantly talk about, oh well, they walked with God. That book doesn't say that. They say, oh well, it was perfect. That book doesn't say that. I think the question pushes the human mind to really think about the reality or the rationality of the story as a whole.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too.
Did
Yeah, it makes,
did you have any other thoughts on the topic?
nah, you pretty much answered the question I was asking in my head. I don't know if you read my mind or not, but that's the question I was asking the whole time you was talking. I'm like, dang, she answering my question.
What
You
What was
answered
your
question?
my
question?
question. Nah, what you were saying about the whole thought process about the way Adam was moving. You know what I'm saying? With Eve, the way you was breaking it down just a while ago. You know what I'm saying? The question in my head, you answered it. You answered it for me, pretty much.
I swear he sound like my ex-husband when he talk. He sound just like him.
This is
Um,
crazy, man.
I'm going to withhold judgment.
Okay, now the other topic is how free was Adam and Eve's free
Oh
will
wow,
before eating the fruit? With that, I'm gonna have to say, according to scripture, Adam's free will before eating the fruit was unlimited because they didn't know no sin, they didn't know no right and wrong, they wasn't in sin, but they was in sin, but they didn't know they was in sin.
the fuck
Wait,
is
did you
So I
say
mean,
limited free
righty
will?
wrong?
hmm?
Did you say righty wrong?
Right and wrong.
Oh, okay.
He was saying right and wrong in
Y'all
Spanish.
play, y'all.
It sound like he
Yeah,
said they
yeah,
didn't know no right
yeah,
and wrong.
yeah,
Spanish.
yeah. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. I picked up a little Spanish real quick. You know what I'm talking about?
That's what I
Real
think is
quick.
happening,
Yeah.
Angie. Angie, that's what I think is happening.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, bro. Picked up a little Spanish herb, but
You sound like a job turkey.
yeah, I am. So I mean, yeah, Adam and Eve's free will though before eating the fruit was they didn't know they was in sin. So I mean,
What do you
they
mean they
was
didn't know they were in sin?
give you the scripture. Okay, hold on.
Who has a pet cricket? What's that?
Oh, I'm outside in the you know me.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, what the fuck is that noise?
I didn't even notice it.
He got me looking around my bedroom. I'm like, what the fuck is that noise?
Oh no, I'm
They're actually
tripping.
like I think cardinals. There were some cardinals that landed on my car yesterday and were looking in the side view mirrors to fight themselves in the mirror.
Hold
Wow.
on.
Yeah, they're interesting.
Hold on. Okay, it's in Genesis 2:25. You want to read it or you want me to read it?
Genesis 2:25.
Yeah.
Hold on, I pull it up.
You say you know Hebrew, right?
Mm-hmm. What are we looking for though? I don't know.
Genesis 2:25.
No, I mean, what's the point that you're making right now?
I'm not
Oh,
making no.
that they were in sin. That
Yeah,
they didn't know they were in sin. Okay, go ahead.
that's 24.
And
Okay.
the man and his wife are both naked and were not ashamed.
Right. They was in sin and they didn't know it.
I don't know if. Go ahead.
You want me to prove it to you? You want me to prove it to you?
Yes. Do
Okay,
that.
I'm gonna prove it again. It goes to Genesis 3:1. See, this if they was in sin, they knew it not. This is when they gonna find out they in sin. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, have God said ye should not eat every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God has said, Ye should not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. But God doeth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also to her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were
Okay,
open.
stop. We know the story. What's your
Okay.
point?
And they knew that they were naked. Then that's when they knew they were naked. And
Do
they
you know what?
sewed
Do you know
fig
what
How
leaves
many
naked
together
is
eyes are in
that?
and
subtitle?
made themselves aprons. And the voice, and
Hold
they
on.
heard the
Hold on. Wait. Genesis 3.
yeah,
Right. Do you know what this word means?
yeah. It means sin, naked,
The,
sin.
it does not.
Oh
It does not.
man, here we
The
go.
word the
I
word
got
in
my Paleo Hebrew dictionary right here.
yo, what?
Oh,
Paleo
This the
Hebrew
one that said
dictionary.
Paleo Hebrew.
Yeah,
This
I
the
got
one.
my
Wait,
Paleo. I
you
just
said you
don't
have
feel
a
like going to
wait,
go
wait,
get
wait.
it.
What's the name of your Paleo Hebrew dictionary?
Oh, man, now you got me getting up. Gotta cut the light on. Oh,
If it's right here, why do you have to get up?
bro, because it's in the closet.
Oh, so it wasn't necessarily right here. Then,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Hold on.
Oh, you were just saying stuff to say it.
Where does the Bible say that nakedness equals sin, even though we know that word doesn't mean naked?
Um, it there are like instances in the Bible where it'll infer like it'll use nakedness to be shame, not necessarily sinful, like uncleanness. You know, when in Ezekiel when he's like, "I'll let them see your nakedness."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there are different. The thing about Hebrew is that it's contextual, right? And so one word could have like
Y'all hold on, some pretty thick
four.
book.
I'm sorry. Hello.
Y'all hold on, some pretty
One.
thick
Hello.
book.
I'm talking right now. Don't ever fucking do that. Um, one word can have multiple contexts, and it's not like English. That's what he thinks that Hebrew works like English. I mean, the fact that he's even saying he has a Paleo Hebrew dictionary is tripping me out.
Yeah, because it's like you can't uncover the nakedness of family members, but it doesn't actually mean like nakedness, you know?
Hmm. Now you can speak. Like, I don't know why y'all so rude. Those of you that believe in this God, like y'all be rude than a motherfucker.
I mean, and the point alone doesn't make any sense because if being naked was the sin, then God made them sinful. He didn't put clothes on them until after they ate from the fruit. That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any. It doesn't mean that in this context, and I agree.
Mm-mm.
But they don't allow themselves to think that far. Like the guy that I don't know if y'all was in here earlier. The young guy that was on stage was saying that bread, and there was somebody in the comments that was saying that the mention of bread in Genesis 3 is metaphorical. And the young guy on stage said it was metaphorical for Jesus. And I'm like, well, you just made your God a liar. Even like we don't even have to prove that your God lied. Because if he tells them that you're going to die if you eat this fruit, but then the punishment that he gives out to Adam is that he's going to eat bread, and Jesus is that bread, he gave them life
Mm-hmm.
instead of death.
Exactly.
And they still didn't understand that. I don't know. Israel, I was going to call you Isaiah. Israel.
I say I'll sit on you. You're on mute.
All
Being
right.
on mute is a state in which we cannot hear you. You'll have to
Yeah.
hit the microphone button.
All right, I'm back.
I'm sorry. I just stemmed in all y'all's ear. And then the crazy thing is I didn't realize I was already on fucking mute. And I hit the thing and I just stemmed in all of y'all's ear.
I heard it, but I was gonna say nothing. I was like, think over to do her thing.
Israel,
Yes.
we're waiting.
Wait, what y'all waiting on now?
You clearly.
Oh, we still on the
What's the
topic
name of
of.
the goddamn book, bruh?
Oh, what's the name of this book? Oh, you want to know the name of this book?
The
Yeah,
whole reason
that's
why
what you
you
were
got
trying to
up
get.
and start
Hey, I
rifling
gotta get.
around through shit.
Hey, I gotta get right back up.
Fuck, did you get up and go
Nigga,
do
what'd
the
you get up
first
for in
Get
the
up
time?
first
for the
place?
first
Like,
time. We all have questions.
he done popped a couple of beans, y'all. It's gonna be a long one.
Paleo Hebrew Keyword Dictionary.
Okay, who is it by? What company?
Precept Mastery.
That's the name of the company?
Yeah, Precept Mastery.
Is it a pamphlet?
Nah, it's a whole book.
Hold on. I see a PDF. Let me see who this is written by.
Edited by Elder Michael Johnson.
Hold on. Ancient, look. Ancient Paleo Hebrew. The Paleo Hebrew Keyword Dictionary gives one the spiritual meaning and translation of the written text. Master Hebraist Elder Michael Johnson translated this dictionary to show the functioning of words in Paleo Hebrew was never based on the name or word statement itself, but the spiritual functions and contrast of the meaning. From a carnal standpoint, one studying the Bible cannot see spiritually from a fleshly understanding. We have to compare spiritual things with spiritual, as scripture states in 1 Corinthians 2:13-14, when things also we speak, not in the words which man's wisdom teacheth, but with which the Holy Ghost teacheth, comparing spiritual things with spiritual. But the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness unto him, neither can he know them because they are spiritually discerned. As we study the Bible, many words are untranslated, just translated into English language for us to pronounce, and many times we ourselves give our own definition and understanding. Something the Bible clear. This is the fucking longest. I'm not reading all of it. Look, y'all. This is the longest fucking.
God damn.
Look at that.
God damn.
No.
Who does that for a book?
The
Somebody is
TLDR.
For a
trying to
fucking
convince you.
summary.
Somebody is trying to convince you they know what the fuck they're talking about, using a whole lot of
Right.
words. Like, no. The reality is that, like, Thinker was talking about this before. Paleo Hebrew is an ancient form of the Hebrew script. And their letters derive from, what is it, Phoenician, right? Yeah. So and clearly that summary right there, when as soon as they talk about spiritual interpretation, like, you're not dealing with anything empirical.
And then on top, right, and then on top of that, he doesn't even allow you to see the sample to the Hebrew letters, like the symbols, so that you can know if you want to buy this book. Like, he only gives you access to his fucking introduction. Like, no, absolutely not, absolutely not.
And was not peer reviewed. You gonna give us a non-peer reviewed source? Come on, sir.
Yeah.
That was self-published. You could have printed that at home.
I'm trying to see what reviews he got. Oh, he got 12 ratings. Let me see. This dictionary is a must if you are the two children of, oh God, you know who all these people are. Hold on. Apparently, it says, unfortunately, this dictionary doesn't match the advertisement. It's deception. I didn't find any new definitions in the dictionary. Many words were missing that could be useful. I think the size of the book and the limited number of words provided are overpriced.
I wouldn't buy that book with another nigga money.
Somebody said, "Hi, it's not what I thought I was getting."
Damn.
Yeah, bro. No.
Hey,
Did you read the reviews before you
it
posted?
works. It works for me
How does it work for
I
you?
bet it does.
because
What
I've been
what
with.
what are the alphabet in
Cause,
paleo
cause
Hebrew?
I've been with him. I've been with him ever since
Okay.
he
Okay. Cool.
became
All right. What's the
Okay, y'all
alphabet?
go
What's the
together.
Yeah, I got his phone number and everything, bro. I know the dude.
Okay, cool. What's the alphabet in Paleo Hebrew? Can you say them for me?
No, I'm not gonna do that
Why? Why?
because no,
Cause,
why should I do that? I showed you the book. You didn't believe in the book, so why should I? So why should I?
because I need to
What?
see. I need
No,
to see how they're
no, you don't
different
need.
from biblical Hebrew. What the fuck? I need to see how
It
the
ain't.
Paleo Hebrew is different from the biblical Hebrew. You're making a claim.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a olive.
Okay. What's bet? What's after that?
Nah, we good.
I think that's Dallas for shit. I don't know.
That ain't
That's
Dallas for
crazy.
shit.
Because in real life, if somebody was like, "What's the alphabet?" and
Nah,
you go, "A, that's one." Nigga, it's
nah.
26 other them motherfuckers. Like,
Yeah, I know.
the fuck? You think that's what? You think that's
I
gonna be
know.
good?
I
You learned
know.
the first letter? Amazing. What's the next couple of them?
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, how free was Adam
He
and
gonna say
Eve's free
olive,
will before
bolive, colive,
eating the fruit?
dolive, eolive.
I ain't gonna say that. How free was Adam and Eve's free will before eating the fruit? I just told you. That's just how I feel.
Do you care if what you feel is true?
You know what? I do.
How did you determine that what you believe is true?
It all started when I was like, let's see, I was like mm, 15, 16 years old. I had stopped believing in God. Uh, I started thinking that God was the son, and the Bible was a white man book to keep slaves in check. Because I had found out from my great grandmother that slavery was forced on us, and she was the first one to tell me that Jesus was black. But
Huh?
yeah, my great
You
grandmother
learned
told
that
me this.
slavery wasn't a choice from your grandma?
No, I learned that Christianity was forced on us during slavery. She told me that. She was in it.
That's not what you said, but okay.
She was in it. So
She was
you
in
know,
slavery?
yeah, and so it had me, you know what I'm saying? Like,
How the fuck old are you that your grandma was in slavery?
I said my great grandmother, bro.
How the fuck old are you that your great grandma was in slavery?
Man, I'm 45.
45.
I'm
My
Your
45
parents,
great
and my
grandmother
great
was a
grandmama went
slave?
in slavery.
my parents had me when they were 17 years. My parents had me when they were
I'm
17
that
years old.
Hey, bro,
even
I'm
worse.
45.
Your great
Bro,
grandmother was a fucking
bro.
slave is insane.
So
What?
yeah, she used to tell me stories, man. I'd be
Was she
bawling
a
out crying.
sharecropper, maybe?
Now she was owned by Indians, man. She said them Indians was some mean people. And so I had stopped believing. I started thinking the sun
Wait,
was
how old was
God.
your
And
grandmama when she died?
my great grandmother,
Yeah.
she was in her 70s, 80s.
Early
Wait,
onset
how
dementia.
old? How old was she?
She was in her 80s. She had
What?
long hair. She had long hair and everything.
Yeah.
Nigga,
When
that
did
is
she
so
die?
not.
What year
Long
did she die?
hair.
Right?
Y'all know how black people used to be that had good hair and they was like, I'm half white. I'm half Indian.
Yeah. I'm talking on my mama's side.
Yeah. What year did your great grandmother die?
What was that? 19. I want to say.
Hmm?
Hold on. I was born in 80. I would talk to her. Yeah, about 89. 89.
She died in 89 and slavery ended in 1865.
Yeah, yeah. I
She
mean,
died at
yeah, she told me stories, about what she seen her grandparents go through and
But you do
her parents.
realize that wouldn't mean that if she died in 1989 and slavery ended in 1865, your grandmama was like 150 years old when she died. Like she was like
No, no, no,
hold on, listen,
no.
listen,
She when I
listen,
say she
listen,
was
hold
in
on,
it,
listen. There is 124 years from when
right,
your grandmother died, from when slavery ended in
right,
1865 to the time she died.
right.
That's
She was a
hey,
she was
hold
a
on, hey,
child.
I
Hold
want you,
on,
hey,
brother,
I
because the
want you
numbers
to,
is fucking you up.
yeah, I want you to listen to what I'm saying, okay? From the year slavery was abolished in 1865 to the time your grandmother died in 1989, it is 124 years. That means slavery ended in 1865, and there is no way your grandmother was a slave. Your great grandmother, there's no way.
Unless she was saying she was in the uterus of her grandmother when her grandmother was born, maybe.
Not even. Oh, the uterus of her grandmother. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that would be the only way. Right, and enslaved by Indians, by Native Americans, like that ended way before American slavery. So ain't
I
no
didn't know
way.
India got in on colonization. I thought they were being colonized.
Are you
Now the
there?
gas stations make sense. Oh my goodness. We've been looking in the wrong spot.
Are you there, Israel?
You got to come off mute. You do this thing where you interrupt people, so I mute you.
It's like you had rich Europeans and poor Europeans over here. You had slave owners, then you had indentured servitudes. Servitude and slavery is two different things, though. Servitude, they were getting paid. We was getting paid with hog guts and pig feet, which is why I call them chitlins and pig feet slave food.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah.
Nigga, if you was getting paid in something, then that mean you was paid.
I take that back.
No,
You don't sound like my ex-husband because that motherfucker was at least intelligent. Like, no.
Oh, you just mean like
He,
sonically sound like, not
yeah,
like. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Never mind. I reserve. Okay, I take back the judgment that I wasn't gonna let out earlier.
No,
I'm about to say
that's
no,
why I
ain't
asked him.
no.
That's why I asked him if he was from Chicago because of the way he say his words.
yeah, but now, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it was real. You know what I'm saying? It was real. But what made me get into the Bible, I went over to my old man house. But my old man, he didn't like the Bible. He didn't like Christianity, none of that. You know what I'm saying? And the Bibles he had them he had them put up. He didn't want to have nothing to do with no Bible. But then I went over there one day because me and my son mother was having some issues, so I just left the house. You know what I'm saying? When he got some alcohol and some pork skins in the bag. I love them pork skins. And I was drunk.
That's
I
why you're
had
not going
drunk,
to heaven right now.
and I had drunk. I had drunk too much, but I went over to my old man house anyway. And I go in the house. I see all these Bibles in the. He had a Bible on the coffee table. He had a Bible in the kitchen. Then he had a Bible in his room. I say, hey, Dad, what's going on? They done Christianized you? He say, nah, son, they ain't Christianized. He say, sit down. I say, what's going on? We talk about. He say, what's going on? What about you over here? I was telling him about me and my son, my baby mama, whatever. Whoop de whoop. And so we sat down.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? I'm eating the pork skins. I got the pork skins. The bird when he got him some chips when he got me another bag. He say, son, read Deuteronomy 28. I said, oh shit. Here we go with this shit.
wait, are you telling us the indoctrination moment into Hebrew Israelites?
Yeah,
Basically.
he told me to read Deuteronomy 28. I got to read Deuteronomy 28. I was reading all
Keep
these
in mind,
good
he
things.
already told us that he was fucking hammered, so he's coming to these realizations while inebriated.
I
Please
think my
continue.
question, yeah,
I was
and I
reading.
think my question was, how did you determine that it was true? And
Okay,
this is how the story
okay.
starts.
You gonna let me finish?
Wait,
Okay,
she has a hold on. She has a question, but I also want to know, was Deuteronomy 28 written in Paleo Hebrew?
nah, I was reading King James version,
Wait,
the
so
English version.
hold on. So biblical Hebrew, or y'all call it Yiddish Hebrew, you reject, but you believe that you are an Israelite
Now
because
that's real Hebrew right there.
hold on. You believe that you are a Israelite because of the King's English says so, and the King's English translated from the Bishop's Bible in biblical Hebrew,
You know what? Yes, ma'am,
not
I do.
Paleo Hebrew. That's crazy to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on, and I have. Do you recognize the chart on the screen?
Yes, ma'am. That's real. That's real Paleo Hebrew right there.
That is so
That's the
interesting to me
language of my
because you know what
ancestors
you're
right there.
missing. You know what you're missing. You know what you're not fucking looking at. The same way you don't know how to count from 1865 to 1989 is right here, and this aisle right here is what you would call Yiddish.
No,
And this pictograph for olive is
no.
the biblical olive right there. The bet right here, the biblical bet. The gimel, the biblical gimel. The
Mm-hmm.
dalet, the biblical dalet. It's the
Mm-hmm.
same fucking alphabet.
Nah.
Paleo Hebrew is a fucking font, or like since font is computer, it's a script, it's a handwriting style. That's all it is. The alphabets are the same: aleph, bet, gimel, dalet, hey, vav, zayin, het, tet, yod, kaf, lamet, mem, nun, samek, ayin, pei,
Get it, girl.
sadi, kof,
Get it,
resh,
girl.
shin, and tav. These are all the same. It's just the way they wrote them before the language, the letters were perfected. It's the same alphabet. You have nothing in Paleo Hebrew for you to read. But the fact that you believe the King's English that was translated from this column, not this column, it was translated from this column here, is wild as fuck to me. You're on mute. Talking about that's our ancestors' language.
Now explain that one. You know what I'm saying? I ain't believing no God. When my mom passed away, I get on my knees and say, God, why you take her? I don't think that's a coincidence.
What?
What the fuck?
What does that even mean?
So you don't think it's a coincidence for you to question God, which you have been taught to believe in your entire life?
No,
You've
I
been
was
taught
no, I didn't believe in no God.
it has been taught around you and practiced by people that raised you your entire life, and you think it's symbolic or it's important that you said, God, why did you take her when your mom died?
Yeah, because I didn't believe in no God. I thought the sun was God. When I see the sun, I used to be like, oh, God don't woke up. Yeah, I was out there
So you
bad.
did
I'm not
believe
gonna
in a
say,
God. You did believe in a God. The
yeah,
sun was the God.
yeah.
You just said you didn't believe in a God, but then you
Nah, I
say
didn't
you
believe in the
thought the
Bible.
sun was God. No,
Nah, I
that's
didn't
not.
believe.
That isn't what you said.
So now you just gonna make me say what? Now you just gonna make me say that.
It's what
No,
you
nigga, you
said.
already said that.
You just gonna
Play
make
it
you
back
just
Don't
you
you
just
ever
for
you
her.
hear
just you just gonna
yourself?
make you just gonna make me say that, huh?
It's
I
what
So
ain't
you're
you
just gonna
mad.
double
said.
down on being a
You
dumbass,
never
huh?
Bro, you can
the
call me what you
quadruple
want,
down.
bro. I don't even
I
care, bro.
just did.
I'm
I
not
just
worried
did that.
about you, bro. Cause on Judgment
I
Day,
don't care.
on Judgment
That's
Day,
cool.
you know what I want. You know what I don't want to hear. I never knew you on Judgment Day, so I don't care about what you talking about. You heard me?
Oh, that's fine.
You know what you're gonna hear. You know what you're gonna hear. Hold on, I'm gonna show you.
La 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 la.
Oh,
You
he's
hear? Did you hear it?
Did he just do
Did you hear
some
it?
childish ass shit?
crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as if I was
he
talking or
did.
making any sound. He's doing
nah,
la 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 in the middle of silence, looking like a complete dumbass.
nah, cause I thought
You're
he was
doing
gonna do
la
some.
la la
Nah,
in
cause
the
I thought
middle of complete
no,
silence.
cause I thought he
You're
was
trying
gonna
to
do some.
pretend like
Cause
you're
I
not
thought he.
listening to
Cause,
silence, you dumb fuck.
no, cause I thought you was gonna do some dumb, just say some dumb shit. So I
Yeah,
just hit
yeah,
you
but
with the
you
la
only do
la
the
la.
la 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 when someone's talking. Like right now, like when you're talking, you la 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 la. I'm not hearing you. But if I'm not saying anything, what is the la 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 gonna do?
Man, you know what, bro? I understand you try to sound intelligent.
Exactly, it's gonna be absolutely nothing. Exactly.
I understand you trying to sound intelligent or whatever. You know what I'm
I'm not
saying?
trying to do anything. I am that I am.
Man, you trying? Oh, so you believe in Jehovah, huh? So you believe in Christ Jehovah, huh? The Spirit of God. I am that I
Because I
am,
said something that sounds like something in your book, I believe in God.
huh?
I better not say strike poles, otherwise you might accuse me of being God.
Hey, what did he say in Paleo Hebrew right there? He definitely didn't say I am that I am. But what did he say in Paleo Hebrew?
You know what do you say?
No, I don't. I don't
Why y'all
speak.
always do that?
I don't speak handwriting. What did he say?
You know what he said. What do you say?
I can't.
You know what he said. What do you say?
He got a
Don't speak
special skill.
handwriting.
He can speak
Wild.
handwriting. Like what?
You know what he said. What do you say?
I don't know.
I
I
speak
told you
cursive.
I don't. Yeah, I don't speak
Nah,
blocks.
I'm good. I done been I done been beat up on enough. I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna step
Beat you
down.
up.
It only feels like you're
Gonna
getting
step
beat up
down.
because you say shit without knowledge.
Wait, is this Snotty Pippin? Is
Who
this not?
said who
Is
said
this?
I don't speak handwriting?
I
It was me.
don't. I don't. He trying to tell me I know what it said. I don't speak handwriting. Like that's what they speak.
No,
That's their
I'm good.
ancestor language.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Well, I tell you what.
Wait,
One,
are you Snotty Pippin?
I know this one guy that said.
Yes.
I
This
know this
is
Yeah.
one guy that
Yeah, that's the
said.
same.
I know this one guy that said either believe in something or you gonna fall for anything.
man. I swear
Now,
that's the
Wrong.
shit my
That's
ex
not how it
husband used to
goes.
say.
That's not how that saying goes.
At all.
That's not how that saying goes.
Hey, I bet you say the Bible is basic instructions for leaving Earth, don't you?
Probably so.
Do you say that? Israel.
I got muted. I was trying to answer. Now let's say I don't say basic instruction for leaving Earth. Now let's say I'm not an
Okay.
Israel.
You just did.
Now let's just say I'm not an Israelite. Let's just say that. Let's just put that out there on the tape.
You're not an Israelite.
Okay. Let's just say I'm not. But
Okay, you're not an Israelite.
if God dealt with these people and gave these people laws and the way these people live, and if I take up under their covenant and learn about that God, the God that created heaven, the earth, the sun, the stars, the moon, people, I want to be like these people because God
Hey,
loved these
question.
people. So if I'm
That's
not an
amazing.
Israelite,
Question.
I'm damn sure
Yeah.
gonna try to get that. I'm damn
100%.
sure gonna try to do that lifestyle. You heard?
100%. Imagine that you are the head of a family, as designated by this religion, and you give your children instructions like clean your room, take the trash out, do the dishes, things of that nature, and then when they turn 18, you pay for their college. Now imagine a 17-and-a-half-year-old random child comes up to you and says, "Hey, I've been following all the rules that you set for your kids. Can I go to college?" just imagine what that's like to someone. Like the motherfucker was not thinking about you, talking to you, giving a fuck about you, and you gonna show up and be like, "Hey, I was doing all the shit you told your kids, the ones that you was actually fucking with. I did that shit too. Can I join?"
You
Ain't
must have
that
heard.
what Jesus say? Don't Jesus say that?
He mustn't hear what I said, yeah. I said either you gonna stand for something or you gonna fall for anything,
Like
No,
what
that's
he
bro.
not what you
did?
That's not
said.
all you said, dude.
Bro, I'm
That's
like ain't
are
nobody
you
gonna give
you
me.
are
Ain't
hold on, hold
no
on, hold on, hold on.
nobody's
Hold
going
on,
to
hold on.
You
deter
need
me
Hold on,
away
hold
from
boundaries.
on,
this,
hold
bro.
on, hold on,
Nobody.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
I'm
You
sticking with
literally
this till
just
I.
said, "Let's say I'm not." You said, let's say I'm not, and then you talked about how you're going to fucking try to weasel your way in because you're going to copy what other people did. Cool. But in actuality, in real life, if you did that to somebody, they'd be like, who the fuck are you? I don't give a fuck that you followed the rules that I set out for my kids. You're not my child. Why the fuck would I pay for your college?
So nobody, I mean, Israel, nobody is trying to pull you away from it. Like you
Oh,
clearly
okay.
don't, yeah, you clearly don't care to confirm that what you believe is true. Like Osa was saying, that would be like me putting on a Falcons jersey, going to the training camp, emulating the moves and taking it like I'm on the team. That does not make me on the roster, right? So
Show up on the stadium on Sunday.
exactly. Talking about put me in, coach. Like, no, sit your ass down. So
Hey, well,
nobody's trying to take it from you. Keep it. Like what we're saying though is that you can't, just because you've accepted it without analyzing it, without confirming it, without thinking through it critically, doesn't make it true. And it also doesn't make it appealing. Like some of us prefer to ensure that what we believe has been confirmed. You
right,
don't choose to believe a thing. Belief
right.
happens to you when you read information and you verify that information and you ensure that it's coming from an unbiased source, as unbiased of a source as possible. You read a book that was written by a person who wants you to believe that you are an Israelite. You haven't, and genealogy isn't determined by words in a book. If somebody came to you and was like, oh, this kid looks like you, therefore he's your son. No, you want DNA tests, you want verification that this person is related to you. I'm not going to claim genealogy that I can't demonstrate. That's not how ancestry is determined, and we know that.
Okay, but you asked me a question. You say, how do I feel about such and such topic? You said, what do I think, right? You asked me, what do I think, right? So I gave you what I think according to the Bible. And you know what I'm saying? I feel like right there, like, you know what I'm saying? That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? That's how I think.
I know
You know what
that's
I'm saying?
how you think, but
That's just like you ask me, we go to a restaurant. You be like, well, I feel like you should get this, but I'll be like, nah, I don't want that. I want this.
that's
You
not
know what I'm
what we're
saying?
talking
Am
Nigga,
I
about.
you
not able to,
suck at
am I not able,
analogies.
am
Y'all
I
niggas
not able,
cannot actualize
am,
ideas at all.
am I
Mm-mm.
not able to think on my own? You know what I'm saying? Like,
You're
do I
You're
have
not.
to?
not.
You just
Oh,
demonstrated
so
that.
this,
You're
so this, so
not. You
this,
just
so this,
demonstrated that.
so this, what y'all is? Y'all take away people's. Y'all force
Look
people
at
to
you. Look
believe
at
on
you.
what
You
y'all
struggling to
believe
find it
on,
because you
right?
don't know what you're talking
You
about. You
gave it
So
struggling to
away.
y'all,
find the
so
words
y'all
because you
do the
don't know what
opposite.
you're talking
So
about.
y'all,
You are so dumb, nigga.
so basically, this
Get
whole
smart.
panel do. So this whole panel do the same thing like them Israelite camps, them fake camps that be downtown at the
Absolutely,
street
absolutely,
corners, right?
Like
absolutely. You could draw the
That's
perfect
y'all.
parallel because we're
That's
definitely
y'all.
telling you,
That's y'all, right?
what to think and not just how
Yeah,
to think.
right.
Right?
Y'all acting
Exactly.
just
Yeah,
like them
you're right.
street.
You're
Y'all
right. No,
acting
you're
just
right.
like them
You're right.
fake
You're right.
street, them fake Israelites that
And
be downtown them street corners.
we can tell from the amount of analogies that you use or the type of analogies that you use that
Y'all
you
acting
have a
just like.
handle on what is real. Isn't that ironic? We can
no,
tell.
and
We
the
can
thing
tell you know what you're talking about based on the shit you say.
And the thing about it is, like, I literally just said that nobody's trying to tell you what to think. In the same way that no one can tell me what I believe and no one can tell me how to use my brain, we're not trying to tell you either of those things. What we do engage in this space is critical thought. So if you have a belief system and you want to share it, okay, cool. But here are the questions that I would have if somebody presented that claim to me. So nobody is telling you that you can't believe it. Nobody is trying to tell people what they can or cannot believe. What I can tell you is why I don't accept it. What I can point out to you are the cracks and the chasms in the logic that you're trying to utilize to get to the conclusion that you've drawn. That's not trying to tell you what to think. That's trying to tell you why I don't agree. And in the same way that no one can tell you how to use your brain, you can't tell us how to use ours. We know how genealogy is established. Whether that makes your position uncomfortable for you or not, it doesn't change reality. So no, we're not the same as the people trying to on the corner trying to tell people what to think. We're actually saying, don't listen to us. Don't listen to me. Don't believe what I believe just because I believe it. You'd be just as erroneous in that as you would a Hebrew Israelite. If I'm telling you what I think, if I'm telling you what my position is, go verify it. If I've missed something, then bring that to me. And when you bring it to me and you show me how you know what you know, and it makes sense and it comports with reality, I will have to acknowledge it and adjust. Nobody's trying to tell you what to believe. We're trying to stop people from doing that very thing by encouraging them to think for themselves. But y'all come in here with these protected belief systems, these ideologies that you've attached your identity to, and you protect it because it by examining it, it seems as though it would crumble what you have built to be you. But that's not our fault. And that doesn't change the issues with the foundation of your belief system. That's just sound epistemology. And your belief system doesn't get a hall pass for that. Like it has to stand up to the same scrutiny as mine. That's being intellectually honest.
Yeah, how many eyes are in subtile?
One, do you believe in a God? YZ
You can just call
kryptonite
me Fee. Fee
fee.
is fine. I
Do you
don't.
believe? You don't.
I do not believe it. I don't see evidence of a God. I don't believe in anything I don't understand. And if you're telling me I have to start with belief and then just build around it, my answer to you is going to
No,
be no.
I'm not gonna do that.
No,
I'm just trying to.
a lot of believers do. There was
Oh,
somebody in the comments earlier, like saw it's a dude in my DM has been sending me like pages of scriptures and notes trying to tell me that I need to just believe. Like the fuck? That's not how belief happens. I'm not gonna
nah, you
believe some
right
shit I
about
don't
that.
understand.
Yeah, I feel you on that. You know,
And did you say
that.
one eye is in subtile?
I don't think you do.
You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
think you do. I don't think you do.
I'm,
Yeah,
I'm
you're making a claim about something that's not true. You do just believe stuff because somebody tell you. Like you believe that you was an Israelite without you doing the proper research to verify that.
I knew about the transatlantic slave trade if I knew about the Bible.
The transatlantic slave trade ain't got shit to do with no damn Israelites.
Oh,
Oh.
some people didn't come over on those ships.
They weren't Israelites.
So God allowed me. He said, "I'm gonna bring Israel over here in ships."
He didn't say that.
I want me to show you the scripture.
Mm-hmm.
If I show you the
Yeah,
scripture,
show me the scripture where your God say I'm going to take Israel to North America in ships.
yeah. Man, I like this girl, man. She got
I'm
it.
not. I'm a fucking
I already
woman.
said she's
Oh,
not a girl.
What?
oh, okay. I'm sorry. I ain't mean disrespect. I like this woman, man. She got a backbone on her, boy.
You a weird nigga.
Like what?
In case you go your whole life without somebody else telling you that, you a weird nigga for real.
Shit. Hold on. Oh man, hold up. Hold up. And it should come to pass if thou shalt hearken diligently. Well, no, that's the good part. Hold on.
This motherfucker said I'm excited he can read something.
But it shall come to pass if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses should come upon thee and overtake thee. And 68 says what?
Read it.
And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships,
Are
by the
you in
way
Egypt?
whereof I
Wait, does
spake
Hold
unto
Egypt
on.
thee.
do?
Hold on.
Thou
Is
shalt
the
see it
wait?
no
Stop. Is the
more again.
wait? Hey. Did the transatlantic slave trade take black people into Egypt, or did it bring them here to North America and to the West Indies?
Do you know what the word Egypt means?
It means bondage in Hebrew, but you don't speak Hebrew. You speak Sanskrit.
Yeah, that's why that's why I was gonna say bondage. And there ye shall be
Wait.
sold
Why
unto
are you
your
saying
enemies.
bondage? Why are you saying bondage? That
You,
is the context in Yiddish that you don't
no,
like.
it's
That you
not
that
Yiddish.
hold on, hold
That
on,
is
hold
not
on, hold
Yiddish.
on.
Stop
Stop,
it.
stop, stop,
I'm gonna
stop
mute
it because
myself.
this is just getting fucking embarrassing. The definition of Mizraim in Hebrew is bondage, and that is the Hebrew that you are calling Yiddish. Like that ain't got nothing to do with block letters. I'm trying to understand why you're using the same definition, but still, what the fuck does that have to do with North America and the transatlantic slave trade? You're on mute.
You tell me.
This is your point. What the fuck do you mean? You tell me. This is the point you were making. Are you there? You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
What does this have to do with the transatlantic slave trade?
I'm waiting on the answer.
Do you know how claims work? You made the claim, so you tell us.
Yeah, you asked her to read that scripture, and you made the claim that this was about Black people and America.
I'm waiting on the answer. I'm waiting on the answer.
No, you made the claim. You have to provide the answer. You made the claim. The burden of proof is on you to substantiate how this refers to Black people in America. I don't know that this is gonna go anywhere, Thinker.
I'm gonna try one more thing. Hey, bro. Hey, homie.
Yeah, what's up?
Say
You
in
want
the
to change the
beginning.
subject?
No, in the beginning of Deuteronomy 28, there's some words there, and it says, "Hey, yo, if you will only obey the Lord your God, and do all His commandments that He's commanding you today, the Lord your God will set you on high above all the nations of the earth. All these blessings gonna be yours, and you just gonna take over." So the people that obeyed are the ones that got all those blessings. The ones that got all the power today. What happened to the ones that obeyed? Are they Israelites too?
You
Huh?
tell me.
You ain't think that far, did
Nigga
you?
that don't know shit.
You didn't read the first verse, did you? You went straight to ships and slavery and said, "There go my great 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 grandmama," didn't you?
That's what happened.
That's exactly what happened. Because you didn't know that He passed out blessings in this, and said you skipped over the word "if" in this too. So the people
You
that
wanted
are
me to justify
the
Egypt. I
people that
didn't
are
have to go to
blessed,
no book.
the people that are blessed in the city and blessed in the field, who is that? Who are they?
When we come, when we
The
go.
ones that are obeying His voice.
Are they Israelites?
You tell me.
Is that what you say when you don't know the answer? Because I don't know is equally as acceptable and a lot less irritating.
This is the mind of a narcissist. This is
Now
what
I'm a
narcissistic
narcissist.
ass people do.
Now I'm a narcissist.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
man, I'm trying to give you the flow. Go get it, take it.
You narcissistic as fuck.
It's one thing to be told that you're a dumbass. Like, people say shit all the time. You don't necessarily register it or think about it, but it has to be an entirely different feeling to sit and just have to reconcile the fact that you have no idea what you're saying or what to say. Like, at that point, when you're in that moment, you still can't realize, you still can't
bro,
actualize the idea of you being stupid. Like, you need to
bro,
rectify that by
bro.
learning something, having something to contribute to a conversation other than, you tell me.
Bro, I
You
don't do no
tell
spit
me.
boxing, bro. I don't do no spit boxing. I ain't no internet bumper, bro. I don't do internet bumping, bro. So I
That's
mean,
amazing. You don't
you
do
ain't gonna get
brain
that out of
stuff
me,
either.
bro. I don't do no internet
Exactly. I
bumping,
won't
bro.
get
You ain't gonna
thinking
get
out of
that up
you.
out of me, bro.
Exactly. Exactly. Because on the internet, the only thing that you can use is your fucking brain. That's why you don't do this, because you don't like using your brain. Exactly. You're saying exactly what I'm saying. Good job. And the irony is, being an idiot is curable. You can fix that. Did you know that? You don't have to be a dumbass. Did you know that? You can fix that for real. It's this thing that they invented back in probably about Paleo BC 4000. It's called thinking, learning.
Paleo BC. Let me ask you something, Israel. When's the last time you were wrong about something and you had to adjust your position on the way you understood a thing?
Yeah, just a minute ago.
What was that? What did you adjust?
Say I was just nothing. I said you asked me a question about when the last time I was wrong. A minute ago.
Well, I asked you, it was a two-part question. I said, when is the last time you were wrong and you had to adjust your position on something?
Okay, the last time I was wrong was a minute ago. Last time I had to possess the second thing, I don't know. That I can't answer.
You ain't gonna be able to answer because you can't even say
I
it.
don't know that
She
you could
said,
understand. Right.
hold on, bro. She said she said, when was the last time that you was wrong and you had to adjust your position? That means change your mind, change your argument, come from a different perspective, change your belief.
Okay. The first time I was wrong, a minute ago. Second one, when I had to adjust my position, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure you can tell me. So I'm waiting on that answer.
Well, I can't.
How's she gonna tell
You
you?
got all the answers. So I'm sure you the smartest. You the smartest person in the world. You tell me.
No, I'm neither
You're
of
so
those
dumb you don't
things.
even know that doesn't make sense.
Right? I don't have all the answers. I'm absolutely not the smartest person in the world, but I do know that if you there's a gap or even a cutoff from identifying that you were wrong, but it doesn't lead to changing your position on something, I think that indicates an issue, right? Like if you know that you have incorrect information, but you hold on to the position that you stepped into with that incorrect information and you stay firmly rooted, for me, that is a problem. So again, I don't have all the answers. And I could 100% be wrong about every single thing that I know. And the moment I get information that shows me I'm wrong, then I adjust my position accordingly because I don't want to move in a space that's rooted in things that are not true. You can't use information that's not true. You believe that you are an Israelite. You believe that you are a descendant of people in this book. You can't use that information because one, you can't prove that it's true. You can't take what you think to be true to any other country and claim citizenship. If I had roots in a country and I can establish those roots, then that grants me access because information that's true can be utilized. What can you do with your Israelite heritage right now? And you don't have to answer that. I can leave that very rhetorical. And that's also not something I can tell you the answer to. But the reality is that if it's something that you know that you can't utilize, you can't do something with, then you should ask yourself, is it true or not?
You know he think you just use a slur, right?
What slur?
So
I was
rhetorical
thinking,
means you don't have to
yeah.
answer the
I was
question.
like, I was gonna say, you calling me rhetorical? I ain't
Hey,
rhetorical. You
He think you use a
rhetorical,
slur.
rhetorical.
hey, somebody tell my boy Atlanta. Somebody tell my boy Atlanta Israel to get on this panel, man.
Hey,
Is
hey,
he
Somebody put
hey,
rhetorical?
Atlanta
hey,
Israel on that
hey,
panel.
hey,
Is he gonna be
hey, hey.
rhetorical?
You tell me. That was rhetorical. Don't tell me.
You tell me.
Oh my goodness.
It's so funny to me. Y'all get up here to get clowned on for what? Like it doesn't accomplish anything. You guys don't like reckon with the fact that you're ignorant and need to change that. Y'all just like to get up here and I guess say stupid shit. Like I don't even understand the point of this. This doesn't help you. It surely isn't accomplishing the goal that you're setting out for. Like, what's the fucking point?
I think to say that I guess Atlanta Israel is another person that can readily have responses to the things that we're pushing back on, but that doesn't make what he's saying true. And I think that's part of the problem. Like if you're just wanting to appeal to a person who can pull out apologetics a little bit quicker than you can, then it's not a quest for truth. It's a quest to protect what you already believe, whether it's true or not. And that doesn't work for all of us.
You done rhetorical?
Imagine a nigga that believes everything trying to tell me something.
He's in the comments saying he's still waiting on his answer. But the problem is, friend, we asked you a question. It didn't go the other way around. You made a claim, and now you're asking us to substantiate the claim?
That's very narcissistic. And gaslight.
This nigga said you a good brother.
She gonna get mad, bro. She gonna get mad.
Yeah.
I think he's waiting for who this Atlanta Israel person in the comments to come up here and upset us with, I guess, some information. I don't know what their shtick is, but he's not going to fare any better than you if you cannot show us how you know what you know. Just regurgitating things that someone has told you.
Evidently.
Wait, what she said? They said they wouldn't be up in here. Shush. Shush. I'm talking. They said we would not be up in here. Is that what they said? We not. Hold on. Wait. I definitely wouldn't be up in here. But you're here. You're up in here. While saying that, do y'all share a brain?
Me tell you.
Right. So you up in here. Like, you realize that?
You came because of your brother? That sounds kind of weird.
So, but you're
Island boys.
okay. Is that your sister, Israel? Israel.
Oh, now he upset in the comments.
Who upset?
That's my brother.
Oh, that's your brother.
Yeah.
Is that your blood brother, or is he your brother from a camp?
Nah, he my blood brother. He just texted me and said, y'all don't be trying to hear nothing.
Okay, you don't have nothing for us to hear. So was he drunk too when your daddy indoctrinated him?
You tell me.
Yeah, that's just got to be a fuck.
He don't even want to try to engage his brain anymore.
Your mama should have named you and him rhetorical, and you tell me.
Well, too bad is Monte.
That's the same fucking thing.
What did he say? This sounds like another language. What did you say?
Too bad is Monte.
He's gonna say that stupid shit again.
Why would you say that after I told him? Like, it's just an idiot.
Y'all, please don't tag me and tell me what to do with my panel. I know what I'm doing, and we know when we keep people up and why. So please don't do that.
In other words, don't you tell me.
like the literal opposite of that. A friend of mine, my friend and her husband and daughter came over yesterday and hung out with us a little bit. We were talking about the fact that like she is Jewish, like just ethnically. He's extremely I would probably classify him as an agnostic atheist because he's open to like understanding things or ideas that haven't been conceptualized before, but he needs evidence for it, much like the things that we talk about. And I think it's interesting the number of people who hold belief systems without having actually thought through those belief systems, so much so that when you get in conversations like these and the first level of pushback, they don't have any response to it. The first step towards, down the ladder of, or up the ladder, if you will, of epistemology, they can't go past rung number one. And he and I were talking about how prevalent it is. And I told him I'd share these lives with him because I haven't shared it with him before. But I was like, and it's not just in like the world that they live in. Like they're white people, so they live in a very different world than we live in. But they were talking about it from the perspective of his mother just passed away and how like heavily religious the funeral services were. And they aren't like, again, he's an agnostic atheist, but it's almost like this automatic blanket of belief that's covered over anything that happens in a person's life. And I think this conversation shows how that blanket of belief can just become heavier and heavier without it ever being truly analyzed, without the questions being asked. Like even when you went to Deuteronomy chapter 28, the first part of that verse talks about the blessings. Those are completely leapfrogged over. They don't have an explanation for it. You have to just accept that Egypt means America when the book doesn't say that. If it meant America, it would have fucking said America. It doesn't say that. But so many people are more concerned about what makes them comfortable as opposed to what is true. And if what's true makes them uncomfortable, they will ignore facts to the point of protecting what they believe and then call us crazy, or they just don't want to learn. No, we don't want to be lied to. And those are two completely different things. And it's just so disingenuous to engage that way.
I think too the fact like how they respond when they're questioned
Yep.
shows how they also operate in life, and which is why I called him a narcissist, because when let's say he is having a conversation with his brother or his significant other, and he doesn't want to answer the questions that they're asking, he's just going to say, "You tell me." Right, the same way he operates in here with dodging questions, deflecting, and trying to change reality. Like, no, I'm giving you the floor and the power to say what you need to say or to answer the question, and pretend like it's not, because he doesn't know the answer or he doesn't understand. He does that same shit in his everyday life.
Yeah. And I think we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, how like the greatest marker for a person to evolve and grow is their ability to be wrong. So I don't know if Israel realized it, but the question that I asked him, I think was a pretty important one. When were you wrong and what position did you have to change? Because if you are willing to stay in the same position, even though you have information to show you that you are wrong, that ultimately guarantees that you will not grow. And I think people are more focused on trying to protect where they are as opposed to examining where they are. I can be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong about God. I could be wrong about anything. And I'm willing to adjust my position when you show me where I'm wrong. But coming in here just telling us, oh, well, this means that, it doesn't really mean that, it's a different letter. If I got to do all of that massaging, if I've got to do all of that heavy lifting, then maybe, just maybe, that book is not saying what you're telling me it's saying. Because if it were, I would be able to read it and get the same thing that you did.
I
But
remember
tell me what
when
it's
I
saying.
when
Then.
I
Tell,
was
tell me what
married.
it's
I'm
saying. Tell
talking
me
right
what it's
now.
saying.
I'm talking right now. I remember when I was married, and I was my ex-husband would be like, "You do such and such and such," and I would say, "Can you give me an example of how I do that?" And he'll go, "You already know. You tell me.
Yep.
You already know." And that's that gaslighting, like making the claims about your behavior or something that you did because they know they're the ones doing it, right? in the same way in the church, like with this belief system, this is why that religious professor, the professor of religion, said that Jesus created a new religion, and the name of the religion was narcissism. And because you have to use very narcissistic strategies in order to convince someone that this is truth.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they've perfected it in a lot of ways because they layered in the fear, they've layered in or taken advantage of, which is very manipulative, by the way, right? Like they know the reality of Black people that were stolen from Africa and brought to this country. They know the severing that happened to our identity. And I feel like this is just another way to manipulate a group of people using this book. And yes, this book, because that's what it is. It is literally a book in the same way that Harry Potter is a book. The only difference is we know who wrote Harry Potter. We can tell you the life of the things about the life of the person that wrote Harry Potter. You have to believe that men 3,000 years ago actually heard from a God, that he actually told them these things, which if you actually read the book, it should raise some additional questions, but questions are going to be the bane of their existence because I think control is ultimately what they want, or some sort of identity, which is why they gravitate towards this nonsense. But you're right. Like it is, there has to be a certain level of narcissism baked into a person that accepts something like this to feel like this book was written all these years ago about me and my people. It's about us and you're writing yourself into it. No, everything is not about you. Everything is not about me.
Think about why they never taught us those words. Do you remember learning narcissism or gaslighting as a
Mm,
vocabulary word in school?
mm-mm.
Nope.
Never. Never. They didn't teach us those words because they didn't want us to recognize that we were dealing with a narcissistic God, a narcissistic belief system, and that we were being gaslit.
Yeah. And I mean, like his brother is in the comments. They don't speak to men of other nations the way they speak to you. I speak to everyone in the exact same way. If you want to come
You
into
got to
this
read the prior comment.
regular, yeah, would you say?
You got to read the prior comment.
Oh, I didn't even see it. What did he say?
The only nation in the world where their women rule the men.
But if I spoke Sanskrit, then it would be okay.
You don't even know there, and there. Like I'm not taking life advice from people who don't know words. I'm just not.
I think too, like we haven't even spoken to him, and his responses about our ability to articulate our words and our thoughts and follow through with them is an example of why or what would motivate Adam to be abusive in the garden. Because going back to the topic that Monte chose, what if Adam was abusive? Eve had the ability to reason, right? She had the ability to critically think and have this conversation with the serpent. Adam does not really speak in that situation, and he just stands there and he just does what he just takes what she offers him. And that the way that Atlanta, is that his name, Atlanta Alexis, is
Yes.
behaving in the comments, calling us rude, calling us narcissists, just trying to like throw stuff back because he probably doesn't really understand the characteristics of a narcissist and why we are saying what we're saying. And then saying that like women shouldn't rule or whatever. They are jealous of women who have any level of intellect. And then they want to fight men who have a higher level of intellect, but they will sit up under that man, and they're willing to sit up under a man who has higher level of intellect and learn from that man, not a woman. They don't when they're when they have that mindset of Yahweh told me I'm supposed to dominate, I'm supposed to have dominion, they're not going to want to learn from a woman. And if they do, they're going to convince that woman that he taught her, not the other way around. And they're going to use narcissism to do that, to teach her that she needs to shrink when she's around him and believe that her knowledge came from him.
Yeah.
That's why
Because
Adam would be abusive, I think.
Absolutely. And that the parallels I think are still true today. Like the fact that you think disagreement is disrespect. The fact that any sort of curiosity or questioning or requirement of internal consistency, like that is disrespectful. I think y'all need to get a dictionary, like put down the Paleo Hebrew one and just start with an English one, because that's not what disrespect is. We absolutely have every single right to think through things to the point that they make sense. Nobody comes, I won't come to you and tell you to chew your food 3 times and then swallow. You chew to the point that you need to chew for it to be digestible for you. On a mental perspective, we can do the exact same thing.
But let's look at the words that he's using. Disrespect. Who is he that we owe him any level of respect?
That part.
He's coming as if the respect is just given and not earned. Like we don't know who he is. He could be a child molester for all we know. Like what the fuck makes him think that we owe him any level of respect? He's coming from that male domination mindset,
Nah, my
and it's
boy got a beautiful
disrespectful.
wife.
And it's disrespectful for a woman to be speaking back to him. And then he's saying that it's a one-sided conversation while ignoring the fact that we are responding to his comments, and he's not intelligent enough to recognize that the other side of the conversation are his fucking comments. But because he only hear our voices coming through a microphone, he only sees one side because he feels powerless.
Yep.
He feels powerless. Yeah.
And then he's saying disrespect is disrespect. You're right. Disrespect is disrespect, but respect has to be earned. It is not granted. At least for me. Like you, by virtue of what do I need to respect you? I respect things that behave respectably. Now that the next insane person who's been in my DMs for the last few days just entered the chat saying some ridiculous shit. Like these men who follow this Abrahamic religion has such a skewed and dangerous and harmful conceptualization of relationship and conceptualization of connection that is scary. It is truly scary. So when y'all talk about like the male loneliness epidemic, y'all talk about like women this, women that, quit blaming us and look at yourself. Figure out how you behave and understand why we don't want to be around it. No one owes you respect. I don't owe you compliance or agreement. And I think strong people, people who are intellectually honest, welcome dissent because we're interested in knowing where our gaps are. We're interested in knowing where our blind spots are. Y'all just want confirmation that you're right. Nobody is responsible for stroking your ego. We didn't sign up for that shit.
Exactly. Monte, were you an Israelite before Atlanta? Who was an Israelite first? Was it Atlanta? Monte, are you there?
At the same time, I forgot I was muted. Yeah, at the same time.
So both of y'all was at the house and your dad told both of y'all to read Deuteronomy 28 at the same time.
At the same time.
Were both of y'all inebriated? Were both of y'all inebriated?
You tell me.
How the fuck would I tell you, Monte? I wasn't there.
Ooh.
I'm sick of that answer.
But it's a one-sided conversation.
How would I tell you? I was not there. Were y'all both inebriated?
At the same time.
So I guess the answer is yes. You both were inebriated. Your father hands you a Bible and says, hey, read Deuteronomy 28:68. You're an Israelite. And y'all just accepted it?
Why not? It's my old man.
Has your old man ever lied to you? Has he ever given you incorrect information? And how old? Let me ask you this. How long have you been an Israelite? Or known that you were an Israelite?
Since 2000, what, 14? 15? I've been in this for a minute.
2014. So about 10 years, 10,
Yeah,
11 years. And you're
yeah.
45. So about you were 35 years old when your dad decided to tell you that you were an Israelite. How long did your dad
That's
live?
about a month earlier.
See, so your dad found out a month before he told you, and you were 35. How is your brother younger than you or older than you?
Younger.
How much younger? Just how many years?
Oh, 4 years.
4 years. So your brother was 29 when he found out. You were 35, and your father was probably about 65, 60, 65, and when he found out that he was an Israelite, and then he decided to tell y'all a month later.
No, my old man was in his 50s.
So he was about 15 when he had you?
No, he was
No,
17,
17.
17,
Okay.
18 when he had me.
Okay, so he was in his 50s before he found out that he was an Israelite. And then a month later, he decided to tell you at 35 and tell your brother at 29 years old that you all are Israelites.
Same time.
And that's from reading this book.
Yeah. It's crazy, huh? How God
That
work, huh?
Wait, hold on. That makes sense to you. So your whole entire life, this God never says, Monte, you're an Israelite. Monte, you are from the tribe of such and such. Monte, you are from the clan of such and such. Your whole life, he never says that to you, your dad, or Atlanta.
I want to cry so bad, but you know what? You tell me.
What? Why are you wanting to cry?
He tapped out.
What?
Tapped out completely. Are you often inebriated when you make your brother come? I guess in that instance, y'all came together.
To be honest, bro, I ain't even trying to hear nothing you talking about, bro. Nothing.
You tell me.
Are you done? If he say you tell me, I swear. Monte, are you done? Are you finished with the conversation?
Oh Lord.
You don't know how to answer that?
Lord. No, I don't.
Monte, do you want to leave the stage or do you want to stay on the stage and have a conversation? You figured out how to drop the other day, right?
I want to have a conversation.
So then why can't you answer the question that I just asked?
What question? Ask it again.
Your whole entire life, this God never came to you and told you that you were an Israelite. Does he have the ability? That's not mine. I think that's Alondria's. That is not mine. So you don't want it? I don't want to go. I'm gonna be popping that. I don't want it. Take it, but put it up for when she come back. Thank you. Huh? Thank you. What? You never thought about that? Why he never said anything to you your whole life? And why he wait until you and your brother are both inebriated to tell
How
you
do you
that you
know?
are an Israelite?
How do you know he haven't said anything to me?
You said you found out the same day when your dad. You said you didn't believe in God. Do you not remember? Here's the thing.
Ooh, that's a good question. I promise that. I promise you
Hold
make a
on.
point, but
Hold on. Here's the thing you said to us, right? When your mother died, you didn't believe in a God. Then you said you went over to your dad's house and you asked your dad, they don't Christianized you or something? You don't remember that? And that's when he told you to read Deuteronomy 28? Like, we listen when you talk. You there?
Did you see what E said in the comments?
Mm-mm.
If I start hearing a teaspoon stirring a cup, I'm leaving. She's good.
A teaspoon? What does that mean?
From the movie, was it Get Out? Where
Yeah,
the
get out.
therapist was using the teacup to.
Monte,
Yeah, man.
you're not gonna answer the question?
I don't know how to answer that.
Yes, you do.
Mm. I mean, look, you broke me down. Okay, you won. You broke me down.
There is
What
no
else you
winning
want?
in that. Why do you
What
think
else?
my
What else you
goal?
want?
Hold on. Why do you think my goal is to break you down? Why do you think that's my goal? And what are you crying for? I don't even know what made you cry. Is it the fact that you've been thinking about this yourself? Like, what
You,
are you crying for?
I mean, just listen to everything you saying. You know what I'm saying? Like the part that got me when you say, "You mean to tell me this whole time he wasn't talking to you, telling you your tribe, your that I'm God, I love you, you my people, come back to me." I'm like, dang, that's deep. Then when you say my old man, you like, oh, your old man tell you you're Israelite, so you're Israelite. I'm like, dang, like, is this really what's going on?
Well, I mean, it is what's going on because you didn't do any research into it. When I read Deuteronomy 26
I did.
to
I did.
you did so when I read Deuteronomy 26 to the other young man that was on stage tonight that was claiming to be an Israelite who had no idea that this book said that the Israelites were from Mesopotamia. What 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 did you think when I read that to him, or were you paying attention? Because I saw you in the comments, so you can't say you were not here. What were your thoughts
I,
when I read Deuteronomy 26 to him?
I didn't hear that part because I was too busy in the comment section going back and forth with one of your nerd people.
Deuteronomy
That's why we told
26,
you
young
not to
man.
read the comments.
No, he wasn't on stage at that time. Somebody else was on stage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Deuteronomy 26, 2 chapters before Deuteronomy 28, says, when you have come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance to possess and you possess it and settle in it, you shall take some of the first of all the fruit of the ground which you harvest from the land that the Lord your God is giving you, and you shall put it in a basket and go to the place that the Lord your God will choose as a dwelling for his name. You shall go to the priest who is in office at that time and say to him, today I declare to the Lord your God that I have come into the land that the Lord swore to our ancestors to give us. So this is a declaration they have to make before they can get access to their ancestral land. This is like an initiation process. And it says, when the priest takes the basket from your hand and sets it down before the altar of the Lord your God, you shall make this response before the Lord your God. A wandering Aramaean was my ancestor. He went down into Egypt and lived there as an alien, few in number, and there he became a great nation, mighty and populous. So they had to make a declaration that their ancestor was Aramaean, was from Padam Aram. This is Mesopotamia. Jacob was from Padam Aram. His
Mm-hmm.
his mother was from Padam Aram. Her
Mm-hmm.
father Laban was from Padam Aram.
Mm-hmm.
They were Mesopotamian.
Mm-hmm.
Abraham, Jacob's great grandfather, Jacob's grandfather was from Ur. Like
Uh-huh.
these people are Mesopotamian. They're not African.
I know that. That's why I don't like the term African American. I don't use that term.
What does that have to do? What does that? I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to follow you, friend. What does that have to do with the fact that the Israelites in this book are from Mesopotamia?
Well, we had to do some. We had to build a nation up. You know what I'm saying? Abraham had Sarah. Sarah had Isaac. Isaac had Rebecca. When Jacob and Esau was born, Isaac told Jacob, "Go to your mother's brother house." Now, yeah, I know there was some incest right there. He was messing with his mama's, you know what I'm saying? He was messing with his uncle's daughter, his cousin. I know there was some incest right there. That's why I was trying to tell you the other day. I knew incest was going on. But after our nation was born, after we became a nation, when he brought us out of Egypt, he said, "Don't do it."
Well, how do you think Ezra was going to preserve the holy seed?
We was just in
When
captivity.
they
We were
hold on, when they came back from Babylon, right? They came back from Babylon, and Ezra kicked out all of the foreign wives. He kicked out all the foreign people. He banned interracial marriages.
mm-hmm,
Any Israelite who had married a foreign woman and had
mm-hmm,
foreign children, he
mm-hmm,
made them leave their foreign wives and their foreign children. And he said, in order to preserve the holy seed.
mm-hmm.
How do you think he was going to preserve the holy seed if he banned them from having sex with women that were non-Israelites?
The same. I want to say something so bad. It's the
Say
same
it.
thing we doing. The same thing we doing over here. You
Who's
know?
having sex? Who's having sex with their own family?
No,
Who
you
who
talking about family or interracial? Which one?
he
Which one?
banned
Yeah,
interracial. He banned it. You know what ban means?
yeah. Cause God banned it. Yeah, God said
Oh,
no mixing.
all right. So look, if he banned interracial relationships and they could only be with Israelites to preserve the holy seed, then
Hmm.
how are you saying that incest was no longer a thing?
I mean, we was making out within our own nation. Okay, we was making out within our own nation. Okay, our own nation having children. Then you read when Pharaoh said, "Dang, these Israelites growing big in number. It's a lot of them. They might help our enemy. Let's put them in slavery." We became a big. We became a big nation. Mixing, having children, having
First,
children, having children, having children, having children, having children.
hey. You going off on something completely different. You made a statement that incest was no longer a thing after Egypt or whatever. I'm asking you, when they came back into the Levant area after they left Babylon, and Ezra and Nehemiah did a Make Jerusalem Great Again campaign and deported all the foreigners
I
in
hate you.
order to preserve the holy seed,
I
how do
hate you.
you think they did that?
I need you to grow up.
We was still. I mean, come on. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying? We were still a people. You know what I'm saying? These dudes and these women did that because they wanted to. They
No,
wanted it. They
your
wanted
God was
to.
involved in that. Your
They
God
they
was
want
involved
they
in that.
they wanted to mess around. You know what I'm saying with other nations because
It
you
ain't.
gotta understand.
I'm not asking about them messing around with other nations. I'm. Oh goodness, I am asking you. How do you think they preserved the holy seed if incest was no longer a thing?
You remember a little while ago when I told you I don't know was an acceptable answer?
You tell me.
I told you if you say that one more time, we're done. Because that tells me that you don't really want to have a conversation.
No,
Like
I
that,
do,
there's
but
just
but
too
but
many of
I'm
that.
trying.
To
It's just that I'm trying to defend them so hard,
defend
and
who?
and my nation, my people.
What?
Yeah,
That's the
You
crazy
I'm
part
haven't
not
about
said
buying
it.
any of this
anything.
shit.
You
I'm
like
not buying this shit
honestly,
at all.
you haven't said anything. You haven't said anything, but you tell me. That's all you said.
How are you? Don't people join a nation so that they get defense, not create defense? Like, I'm not joining a group that I have to protect. That doesn't make any sense. If this, and then why hold a belief system that you have to constantly defend? If it can't stand up to logical questions, because I think that is a very logical question that Thinker just asked.
it is. I'm not gonna say it's not. It is.
So as opposed to grappling to try to find an explanation or a defense for it,
I'm trying.
but what I'm saying, instead of doing that, answer the question and sit with the honest answer.
I'm trying.
Not by saying you tell me. That's not
Bro,
effort.
bro, please, bro. I'm not even trying to hurt you, bro.
I don't give a fuck if you're emotional. She said it 1,000 times. Saying you
Bro,
tell me is not trying.
bro, bro.
Bro, I don't give a fuck if you're emotional. I'm gonna
I
say
know
it
you,
anyway.
bro. I
Saying
know you
you
don't
tell
care,
me
bro.
is not trying.
I know you don't care. I don't expect you to care,
Oh
bro.
my
But
god.
that's still, I'm still not trying to hear you, bro.
This is not feelings hour. If you want to engage, you tell me is not a significant or sufficient answer.
What's her name? Who am I talking? What's her name? Who am I talking to? Fee? Am I talking to Fee?
I was the one
Bro,
that
this
spoke
is a
quiet for
fucking
most of it.
ruse. Let me just run away to the women folk. I don't buy this shit at all. Do
We
better.
we wasn't really what you call doing incest. Like when we became a nation, we
What is
wasn't doing no
incest? Incest.
we wasn't doing no incest when we became a nation.
So
How did
Every
you
how
keep the
all
how did
bloodline
they
pure?
preserve?
the
Sorry, Fee, go
bloodline.
ahead.
No, Thinker, I was saying the same thing.
How did they preserve the holy seed if they were not having sex with non-Israelites?
That wasn't no incest.
What? How did they do it? Like having sex with your third cousin isn't incest.
We weren't having sex with no third cousins.
So how were they doing it then? If non-Israelites and their ancestor had to be Jacob, and Ezra and Nehemiah is banning them from having sex with anyone non-Israelite or marrying anyone non-Israelite to preserve the holy seed, how did they do that?
Can I pass and
That's
study and
crazy. He
and,
wasn't
and, and
even
think
listening though. That's the crazy
and think
part. He
on that
was not listening.
and
That's why
think
he
on
can't
that?
say nothing.
No. She asked me. She specifically asked me, how did we become a nation if we couldn't do incest? And Jacob was the forefather, and he had the 12 boys. How was we making a nation if we couldn't do no incest? I understood everything she said.
So then how?
Again, I'm gonna ask the person that asked me the question. Can I think on it and come and get back with you a couple of
Nigga,
days or something?
what?
I'm already
It's gonna
filed.
take
I already got you filed. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty sure
Are
you'll have
Abraham and
another.
Sarah brother and sister? Are Abraham and Sarah brother and sister?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know what is it that you
They
plan
are.
on? He does know this because we said it there. You just said yourself you
I know.
knew that Abraham and Sarah were brother and sister. We talked the other day about Moses' mama being his great aunt.
Hmm.
Like
Wow.
rejecting the idea of incest doesn't make it go away. I mean, it is what it is. And you can't preserve a holy seed or a sacred lineage without incest because everybody else is outside.
Mm,
Like, this is supremacy culture, supremacy ideology.
mm. You hit me with some deep stuff.
Incest?
Nah,
Like, for real?
I went in head first though. I see
What?
these are questions that this is stuff that I never really just sit down and just. I'm not gonna cap. This is some stuff I really just never did sit down and
Yeah,
just think about.
I don't believe you because we had this very same conversation the last time you was on stage.
No, we did
So
not.
did.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we
Because
did.
And what happened?
this same
You
shit.
tell me.
Oh man, I done did my crying, I done did my thinking, and
And this
y'all
is
done
just
broke.
an emotional experience for you.
It
Y'all done,
is, and that's why
you
he
It
done
keep
broke.
definitely was
that's why
not
he
an
keeps
intellectual
saying I'm
one.
crying.
Man,
That's
you
why he
done
keeps
broke me.
Yeah.
saying that.
You done broke me down, man. I mean, was
Yeah, I
that your
bet.
whole? Was that your? Was
That's why
that
you
your
came
whole?
up here for it.
Was
Like,
that your
do
whole?
you
She
think
already
that? Do you
told you
think
it's not.
right? But also you see that I don't give a fuck because there's no reason for you to be crying. We haven't said anything to make you cry.
You broke me down.
I
You broke
told
You
you
are
me
you
such
down.
was
a
a
fake bitch.
narcissist.
Broke me down.
Yeah, fake bitch.
Broke
This
me
is some
down.
like ladies, look at this is some narcissistic ass behavior. This is the type of shit that I'm talking about in that song. What if Adam was abusive? These types of behaviors, even if somebody does not put their hands on you, there is emotional abuse, there is mental abuse, there is verbal abuse. It does not have to be physical. This gaslighting, narcissistic shit, this emotional shit, this Darvo shit, in the attempt to make you the perpetrator when they're doing the harmful shit and make themselves the victim, this is what the fuck they do. And then I'm not even just talking about like I said, ladies. And I do want to raise awareness to the abuse that happens to women because it is high. But there are some women who know who have mastered this shit.
I don't appreciate being your social
Hey, are you
experiment.
cutting your nails? Are you cutting your nails? What are you doing?
I don't appreciate being a social
Yeah, are you
experiment.
cutting your nails? What do you keep cutting and blowing? Is it nails? Is it arm hair? What are you cutting and blowing constantly while you're having this
Uh,
emotional breakdown?
I'm
That
sighing.
really just
I'm
broke you all the way down to your base. It broke you all the way down. But
when
in
she
your brokenness, you got to remember that I need to clip my toenails and shit, right?
when she said
I got to
when
have
she,
my microphone right next to my goddamn foot and be sitting there clipping my toenails and blowing the motherfucking toenail clippings off the motherfucker, right? And
man
your
you
emotional broke downness, right?
man you love to
Right?
talk,
You
bro.
so broken down. You so broken down, right? That you got to remember to do that.
Oh
That's how broken down you are, distraught you are. That
man.
while the conversation is going, you've been sitting there, clip, 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 clip,
I did not appreciate being
whole
your
time.
social experiment. That wasn't even cool.
I don't think you were a social experiment. I think you were exhibiting patterns of behavior that you don't recognize are harmful, or maybe you do recognize they're harmful and she just called them out. That's not a social experiment. That's called an honest assessment. But an honest assessment is something that most religious people are not willing or interested in having.
But also, the reason why I allow bullshit on this stage is so that the people that is watching and listening to these conversations can recognize behaviors, can recognize certain statements and how believers act or how they explain things for themselves. They don't need to just hear the information, they need to be able to see it so that they can make decisions for themselves, so that we're not the ones making decisions for them. You all are a part of the deconstruction. Y'all come in here and y'all show your whole ass and you help someone make the final decision. I need to deconstruct from this shit. And y'all do that all on your own.
What did I deconstruct? Because you said y'all. My uncle always told me, tell me to put an address on it. So what did I deconstruct?
I mean, the address is library, because I didn't say none of what you just said. And that you need to read more books so that you can even just participate in a conversation, because
Dang.
you didn't understand anything that I just said.
So you saying I need to put the Bible down and go and go to the library? I'm
Is that what she
asking.
said?
I'm asking.
Is that what she said?
I'm not talking to you. I'm asking her.
Is that
Person's
what she
asking,
said?
bro.
Is that what she said? She didn't ask you
Host,
anything. That's the crazy part.
host. I'm asking the question. Do I need to put the Bible down and go to the library?
Ooh, think a doodle
First off,
thing,
it's not.
please.
You tell me.
Wow. Mm.
I also think you need to ask yourself why, if that's not what she said, by the way, but you need to ask yourself why is that what you heard?
Mm.
Asking ourselves why is that what I heard when that's clearly not what they said is usually where our work resides, because you're hearing things through a very specific filter.
Whoever this is, talking about I'm flirting. Nah, I ain't trying to do no flirt. I don't use no social media to try to
Whoop,
find no
whoop, whoop.
girlfriend.
Dumbass alert. Dumbass alert.
Stay out the goddamn comments, you idiot.
I can't actualize ideas alert.
Oh, she
Oh,
talking
he
to
better not be
somebody.
thinking that shit.
She talking to somebody else. I'm sorry. He or she talking to somebody.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way in hell my ass is flirting.
Nah, get off your high horse.
I don't know who you talking to, motherfucker. First off, I wasn't talking to your ass.
Oh,
What?
well, you know how it is.
That's not being on the high horse.
You don't need to go to a library. You need to go to a library and read a book, and research the things that you believe. Question yourself. Question information that other people are giving you, and stop just accepting it. Okay, and then remember this. Say to yourself, all right, you eat strawberries and you read at libraries. Okay? Just
All right,
remember.
MC Light.
All right. Have a good one. Go wipe your nose.
I walked away from my phone. What was the emotions for?
I don't know.
For sure.
Yeah, like yeah.
I was so sad for pretense.
If you are in the guest box and you are a nerd, please let me know so that we can bring you up on purpose so you're not sitting in there. If you're in there on accident, go ahead and remove your request for me, please. I was going to say, what's your name? Abu Bakar? Okay, you're not connecting anyway. That is a long ass name, bro.
I wish I knew how close you were.
I was gonna say bibbity bobbity boo, cause what? Like that don't even make no. Like,
Abracadabra, you with us?
yeah, like that's the first thing that came to my mind was magic. Uh, Calcutta, Calcutta. Calcutta?
Calvin.
Calvin. No, shut up. Oh, so Calcutta?
That's an accident.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Is your name Calvin though?
No, it's a nickname.
Fuck.
See? Have a good day. You got me though when you said I thought that was you talking. Let's see. Wait, did y'all see Shamar in that Tubi movie playing Debo?
No. How do you even do that, bro? That nigga is not serious.
Man, and the way he hopped up off that bike, oh my gosh. Then he's like,
Oh my goodness, I need to see
then the
it.
guy was like, I need my chain. He said, what chain?
We should have movies where it's just like the complete wrong casting only.
Right. Man. It was, Nikita. That shit was funny as hell. No, I don't have Tubi either, but somebody played it. Somebody posted it here on TikTok.
Yeah, Donna Trunk Shamar.
Tickle, are you in the box on purpose? E.T. Garden, I don't think you are a nerd, but I don't think you're in the box on purpose. This third time's a charm. Are you there?
Yeah.
I told you. I fucking told you. I fucking told you. I'm always right, except for that one time.
I'm gonna let you talk to Oso since he was right.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I broke my
talk to
spleen.
Oso anyway.
Oh shit! Are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
No.
Deconstructor?
No.
Atheist?
Yes.
Interesting. How old are you?
44.
Solid number. I was that age 3 years ago. What topic do you want to do?
No topic. I just wanted to let you know, I came across your live, and Thinker was on there, so I was listening to one of your lives, and you keep making that same joke about the 1 and the 2, and you made the comment today, the same joke about the 1 and the 2. And I think I want to appreciate it, and you don't have to be rude to everybody that comes across you.
The number of times joke was rude?
Yes. And I got some head trauma, so my words might not come out as you can understand it.
Oh, I think he was just saying it has to be the third time because your name is the third.
No,
And
I'm saying every time he sees my name or something like that, it's a joke behind it. And I'm just letting him know I don't appreciate it.
Well, I think it's a joke behind not you. Like your username is the third time, and it's a
Right, and
saying
he
like
keeps saying,
yeah. Hang on, just a second. And there's a saying, third time's the charm. So Thinker tried to bring you up 2 times, but your box timed out. And so Oso was like, third time's gonna be the charm. So it's not against you. It's just the saying. And it wasn't anything personal because he doesn't know you, right? Like he has no idea who you are. I don't think that you guys have engaged with each other. It's kind of like the username, your username, and the fact that the first 2 times failed and there's a popular saying that the third time is the charm. It was more about that cracking a joke on that phrase as opposed to you or your username. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I
Yeah, and
disagree.
we don't. Well, I I mean, you have every right to disagree, but we don't. We've never spoken to you. We didn't. We don't allow ableism in our space anyway, and so we definitely would not have joked about your brain trauma, or even if it wasn't a brain
That
trauma. Give me just a second. So we there was no way for us to even know that you had a traumatic brain injury because we've never spoken to you before. Like he was just talking about the name. So I mean, you have every right to disagree and not accept the explanation that we're given, but you've never been on my stage before, right? Like you've never been on the stage before.
no,
Have you ever been on Oso's stage before?
no, and TikTok be putting me on uh, on stage when I'm not requesting it.
Yeah, TikTok does that a lot to a lot of people. But he also like he would not have uh, made fun of you in that way. And like we do crack jokes in here. That's just keeping. We talk about some pretty heavy stuff in here, and so humor is one way that also brings um, lightness to the environment. And so there was no malicious intent behind the joke behind third time's the charm. Just want to let you know that, and you don't have to accept that explanation. That's completely your right not to, but we can't we can't be made uh, to accept something that we didn't do either. If that makes sense.
Right. I know you didn't do it. It's just like also you keep letting also slide and he'll ice skate
Slide
and I
on
don't
what?
like it.
Slide on what? First off, I'm not Oso's
Uh
mother.
right,
As long as ableism, sexism, racism, homophobia, or threats of violence isn't happening in my space, I'm not responsible for what comes out of a grown man's mouth. I'm not anybody's mother in here.
correct. But you do let also be disrespectful
I'm not
to
Oso's mother.
right. So this is to you also like when you say things you should think about what you're saying.
He doesn't. But hold on. Like, why do you feel like you can come up here and first off tone police Oso on how he responds to other grown adults? Why do you think you can do that?
Because he is disrespectful.
Yeah, who? But like, what makes you think that we owe anybody respect?
They're not disrespecting him.
How do you know that? You don't know what's disrespectful to Oso because you're not in Oso's body. How do
But
you know
I'm
that?
listening to the
But
conversation.
just because it does not just because it doesn't feel disrespectful to you doesn't mean it doesn't feel disrespectful to Oso. Y'all are two different people. You don't get to say what's disrespectful to Oso. You only get to say what's disrespectful to you.
Okay, well, I think the first and the second was disrespectful.
I understand, and you have every right to feel that way. And you have every right to reject the explanation we gave you for that. But we don't have to accept your claim that we were making fun of you, especially when we've never spoken to you before. And so, how you take that, if you feel that it's disrespectful for us to make a joke about your username, you have every right to do that. And then you can make a decision not to come in here anymore because we do make jokes like that in here. This might not be the space for you. One thing,
Okay.
one thing,
Okay.
one thing that I can tell you is that I don't allow any ableist comments. A motherfucker will get um, blocked for ableism. I don't allow sexism, homophobia, racism, any of the isms. I don't tolerate that in here, and I don't tolerate it from the host for or anybody. But we do crack jokes in here. We're all adults. I can't tell Oso how to think. I can't tell Fee how to think or how to react. Right? No baptisms either. I can't tell them how to react to somebody else's disrespect. I'm not their mother. We're all individuals. We're not a monolith. I can and my job is only to make sure this space stays safe from harm, not safe from jokes.
And the interesting part about it is, like Thinker has said on multiple occasions, some Oso's jokes she doesn't get, right? Every humor is not objective. Thinker messes up people's screen names all the time, and that's a huge running joke in here. So I think that the takeaway is that you don't, none of us, none of us get to dictate how another human being behaves, specifically an adult. What we get to do is observe how they behave and decide if we want to participate. And if the level of humor in here, the things we talk about, the subject matter, the cadence, like any of that doesn't work for you, that's perfectly fine. Then this may not be a space that you want to hang out in. But Thinker goes above and beyond to make sure it's safe, to ensure that there's not racism, there's not misogyny, there's not ableism. Any ableist comments are tackled immediately. If someone says a slur that they did not realize was a slur when they're on panel, it is addressed immediately. This space has been curated to be safe for like an array of people. So Oso saying third time's the charm, or Oso's particular brand of humor, that's Oso. You don't have to think it's funny, but you can't label it disrespectful just because you don't find it funny. Those two things are not the same.
Okay. Um, I just won't come back then.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but of course you got to do what's best for your mental. And I hope you
Okay.
find another space where you can get what you need.
All right. Thanks.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
All right. Can you drop me, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna actually go ahead and block you. Okay,
All
that way
right.
you don't have to hear it again. All right. Have a good day.
We were talking about this. I was talking to Rock. We were catching up the other day. We were talking about how deconstruction from one system of belief or one ideology does not automatically mean that you deconstructed others. And I think sometimes we still hold on to these self-centered viewpoints that beliefs like Christianity and Abrahamic religions can instill in you, where you think that everything needs to be for your comfort. And that's just not the case, right? I think that, like you said, nobody can tell me what I find disrespectful. Nobody can tell me how my mind reacts to things, but I also can't tell you what your intent is. I can listen to it, and if those two things don't align and this space is not safe for either of us, or is not comfortable or enjoyable for either of us, we can move on. But I think at a certain point as humans, we have to realize that our experience is just that. I don't get to tell Thinker, oh, well, you said this and this is what you meant by it, or it was malicious, or it was this. I can't tell you that. I can tell you how it landed with me, and hopefully we can talk about it and come to an understanding of each other's positions. But to automatically assume that I don't like this dynamic of this space makes me uncomfortable, so this dynamic needs to change. No, that's not the case. Like, you don't get to dictate that. And I feel like it's such a deeply ingrained mindset that stems from religious indoctrination in a way.
Yeah, yeah. I don't understand why people don't just choose another space. Like trying to make me change the size dress I wear because you don't like the way it fit on me. Like, that doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, it's just what the fuck you want me to say to that? Like,
And third time's the charm is probably the least offensive thing
I
Osam has
mean,
said. So
it's
God
such a
damn.
it was such a nothing thing to say. What like there's no what do you want me to say to that? Okay. He's also still cutting his toenails. It's crazy.
I have no idea why Israel is back in the request box. Like, no. Why are you back? Dawness? Dawness?
God damn.
Damn, pressure? Shit. um, uh, Dawmess?
Yeah, that works.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, and you?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist? I think you're an atheist, right?
Correct. I'm an atheist.
Okay, yeah. I saw you posted one of my videos yesterday.
Yes, your music is amazing, and I absolutely love your deconstruction site. It helps so many people. I hope you are aware of that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate your support.
I actually accidentally came up, but since I did, I just wanted to say thank you very much for all you do.
I appreciate that, and thank you for supporting.
Absolutely.
All right. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
All right, you too.
All right.
Hey. Good morning.
Bossy Braid? Bossy? Or Nay? Nay, are you there? Okay. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open 21 and up, y'all. It is 8:04 a.m. Central Standard Time. I do want to say, if you are a nerd and you are in the Discord, there is a message from one of our fellow nerds. If you are able to help them out, this is a different nerd. We did collect $420 for the other nerd who is going to come up and say thank you when they're ready. I don't give out people's identity, but if you are able to help this person, they had surgery, they had their toes amputated, and so they are out of work for 8 to 12 weeks. Their wife is working, and she's carrying everything by herself at this moment, and they need medicine. They need help with getting medicine and food. There is a message in the Thinker live chat if you are able to help. If you're not able to help, we understand. There's no obligation. It's just whatever you are able to. Just check that message out. What was I going to just say? Yeah, don't and don't forget the Lilith song dropped today on all platforms except for YouTube. So if you were waiting on Lilith song to be available for you to stream it, that did drop today. And I am still gonna do the open calls for the bridge and the hook to see which singers I'm gonna be able to give the song to, or not give it to, but let them sing it for their own album. MX Maribel?
Hi, yes, you can call me Maribel.
How old are you?
35.
And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Atheist.
All right. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
I actually was looking at this topic and I don't, so I am an atheist, but I don't really, the reason I'm atheist isn't because like I deconstructed or anything. I just didn't grow up a believer, thankfully. And yeah, so I don't really know a great deal about the stories in the Bible, but I thought I'd come up and see where conversation goes. But I am going to need a bit of prompting just because of my background or lack thereof.
So this
But
room
yeah.
isn't built for that.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'm
Yeah.
happy to go. I just you were prompting people to come up, so I thought I would. But it's okay.
Yeah, like people that want to come up and talk about the topics.
Okay. All right then.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Hmm. She sounds sweet. Like a, I don't know. Yeah. If you are, y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, there's a lot of new people here because of the. I think I've gained like 5,000 followers in the last week. If you're new here, so this is a research-based live where several of us here are deconstructing. Um, that's fine. Several of us are deconstructing from our belief in the Christian God. Um, there's no need to help her, y'all. Y'all know that if they come up here, they have to have something. They have to be bringing something to the conversation, not for us to to provide the conversation. Um, that's the purpose, right? So either it's a believer that is willing to discuss their belief and is okay with being challenged on what they believe on the text, the history. Israel, get out of my box. Um, or someone deconstructing who's looking to see if they want to deconstruct or they're in the middle of deconstructing and they may not be deciding to do away with their belief altogether, but they're trying to figure out what they want to get rid of, and as far as their belief in reconstruct it to something more healthy, or get rid of it altogether, or an atheist. If you are an atheist and you have information that we can research, or a different perspective, a different argument on something, or you want to share deconstruction journeys, that's what this live is about. It isn't a hangout live. I don't even have the patience for a hangout live. I'm not that type of live streamer, and so if you come on stage, I just ask that you already know which topic you want to talk about, and then have something of value to be able to add to the conversation. Um, don't make us do the work. That's all I ask. And if you identify as spiritual but you still believe in the God of the Bible, that's fine. But if you identify as spiritual, like source and ancestors and stuff, it's not that we have an issue with that. It's just that that's not the topic in here. But if you want to come up and you're deconstructing and you want to talk about it from a deconstructing standpoint, you're more than welcome to come up and pick a topic. I just don't go into African spirituality in here, or what is it? Christ consciousness. That's not connected to the God in the Bible. For everybody that is new, your time was up, Israel. Like, you can only come up once a show, once a stream. Like, you were up here for what, 2 hours already, probably. Why do you need to come back up? You didn't do nothing when you were up here but say, "You tell me," and fake cry. Y'all are not okay. Like, y'all be claiming y'all got this power, but y'all are never able to show it. There was a video of this person named Head something in charge. These Christians had asked if they could pray for them, and they said no, and they started to pray for them anyway. Did y'all see that video?
Mm-mm.
They cussed them clear the fuck out.
Nice.
Called them rapists and everything. It's like, this is rape.
Oh.
I said no. I was like, the whole time I'm watching the video, I was like, I wonder if they watched the lives.
Yeah. Sounds eerily similar.
Yeah. Head Bill in charge. Thank you. That's what it is. Head Bill in charge. Yeah, they were going off on them.
Mike Clinton? Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Y'all don't get quiet now. Don't forget, don't shop today. Thank you, Dogma. Don't forget, we sitting down. Huh?
Right now. I said it's crazy that people are out right now.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I bet they're all Christians. No, I'm joking.
Really good chunk of.
I swear, I think they all here.
Oh, where? Oh, here in the live?
No.
Because they're all gonna. Well, they're all at my job.
Oh, at your job. Faith Fuel, if you be casting out devils, then why the hell you still coming in here?
Did you also get cast out?
There is a person with the username repent in all caps that be commenting on my videos, and they comment in all fucking caps every damn time. But they be so mad at my joy. I'm talking about the shit that they be commenting. They hate my joy. It is sad.
Some of them treat caps like it's a personality trait.
I feel like those, like when they type in all caps like that, is some. I feel like that's a Hebrew Israelite trait. Do you get a lot of Hebrew Israelites that type in all caps?
I don't get any of them. Well, I probably do know why, but I wish I got more.
Yeah, usually when I'm talking to a Hebrew Israelite, they're typing in all caps. Yeah, see, Kill Bill said he think it is a Hebrew Israelite trait. Like, I feel like it's their way of trying to assert their dominance and through social media. They feel like if they type in lowercase, you won't know that they're dominant.
And you know I'm right because my letter's bigger.
Right, like lowercase is feminine and writing in all caps is masculine.
Oh my goodness, where is the...
To him.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please? And then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or an atheist, please.
I'm 22 and I believe in Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior.
Okay. Also? Also?
Cool. Which one you want to do?
Oh no, I was just wondering what you guys believe in. If you just have a faith in anything.
Yeah, what topic off the background do you want to do?
Hmm?
What topic off the background do you want to talk about?
No, I was wondering if you guys believe in anything like a higher power, or you have a
So,
faith you
did you
believe in.
come up here to engage with the conversation that's laid out on the background?
Oh, I feel that. My bad, my bad. Um. Oh.
I was thinking the same thing, Ash.
So, like, what am I arguing? Just to get like a quick.
So you have no idea why you're on stage?
Confused. No, not really. I was just trying to see what you believe in, but that's not the
Oh,
topic.
okay. Well, it's not. Yeah.
No.
So yeah, you can either, I don't know, redirect your brain muscles into figuring out something to talk about on one of these topics, or you're in the wrong space.
Yeah,
No, I
no. I'm
honestly
just gonna.
don't think that Phil Bros are able to think about anything outside of trying to prove that their God exists because
Mm-hmm.
they just know syllogism.
And they don't realize that when you do that, you just make a silly out of jizz and me.
Yeah, they only know how to use a script, and that is sad. There was a
That's
guy
so
that joined your
sad.
live yesterday. It's very sad. Like there was a guy that joined your live yesterday, and he kept saying, he kept asking that same question: what do you believe in? What do you believe in? Just
Yeah.
so he could run his syllogism.
Yeah.
That's all they know.
That's why I don't even answer that ass. Like, nah, like for what, man? Does it matter? Because the answer I give you is only going to kick off your script. It doesn't matter what I say. I could say, Fee's friend Chauncey, right? I could say, I believe Goku saved me from a life of eternal torment. It don't matter what I say. You're just going to say the thing that you want to say anyway. So what does my answer matter?
Right. Charles Lewis. Charles.
Hello?
Hi. Did you come up on accident or on purpose?
I probably came up on accident.
Okay. No worries. Have a good one. Okay.
You too.
All right. Joshua, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
Ooh, Joshua coming up to tell us about the project.
What?
The
What
Joshua
project?
Project.
Oh.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm not gonna look at the phone.
Morning.
Morning. Hi Fee. Hi Selena. Hi Oso. Hi chat.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I took a little nap and I just woke up. But I had a question that I had earlier in the night, but I kind of been just mulling it over. It, it was around the time you were talking to that sextillion guy. The guy who was like
Yeah.
a dumbass. I don't know. Um, well, I know you did mention, and I do really like the idea of, um, as far as Eve having like, because it's not really described how like she's able to talk to the snake, and Adam's not able to, or I don't know. I'm trying to focus. um, what was I saying? I feel like I would like, would it make more sense if God was the serpent? Like God had possessed the serpent just to fuck with them? Because the line of questioning from that entire story, and
Like
not
his
taking
bad
it,
side.
no, just to create that like to kind of set that domino train. I don't know what you call that. Topple. What is that phrase?
Oh, the testing, so that if he was doing a test, or because he needed sin or wanted sin on the earth in order for Jesus to die, like to set it off, is what you're saying, that he would be the
Yeah,
serpent.
because what was getting me is like it reads is like the writers obviously had like an intent, and they were just kind of like, it doesn't read that great. It reads like you had a goal of what you wanted like the end outcome to be, and then you kind of just work backwards. The fact that Eve is named like Eve gets her name after, but the fact that God doesn't even address Eve, like when he's searching, he's just like, Adam, where are you? Um, but the reason I like I set it up is because like if we go through the line of events of like the serpent talking to Eve with Adam, um, with her, them taking the fruit, eating it, their eyes opening, then God, all assuming that God is all knowing, asking questions that don't really make sense, like where are you, um, and then specifically who told you you were naked, which is like I feel like a leading question. Um, Instead of like, why do you think you're naked, or what's wrong with it, um, and then asking like the ultimate like his actual question of like, did you eat from the tree I didn't command, and then Adam, which that also tied it where even because this is all kind of centered around the second topic, but I do think, just a side tangent, like even if this was all orchestrated, how it was orchestrated, and why I think Adam, it makes sense in my mind, Adam getting off as easy as he did compared to everyone else in that story. It is because he most resembles like the God who doesn't question, like ask the questions. Though he does ask, well, he does kind of put the blame on God with his phrase where he said, "The woman you gave me." He never, God didn't address that. Um, and then Eve's, okay, I'll say that the reason that sparked is because Eve's response to Adam being like answering God, saying, "The woman you gave me, um, took the tree from the fruit and gave me some, and I ate." And then I feel like Eve saying, "The serpent deceived me," after getting the knowledge of good and evil, because like, what did the serpent do to deceive her, other than like tell her something that the God hadn't told? Am I making sense? Like, because her viewing the serpent as a deceptive character in that situation seems odd. But it could just be them just like haphazardly just wanting it to be the outcome. But it would be more compelling if the God, and that was her really like, oh, you lied to me through omission. Because otherwise, you would have to assume that the serpent knew beyond, or like with almost complete certainty, what the God's reaction would be. And the fact that the God doesn't even, when she says that, God just immediately goes to, for doing this, serpent, you're cursed. Doesn't question to try to get clarity on any of that, like he already knew. Well, I mean, he did already. If he was all knowing, he would have. But that's, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, we did a live about uh deception in Israel, like how the God, the test that the God gives to let Israelites know when a prophet is lying or when they're being deceived by a prophet, and that
Mm-hmm.
word deceive. So there is, it's saying that that word there is nasa, and it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't necessarily carry the context of the serpent lying. It's basically saying he seduced her. Like that that word there just means seduced. And so
Okay.
it's saying that he seduced, she's saying he seduced her with knowledge is what she's saying. She's like, I was seduced with knowledge. And I ate,
Okay.
like, so in other words, like if we read it the way it's written in Hebrew with the context, she's like, yeah, I got seduced with knowledge and I ate. Like the serpent seduced me with knowledge and I ate. And the being seduced with that knowledge, the deception is the God didn't want them to have it. So the serpent
Mm-hmm.
convinced Eve to go against the command or the wishes or the desires of the God. And so that's what the serpent convinced her to disobey. And so
Mm-hmm.
that's why, you know, she's saying that she was deceived. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and it actually, it going back to like how the questions, how the God poses the questions, it does read better. I feel like it would be like that would be an interesting fan fiction to make that, because I still don't understand how they make it Satan, like as well. Well, I guess it's easy to make it Satan, but I'm like, wouldn't you question Satan if you knew that was Satan?
Yeah.
Like, but like that does make more sense because I like I was like I spent like I read over that verse and something about it was just like this just seems like completely orchestrated. Where I'm like, even if they had free will, it just how like who God addressed first. Like like I feel like he knew like it was designed, and the questions that were posed to Adam were just kind of leading in the sense of like you're going to blame somebody. And who else would you blame besides the serpent? And like, who else would have told you? Um,
Yeah.
and then his question to Eve be like, "What is this you've done?" It's just, it
It,
just re.
it's interesting that the serpent gets punished as if, like, did the God tell the serpent, don't give the humans this knowledge?
Yeah, that's it. Because in it, that was it. Yeah, it's like I was fixated on like the fact that there was a line of questioning, but kind of like that pattern, and then that was just completely avoided. Like, oh well, Eve said you just like because you did this. I'm not even gonna. I know you did this, but then you get clear because I think of it as like if you caught a child lying, you may engage like try to like because that could be a bigger lesson. It's like it's clear in this scenario the God isn't not gonna have a, a discussion about honesty. He's just more upset like oh, something else. It was about the punishments and how it was um, how the serpent and Eve's are kind of tied together. And then going back to the second topic, like in that second one, like he immediately just says fuck her free will, like with like her desire will be to onto her husband. Because I feel like, I mean, that's still like, but then Adam's punishment, I feel like, is, yeah, it sucks, but I feel like it also is, that doesn't that affect everyone else as well? Because it's a curse of the earth. So I'm like,
Well,
was he?
so did he? In in Genesis 4, he curses the earth again for Cain,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's another time when he's mad that they didn't build him a house. He's like, y'all got houses. Y'all haven't thought
Mm-hmm.
to build me one. And he's like, I'm going to curse the ground. And so if he cursed the ground because of Adam, and it's a perpetual curse that passes down for all of humanity, why is he cursing the ground again? And when I was studying that, it was saying that it was not the way it's written. It wasn't intended to be, interpreted as a perpetual curse. The God was saying that He was going to make it hard for Adam, and that had to do with agriculture. When you obey, then the land is prosperous. When you disobey, then the land is not prosperous.
Mm-hmm. That would track with, I get how the God is depicted. Uh,
Yeah,
wait, say that
because
again?
that's why
You
you
said
see
that
him
right.
cursing the ground multiple times in the
For your
text.
sake. That makes sense. Because then he say it's cursed for your sake.
Let me see.
Hmm?
Does he say for your
I'm pretty.
sake in Genesis 3?
I could be tripping, but I probably said that.
Let me see.
Also, I was looking in Eve's punishment. Why does it switch? I need to look up the Hebrew for that because it switches gendered when it's like his heel when referred
Yeah, that
like.
remember. Yeah, it does.
I thought that was like it reads just like okay, there's plot holes in that and like everyone else's besides like the only like permanent perpetual, I guess you could say the snake, but not if it's Satan. But is like which is I don't know because what is kind of disturbing if that was designed to try to make rationalize why that occurred. I, well, I don't know.
Let me see
Like
something.
to like be aware that like okay, there's menstrual pain, and then put that like like I could just I don't know. Something about that is like extra misogynistic. If that was how that was the ultimate, you wanted to explain that was something you wanted to explain, like why women were so like. Who did? Oh, oh my!
And ha,
Thank you, God. Okay,
huh?
I don't. I wasn't looking at my phone because I don't was trying to focus. I didn't realize people were sitting me. Thank, thank you.
It's the
I
least we could do.
will. I don't. I don't see a because. I don't see a because of you, but it's translated because of you though. So it's translated to Adam. God said, "Because you did as your wife said and ate of the tree about which I command you, you shall not eat of it. Cursed be the ground because of you." Um,
That's interesting.
Let me see. Oh, I know. Ha Adama. Ha. Maybe this is it right here because of that. Uh, uh, Maybe this is the preposition for. Let me see. This is for the sake of, because of, in order that. So, what was that? Verse 13. Why does it jump if I go to the damn dictionary? Where'd
I
it
do.
go?
I have grievances with that and Bible Gateway, where whoever designed their websites, I like.
Yeah.
they-
Where's the word I was just on? Yeah, right here. Ba avurek. Ba avurek. For your sake. I don't know if the bet here could be the because, but because would be key, right?
I thought like I'm trying to picture it without like
This is
just
avureka. Ba avureka. I can't. For some reason, the cough, the final cough,
I can't
when
do
it's
it.
here, I can't fucking do it.
I've never been able to do it. It's like that's why I'm kind of nervous for next semester just because that
Having
because
to
I'm
read
like
out loud.
it's just not natural. My throat doesn't do that. I don't make that doesn't make those sound. I don't. It just doesn't come naturally, or I have to like spend so much time focusing on it that like I make it sound unnatural. Like
Yeah, I just been going. I just got like a ha, ha.
I
But
can't
it's
do it
the
consistently.
no, it's when it has the comments of the talk with it. I can't ba'avurecha ha, and then I keep wanting to say, do you do the a sound? Ba'avurecha ha, or is it
that
ba'avurecha? I guess the a sound, like the k is gonna sound ha, like ha, but that a sound, uh, is it ha? Ha? Ah? Oh, where did you go? Oh, hold on. I don't know, but that's the word right there, and it just means for the sake of, but it's translated because of you. So I don't know. I'm trying to bring you back up. Hold on. Okay, there you go.
I don't know what happened there. Um, what was the question?
I was saying I don't
Really
know
pulled me
if we're
out of it.
supposed.
Like
I was saying I don't know if we're supposed to be pronouncing the comments there. Ba'avu recha. Well, probably not, because if it had the sere,
the
then it
gutter.
would be, yeah, it would just be ba'avurech, right? And then so
Mm-hmm.
it's
Yeah.
ba'avurecha, ha,
Right.
yeah. so yeah. So that's so it just means for the sake of or on account of, and so they translated that to because of you. So in English it's saying because of you, so that makes it like perpetual in English, but in Hebrew, for the sake of or on the account of is why it's like when it's saying Adam, like this is Adam's curse, not all of humanity's curse in Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? But in English, because they translated to because of you, and English is so fucking vague, and it that's how they that's how it reads to a perpetual curse for all of humanity.
It makes me it makes me wonder how well people don't read the Bible. I was like, why don't think about the King James, like those subtle nuances of like that being. I don't know how people don't ask these questions when like if you read these passages more than once, because like I don't. Because then you brought up a good question, a good point when it came to. Well, I just had it, and it just immediately left my brain. Um, nope, it's gone. Well, there was a point where even if like I was saying like even if we don't like there's reason to believe that Adam like it would be plausible for Adam to be abusive. At least in the text, he does something that I find abusive, manipulative, as like because he doesn't the way he throws Eve under the bus and like deliberately leaves out a big portion of the story, which then Eve has to feel, and then God never like I don't know something about this. God is the worst judge because doesn't ask any good questions. Well, I guess they don't ask questions. Like,
He should know. Like if he's all knowing.
that was what was boggling me. Like if we're because the whole scene is like, what is this? If that is a characteristic, then even if like you can change like all these scenarios, God is just fucking around. Like he's just playing. Like what are these questions? Like you already know. Like why are you looking? You know like. So why Eve didn't like how you interacted with someone and like you have a name, like you didn't even ask Eve what her name was the entire time. I don't know. Oh, that's why. Because I was thinking Venus in the chat put something about kind of the same thing about wouldn't God know that he was not going to find a pair with any of the animals?
Right.
So what was the point of that?
Because the Hebrew God isn't all knowing like the Christian God is.
Yeah.
There is a sense of all knowingness, but not the omni like the Christian God. The Rabbi Chana was explaining it one day. They're in their understanding, their God is all knowing, but he doesn't know everything. I don't know how she was explaining it. Like it's not their God doesn't have the omni properties as the Christian God does.
I mean, I feel like that's. I don't know if time is going to kind of wane that because I feel like that is like a big problem for the God, like being all knowing, and it. I don't know. Yeah, because the implications of even it just makes him seem evil or just I don't know inefficient, like chaotic. Where like what is the purpose of this ruse if we have to? But that is from like the Christian perspective on like Genesis as far as like how. But
Is it
I
that
don't
he
know.
could
That was
know anything, but he doesn't know everything?
say that again.
That
Is it that
something
he
like
could
that, but
know anything but doesn't know everything?
something like that. But I
Yeah.
I think where it's tripping me up is that she still says he has a sense of all knowingness. So I don't know how something can be all have a sense of all knowingness but not be all knowing. So, but the way she was explaining it, she was able to get me to understand it, but I can't repeat it if that makes sense.
It is it like the fates where it's like they already orchestrate like the entirety of like somewhere like but you can still kind of tempt fate or like disobey like I don't know. I keep saying that and it's just where in the nature of I think the fates where they like the nature of like I guess their design or purpose is to kind of create the narrative or destiny of don't quote me on that, but you also have stories of characters like changing their destiny or
What do you mean?
cheating destiny or like cutting someone's life short, like kind of like someone else can kind of come in and mess up like the flow, like cut a line short, or I don't know. I'm kind of speaking off of just not enough information regarding that particular topic. It's more just like because when I said that, I'm like, is that coming from Hercules?
Oh, I haven't seen Hercules. I'm not sure.
Or they like because they I know. No, I'm not even sure. Like, or is that Athens, where it's like the god that's like the spider god that weaves everything? They're kind of the same. I don't know. I can't. I'm not gonna. I don't want. I don't feel comfortable like speaking without. I, I but I feel like it's something like they're the weavers. They weave. But that may be another religion entirely. How did I get to that? I'm sorry. But yeah, that was just something I was wondering. But I'm gonna drop down because I looked at the screen too long. But it was nice talking and thanks again for if anyone sent a message. Um, thank you or something because I can't look at the screen. Well, okay, I'm gonna get down. I'm gonna get down.
Have a good one, Joshua.
All right.
Appreciate you, Joshua.
Dr. B, I do have a question. So, Va'el Ishake Tishu Take is the directional here why the King James why they're saying like her desire is turning towards her husband because of the directional here. The Va'el is pointing to her husband. If you're in the chat, her desire is turning to her husband here. And just in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, Genesis 3:16. Va'el Ishake Tishukatech. Tishukatech. I have to do the Gudava sound separate. Let's see, is Dragon responding? Let's see, what is yeah, okay, thank you, Dragon. So it's the directional here. This little sign here. Let me make this bigger. This is the Va'el, this little dash here is the directional that's like her desire is being pointed to. So when Joshua was talking about Eve's free will just being thrown out the window, this dash would represent that and being turned towards her husband here, and her desire here being turned towards her husband. and then he, and this is shall rule over you. So this direction would be her demotion right here. Does that make sense? And then this word yim yim yitmash. Oh my God. Yim shal yimshal mashal yimashal. Thank you, yimshal. Yimshal. Yeah, yim, and then this is silent, and then shal. Yimshal bak bak. This would be ruling, and there's another directional. So it's this is her demotion here, and the dash represents that turn. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist. 21 and up. We have about an hour left. Begging for demons to give a fuck that you're here is just sad.
Yeah,
That's some
he
sad
talking to
shit.
himself.
Man. Anonymous.
Hey, hello.
Hi, how old are you? How old are you? Okay, last time. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, yeah, be 21, okay?
Oh, fuck.
All right, have a good one.
Uh,
Thank you, Dragon. I appreciate your help. Mariah?
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing good. Can I get your age, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist.
I'm 36. And I guess I'm pretty open to different things. I like just studying
Yeah, but what are you? Are
like
you a
religious stuff.
believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm not sure exactly what I believe, I would say. But I grew up Christian. But I just actually had a question about what you were
I
talking
actually don't allow random questions from the chat. That's
about.
I'm
Oh,
trying
okay.
to qualify you for the conversation. I only allow people on stage who are either a current believer in the God of the Bible, the God that we're discussing, or people who are deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists.
Okay. Yeah, I just had a question. So if you're doing that, that's fine.
Okay, thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great
Thanks.
rest of the day. I'm sorry, what are you saying?
Oh, I said thanks. No problem. Sorry.
All right, that's okay. Have a good day.
You too.
All right. Are we done, y'all? Did everybody have a good holiday yesterday? We know Oso got drunk. Fee, how was your holiday,
I
Selena?
slept all day.
You did? Did you cook?
I slept.
Okay.
I did nothing. I didn't even get off of my bed.
That's good. You
I
got
just had
rest.
to. I just had to run it back sober with some sleep in me, and yeah, the food was pretty good.
Wait, you what?
I just had to run it. I couldn't. I was so tired slash inebriated that I couldn't
Oh.
tell you what the food tasted like yesterday. So I had to double back today to.
I can't wait until we get off live. I'm gonna go fix me a plate.
What did you cook, Thinker?
Green bean. Well, the kids, my son's girlfriend, his children's mom,
Mhm.
and then my daughters did a lot of the cooking. I kind of supervised,
Oh,
but
okay.
I yeah. Let's see, what did I cooked the green beans, and I cooked the hens. They cooked banana pudding, sweet potatoes, turnip greens, macaroni and cheese.
Y'all had almost the exact same thing we did,
Wow.
except we didn't do hens. My mom baked a ham, but the string beans, ham, mac and cheese, sweet potatoes, cornbread, and then I made a Biscoff cheesecake instead of banana pudding. It was good.
My son's girlfriend did make the cornbread for the dressing, and I forgot to tell her this is her first time. I asked her to make the cornbread for me so I could make the dressing. So I did make dressing, but she made sweet cornbread,
Oh, yeah.
and I
Got
Oh,
to
didn't find
sugar
out.
out when you're making it
Yeah,
for dressing.
uh-huh. And I didn't find out until I'm mixing it and I'm tasting it, and I was like, oh man, it's sweet. And I was like, oh, okay.
I saw this. I was telling Justin this morning, I saw a TikTok of this lady made some dressing. It was supposed to be Southern cornbread dressing.
that made me mad.
Did you see it? So, oh my goodness.
I
It was
did.
like 2-day old cornbread, 2-day
I
old
was punching
biscuits,
air.
some cooked onions, and chicken
Hmm.
stock. And
Hmm.
that was it. I'm like,
She drowned it in chicken stock.
completely and utterly. I'm like, that is not how we make.
It
Yeah.
was very
They're
disgusting.
wrong. I
Guess I
didn't see
can't. I
that.
can't. No true Scotsman. Her dressing is dressing to her.
There was a dressing that was green beans in it. I mean, turnip greens in it. Did y'all see it? And the
What?
guy was like, she's like, we making dressing for Thanksgiving. She had something mixed in it. I think it was green turnip greens or something. And the guy that stitched it was like,
What?
no, you not, Dolores. Put that shit back, Dolores. I'm like,
I follow this one dude who reacts to like cooking videos. That dude has my stomach hurt. This one lady was making mac and cheese, and it literally looked like she was pouring like orange milk over the noodles. He was like,
ew.
Mm,
it was disgusting. I'm like, yeah, can't eat at everybody's house.
What happened to everybody so
nope.
creative? Where is she at? She's still on the app?
I haven't seen her.
I
I haven't
haven't
seen her
either.
in a while.
That's crazy.
That one where the lady put the frozen onions and peppers in her dressing. I wanted to fight her too.
Hmm?
She put frozen onions and peppers in her dressing with crackers and cornbread crumbs. I mean, and breadcrumbs, and she baked she had a baked cornbread that she mixed up with it. Yeah,
What the fuck? No.
yeah.
All right, that's mush. Are we done for the day? What do y'all think? It is 9 a.m., y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. AG, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? What is that? So what are you doing? Are you taking your hair down? Are you drinking? What the fuck are you doing? Put the bottle down. Put the bottle down.
So what's happening?
Hey, AG. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Thinker. Hey, panel. Just a quick deconstruction story, I
Hey.
guess. Hey, guys. So the other day, I guess it was Wednesday, I had a semi truck accident up in Wisconsin. All of a sudden, like the wind, the snow, the ice all hit at once, and I ended up jackknifing on the interstate. So, long story short, I'm okay. Didn't hit nobody, didn't hit nothing. But I don't know if you recall me telling you about that one sister, the one who kind of ostracized me.
Mm-hmm.
So I was talking to her about it because I posted it on Facebook. So she calls me and asks me about it. And I'm telling her how it went, how scared I was and everything. I scared the heck out of quiche because I was on the phone with her when it happened. But nevertheless, so my sister, I'm telling her about it, and all she kept saying was, "Thank God, thank Jesus, God protected you, God had you." And I was like, "No, my skills. I did that. I made sure that I didn't hit no one. I made sure that I was able to try and like steer it the right way." And then she got mad and hung up on me, and I haven't spoke to her since.
What? How's she gonna be
Yeah,
mad at you for
I ca-
not
yeah,
what?
yeah. And I mean, I we train for stuff like this to make sure we try not to hurt nobody. And she was mad that I gave myself credit. I mean, because
Wait,
if God was almighty and all powerful, He would have made sure I didn't get into the slide at all, or I wouldn't have had no accident.
right.
Yeah, and she didn't get that part about it.
I mean, like unless he jumped in your body and guided your hands on the steering wheel, like what? Why
Patrick
shouldn't
Swayze.
you give yourself credit for that? That's crazy.
Matter of fact, I should give my trainer credit because all in my ear, all I heard was him saying, "No, left, right, pump brakes." So I'm like, that's who should get the credit.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah, just a little deconstruction story, real quick. That's it. That's all.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I
No,
was gonna ask if anybody had any wild deconstruction stories from Thanksgiving. Any family members say anything about y'all deconstructing?
but I can't sing, so you
No.
can drop me down, I guess.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. Have a good one.
Glad you're all right,
You
brother.
too. Thank you. Thank you.
Max said, sorry, y'all, but it's clear Jesus took the wheel.
Back, please.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, no, I didn't get to have any fun. Maybe Saturday,
You
or I
said
guess
you didn't get to
tomorrow.
have any what?
Any deconstruction fun.
Oh, you had one shamari with your sister. Did it go well? You went to church with your friend and you walked out. They don't realize that we be trying too, but this shit they be talking about them. Like goodness gracious, it is not a place that is just so uncomfortable. Yeah.
Waiting in the car in winter should tell you everything.
Right. Right. Well, that's good, Shamani. I'm glad. What? Oh
That's tough.
wow.
Uh,
Yeah.
I had that realization with one of my cousins not too long ago.
Really.
I was like, oh, that's why that nigga keeps saying that shit. Yeah.
I think I'm proud to say that I don't have any Hebrew Israelites in my family. Although my family does teach that black people are the chosen, but not the Israelites. Like they don't teach black Hebrew Israelite um like that, but they do say
Hmm.
that the story was it's about black people because of slavery. Which is odd to me because they don't see themselves as Israelites. I don't know.
But they do see themselves as slaves.
Yep. Yep. Why be an Israelite if you can be a slave? I don't know. I don't know. It's just weird. It's a weird ideology. And when I was a believer, I just accepted that as truth.
Mm.
And that we were under a curse and that the curse is going to be broken in, 400 years. Todd? Okay. Lovey, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Special K, on purpose or accident? Hey, Lovey, how are you?
I'm doing well. It's nice to meet you finally.
It's nice to meet you too.
I don't really come on lives or anything. I don't even really have any followers. I just really come on to learn and, give a little input here and there, but I have a deconstruction story and I want to say hi to the rest of the panel as
Hi,
well.
Lovey.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
Good morning. Good morning, Lovey.
Good morning. Um so I have a really quick deconstruction story as well, and it not only offended me, but I'm a little scared, to be totally honest with you. So I moved into a new neighborhood in May, and it's like a subdivision and of townhouses, and I know a few of my neighbors, they're very nice, but the one on the right is an older man. I had never met him, I hardly even see him. And I ordered a book called, it's the atheist book, right? It's called Jesus Interrupted, revealing the hidden contradictions in the Bible and why we don't know about them. And so Amazon delivered it to his house instead of mine. So I didn't notice that I had to like go outside because they say I had the book. I didn't see it. I checked around, like I looked down to see if it was delivered to someone else's home, and I didn't see it. And so I went back to the app and I noticed the picture was his front porch. So I contacted Amazon. They were like, okay, we'll send you another book. But I left a note on his door that he had my package. And the next morning it was there. So, and he apologized for it and that kind of thing. Well, it had been opened. So he saw the name of the book, right? And then about a month later, I get a letter in the mail from an address. I don't know who it was from, but they were telling me that it was like a written one-page letter saying how good Jesus was, and how I should go to church. And to be honest, I didn't even finish reading it. I just ripped it up and threw it in the trash. So I just felt like that was really odd.
Was it one of those, was it written in ink, or was it one of those letters that
No,
used a
they
font
wrote
written
it.
in ink?
It
Oh,
was actually in
really?
pencil. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I'm just like, okay, somebody probably knows. I
Yeah.
don't know. It's really weird, and I'm really kind of nervous about it because I just thought it was odd. I've never even I don't really know people in the neighborhood like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is very odd. You should be, cautious and um, careful, and watch your surroundings. And if you do you oh you threw the letter away.
Yeah, I didn't even take a picture of it. And I realized later that I should have done that, but it just made me so nervous. I was like, why is somebody sending me this, telling me how good God is? And it's unnerving.
Yeah, I would be nervous about that too. Um, just make sure you keep your doors locked, watch your back, and if you get something else, I would take it, keep it as evidence and let the start reporting it so that you have a paper trail in
Yeah,
case, yeah.
yeah, you're right. Well, that's all I wanted to mention. I wasn't sure if anybody else had gone through anything like that, but
I've received like the marketing letters that look like they're handwritten, but they're not really handwritten. That's why I was asking if it was like that. But since it was a real handwritten one, I would I would definitely be cautious.
mm,
Yeah.
well, okay. Well, it was nice talking to you. Thank you so much for having me up, and you guys have a great weekend.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a great
And
weekend as
thank you for
well.
your lives, by the way.
Thank you for your support. I appreciate you.
They've been
Thank you for being here.
Stay safe.
I will. Take care.
All right, you too.
Have a good one.
Anybody else? Hey, Auntie.
Morning, can you hear me?
Uh-huh. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right. How about y'all? Everybody doing all right? Good morning
I'm
to
doing
everyone.
doing good.
Good
Yeah.
morning.
Hey, I hope everyone had a wonderful day yesterday. My day was rough.
Oh, why? What happened?
My daughter had a some meltdown. That's just part of it. But I just stayed in my room.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, too. It happens. Kind of gotten used to it. But my dinner was delicious.
I'm sure it was.
Oh yeah, we had I cooked some turkey wings and some chicken. I baked turkey wings and chicken, right? Because we're not gonna eat a whole turkey. Made a pan of dressing, made a pan of mac and cheese, uh, made some cream corn, slice off the corn cob, all that kind of stuff, made cream corn, made some cabbage, made some smoked string beans, made a pineapple pudding, and uh, sweet potato, uh, not cobbler, but sweet potato. I can't even think, Lord.
Pie.
No, it wasn't a pie. It was just
Mm.
the candy yam. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
Candy yam. Yeah. So, and then I got high. And then I got
Auntie,
high.
you can't say that on here.
And then I got happy. And then I got happy. Is that better? I got very happy. But I missed y'all. I know everybody had their own thing to do, but I missed y'all. So I'm glad all was well.
Yeah, yesterday was a real relaxing day for me. I the grandkids came over early in the morning.
Mm,
They ruled the house. Little mama walking now, and so they ruled the house
as
yesterday.
they should. That's what they supposed to do at grandmama house.
Mm-hmm.
You know that's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah, he called me grandmama. I want him to call me Granny. He called me grandmama. I'm like, where you get that from?
Oh, that is so cute.
Grandmama.
Grandmatter. Grandmatter.
my
Grandmama.
son, my son showed him one of my TikToks, and he looks at it. He goes, "Grandmama."
Oh.
I say, "What?"
Well, that's better than what my grandbaby used to call me, CG.
CG.
Crazy grandmama. He literally
I
would call
like
me,
that.
and he kept calling me CG. I said, "What?" I know the C. I thought, I know my first name is Charlene, but what was the G? I couldn't get. What was CG? And then he said, "Crazy grandmama." I said, "Okay."
That's cute.
See how's mom doing?
My mom.
No, Fee. I was asking Fee how was her
Oh,
mom doing.
She's doing good. She's up here with me. She's been up
Oh,
here for the last month or so, so it's been a good change for
I
her.
bet.
Yeah, so we've been sitting outside and around the fire pit and drinking wine, and it's been good for
Good. That's what she needed.
her.
Good.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you for
Oh,
checking on her, though.
oh yeah. You know.
Absolutely.
And my nephew, he doing all right.
Yeah. Yep. He's back in the swing of things at work, and yeah, trying to get back to a sense of normal.
Yeah,
I don't know how
yeah,
that is after something major happens, but yeah, we are hanging in there.
yeah. And Selena, you and your family well? Is she? Oh, she probably didn't hear me. Uh, Also, you and your family doing well?
I am. I don't care what they got going on.
Oh, well, when I say family, I'm really thinking about pressure. Cause to me,
Yeah, he fine.
that's what I be thinking about. Well, I'm glad to know all is well. That's what's potent. But that was all. I didn't want nothing. I just wanted to check in on my sweet peas and make sure all was well.
I hope you had a good one, Auntie.
I had a rough one, but
Oh.
that's just part of it. Um, I've learned how to duck and glide. What you call it, ducking, whatever you do. I learned how to maneuver.
Mhm.
But Zena Mae, hey Zena Mae,
Hey, Auntie. Hey, y'all.
how was your yesterday?
Ooh, I'm gonna share with the class when you're done.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm done. I was just checking on everybody, making sure I was well and everybody had a nice day. That was all I heard y'all talking about y'all food, so I thought I'd get up here and talk about my big back food I had.
Well, thank you for coming up, Auntie.
All right,
Thank
y'all
you,
take
Auntie.
care. I'll see y'all later. I love y'all.
I
Love
love
you
you
too,
too.
Auntie.
All right. Let me down.
Love you back.
I got you. Hey,
Hey,
Zena.
y'all.
How are you?
I'm alive.
What
I
happened?
survived. Man, okay. It wasn't like bad, but it wasn't. It's just I can't wait till like I get in a space where I can just host my own and not have the guilt of like not showing up to certain things. But like, so there's like a rift in my family, right? Like ever since my grandmother died, like there would be like no question of who we're spending Thanksgiving with. But ever since she's died, everybody kind of goes their separate ways. A couple of my aunts usually always come to my mom's. A couple of my cousins go to this one specific cousin's house, and then my other cousins they go to Atlanta, right? So it's like 3 or 4 different locations that they all go. Now, my mom though, like I don't have a choice really. Like I have to be with mom. Like that's just it, no ifs, ands, or buts. Um, and but being there with her, like I was talking to my aunt actually, and yesterday in my live, y'all, we were talking about like the divorce that like Jesus kind of changes the law, right? Where like certificate of divorce was acceptable, for they have certain conditions, right? But you could give your ex-wife whatever the certificate of divorce, and they can get married. She can remarry, right? They just can't remarry you. And in the New Testament, he's like, if you divorce her, you're causing her to commit adultery. And I was talking to my aunt a little bit about this, which is so weird because she brought it up, not me. Which I was like, crazy ass timing. That's one of that woo woo stuff. You just be like, okay. But she brought it up and we were talking about it, and it was like the whole like it was a little bit of a back and forth because I had to like take her to the chapters because she had a whole different interpretation of it. And she thought Jesus was saying it's okay to divorce, as long as you have what the Old Testament says. But I was like, Auntie, no. And, not in a disrespectful way, but just like, let's go look at the Bible. And my mom was like, you know, just because, the Bible, it doesn't really mean that you're like saved. And I was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I was like, we're not even talking about that. We're just kind of, in each other's heads, right? And she's like, well, I'm just saying, like, and mind you, a couple of weeks ago, something she said about the burial of Jacob, not Jacob, Abraham, she got confused with Joseph. And again, I just was like, well, Mom, I don't believe that's correct. And yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I was like, okay, whatever. And then she calls me like 3 days later and it's like, hey, so remember what you said about Abraham and Joseph? Yeah, you were right. And I just have to always humbly be like, you got it, ma. Like, and so going back to the conversation with me and my aunt and her telling me like, just because you know the Bible, you're not saved. You don't. That doesn't mean you're saved. And she's 100% right, but she wasn't saying it in a kind way. She was saying it like as a dig for whatever reason I don't know. But then with the grandkids, we're like playing a game, right? And she starts singing hymns. And I don't know if this like is like a on the spectrum thing, but ever since I've been little, I cannot stand my mom singing. Like it, I physically feel ill. I get like really stressed out. It's like her singing voice, like it does not do me any earthly good. I really truly hate it. Like if I never heard her singing voice again, I'd be so good, right? And I don't know why that is. I really don't. Like when I was younger and her songs used to come on, when she did praise and worship, I would leave the sanctuary and go sit in the bathroom until her song was done. So I can't stand it. And she knows that. I've told her this before. Um and not in a mean way, but like when we would take like trips, you know, um she would like sing so damn loud. Like, and again, I know she did it to like stay awake and things like that, get her energy up, but it would be the most agonizing 8 hours of my life. Like I promise you it would. Loud music, her singing, and me just struggling for my damn life. But anyway, so back to like what was happening, right? Um, we were playing games with the grandkids, and she started singing hymns, and I just looked at her and I was like, why? Why? For what reason? Like why are we doing this? And my son doesn't play about me. Like he absolutely truly does not. And he saw my face because I didn't want to get up and like leave, right? Like not leave, but like go outside somewhere. I didn't want to do that, like, cause being being weird and whatnot. I didn't want to do that. Sorry, Mac he's hilarious. Being weird and whatnot, but like I just didn't like. My face. I know it was, and my son was about to tell her, you know, Nana, stop. And I told him, no, don't do that. Be respectful. You know what I'm saying? So that was just, Thanksgiving. The food was great. We had greens, turkey, some yams, dressing. I don't know if y'all eat coon, but we had coon. Let me see what else did we have. Rice,
Squirrel girl.
rice, and some rolls that were really good, and banana pudding, sour cream pound cake, lemon pound cake, banana. I said banana pudding already. Yeah, and fresh lemonade. None of that ham was cold, but that was my Thanksgiving story. And it was just, sis. I don't like. I love my mom. And y'all know I talk about our dynamic a lot, but sometimes it's the little things. And I know I should be grateful, right, for having a parent, there, supportive in a lot of ways, but it's times like this that really make me feel bleh. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The holidays is usually the place where they, you know, will do that and continue to do that until they realize that you're not going to let them, or it's not going to bother you.
Right, and that's the thing. It's like, when do I, like, I don't. Like, how do I do that without being like just out? Like, and not, I'm not
Just
saying
kind of
like,
what you did, like not, you know, it going to the next room, very subtly, like
yeah,
just yeah, not even saying anything. Yeah,
yeah,
earbuds, just play, keep playing with the kids. Because they're going to try to get under your skin, and they'll look out the corner of their eyes to see if they're fucking with you, but you just keep
yes,
smiling and
yes,
yeah.
yeah. That thinker, that's exactly what she was doing. It is funny that you say that. She was doing that. She was looking at the corner of her eye, and I'm like, why do you want to antagonize me? Like, it's so, like, it just makes my body just feel so overstimulated, and I gotta sit there and smile, and it's like, oh, it's fine, or else I'm the one who's like, cause then she'll be like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And I'm like,
I don't
know.
necessarily I don't see that as shrinking for them because it pisses them off. They don't like it when they can't get under your skin. You're
Yeah.
honestly pissing them off, and in their head, you're growing big to them. I don't see that as
Yeah.
shrinking. Yeah.
100%. Like, and it's like ever since I've been able to like be on my own, I left her house at like, I want to say 17, 18. My sister left at 16, and have never gone back. Um, so it's always been that kind of power play struggle, especially with my child. But it's just the way my child is so down for me and I'm so down for him. Like, it'll never break our bond. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's all I wanted to share. I appreciate you giving us space to share our Thanksgiving stories.
You're welcome. Are you going live after this?
Yeah, I'll be live at 11 because I gotta get to the house and whatnot. But you can end. I'll catch the end wave.
Well, I'm probably getting ready to end
Mhm.
after Special K. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go right ahead, and I will. If anybody's listening, come join me.
But thank you guys.
You're welcome. Have a great rest of the day.
See you later, Z.
Love you, Zena. See you later.
Y'all.
All
Love you
right.
guys.
Love you too.
I love you too.
Oh, Special K, are you there? Y'all see him popping in and out?
I saw it pop in once and then back out.
Special K, are you still in here?
Yeah, hey, thinker.
Why you sound like dude from King of the Hill?
You really did.
Propane accessories.
Hey, Special K, how are you?
How you doing this morning? How's everybody?
Hey,
Doing
Special K.
good.
I'm doing good.
That's good. That's good. Y'all asking about some Thanksgiving stories? Well, I got one for you guys.
What happened?
Yesterday we went to my mom's house because we don't do Thanksgiving, but it was the first time all of us was together in years. All my siblings, my brothers, my sisters, my aunt and everybody. We was all there together. But when everybody was like laughing and talking, and when I walked in, everything was completely quiet. And everybody started looking at me. And I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And my dad is pointing to the kitchen. So I walk in the kitchen, my mom was sitting there. And she snapped on me. Like, I ain't never heard her snap on me like this since I was a child. And I'm trying to figure out what is going on here. So, in case y'all didn't know, I'm gonna answer a question that a lot of y'all probably been wondering about. But I was on another live running my mouth, me and my auntie, and I accidentally told my mom's business off, a long secret she had that I didn't know what I was saying at the time, but now I do. Y'all heard that I tell y'all my mom was a Jehovah's Witness, born and raised, and my dad was a Black Panther. And somebody on another line kept pushing that question, like, so how did they meet? That's kind of odd. That's not normal for a Black Panther and a Jehovah's Witness to meet. So my auntie decided to tell me what actually happened. She said, "Oh well, they was downtown giving out watchtowers, and my mom gave a watchtower to my dad. He wrote his name and his number on the back, and he gave it to her. So she took it upon herself to do, and I'm using air quotes, what my auntie told me, return visits on him alone by herself. She decided to conduct air quote Bible studies with him by herself. They got married in January. In October, I was here. We doing the math.
Oh wow.
Everybody get the math that was done. Keep in mind that was completely 100% forbidden. In Jehovah's Witness organization, you do not deal with nobody on that level. A, that's a non-witness. B, that you're not married to. So once I did the math, I slipped in on exactly 9 months from the time they got married, almost to the day. So when I was on another live saying that, I didn't realize once people, if somebody following you, which is my mom, I didn't know if you were on another live on a panel, they can actually see you, they can actually come in, and that's what happened. She heard me tell all her business on another live, and she just snapped on me. Now,
Wait, Mama K got her own TikTok now?
yes,
Oh wow.
yes, she's gonna. I think she'd be on yours. I got to get her name so you can know who she is. But she's still just a little shy. But yeah, she listened to your live without me now.
Wow.
Yes. She's still doing her deconstruction. She's still doing her therapy. But yeah, I didn't know that. And my daughter knew, but she didn't tell me. She said, I ain't figured your business. But yeah, we heard you, Daddy. We heard you running your mouth. You and my auntie were just running
Oh
on and on and on.
wow.
And so she snapped on me. And I'm like, well, I'm like, I don't know what you mad at me about. I'm bad now, But it was so funny. The first time as a family, all my brothers and sisters, auntie, first time, and I probably say, well, 20 years we got together, and I got cussed out in front of everybody. So everybody know now. Black Panther, Jehovah's Witness, yeah, a little sneaking behind the doors going on. And that's what I said, but it is what it is. I say some
Well,
more.
you survived the cussing. And
I I survived the cousin. She finally calmed down. We ended up hugging each other. I was like, I'm sorry. Next time I won't say anything because, like I said, the person that was pushing, they wouldn't let it go because they were a former Jehovah's Witness also, and they were like, that don't sound right. How'd your mom hook up with a Black Panther? And see, me and my aunt.
well, I would have told me it ain't none of your motherfucking business, and I
Well,
would have
that's what
moved
I should
on.
have said. But I got to just
Yeah.
run it. I should have said that, but I just got the running and gabbling out of it, the mouth. And my auntie, who's also started deconstruction, my mother's sister, she is the one, and I'm not blaming nobody, but she's the one that was putting it, was telling me what was going on in my ear, and I'm just sitting there running my mouth like a damn fool, just going on and on and on and on. So now the cat is out the bag. Now she was pissed. I mean, she was mad. I ain't never seen that mad since I was like a small child. So now we everybody know how they met and how I got here.
Alexa, play The Makings of You. Thank you.
Boundless Brit said, "You telling it again is frying me." I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing.
I told her, I said, you don't think of fear those guys. They probably already figured it out. They just haven't said nothing. Because I think you asked me once before, but you just let it go, Miss Thinker. You asked me
Yeah,
a question. You did. I
I
remember.
did. Yeah. Hmm.
But you let it go. But the other person just would not let it go. And I end up like a fool running my mouth and spilling all the beans. But we eventually had a good, a good holiday or whatever. Because like I said, that is the first time in probably close to 20 years that me, all my brothers and my sisters, we were in the same room together. So that was good. But
That's
I just got to
good.
learn how to just shut my mouth sometimes.
Well, we live and we learn.
Exactly.
That's good that y'all were able to hug it out though,
Yeah,
and
we
I love the fact that she has her own TikTok now, and and she's doing well and in therapy. Make sure you tell her I said hello.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised she listening now.
Well, hey, Mama Kay, how are you?
I will get a TikTok now, and I will send it to you so you can be aware when she's in there. But like I said, she's a normally shy person, and she's still in therapy. She's still deconstructing, and like I said, now my aunt she done started deconstruction. My mother's younger sister. So, but yeah, my aunt I love her to death, but she will run her mouth. So
And it takes a minute to get to deconstructing the part of your brain that tells you have to live up to a certain expectation of people, or you have to manage the way people see you. The shame, like, how we were raised, like, you do not have sex outside of marriage. Like, to be a virgin when you're married is like the ultimate goal. So there is a lot of shame. My sisters and I talk about this a lot. Like, sometimes I see people who speak about their sexuality, their interests, their curiosities, their experiences, and they do so freely, right? They without shame, without any fear of judgment, and it takes a long time to get to the point of realizing that your brain was ultimately developed in an environment that taught you to be ashamed of natural human desires. Like, you meet somebody, you're attracted to them, you have conversation, oh, they pique my interest, but now you've got all of these other shoulds and rules. But it takes a minute to get to a point where those questions or those statements that kind of crack that veneer of I don't know, this, I don't want to call it, or purity almost. I think Special K, you know what I mean? Like, it's this
yes.
concept of being pure that you think brings you value as a person. So even though you're deconstructing the whole system that told you that knee-jerk reaction is absolutely normal. But I'm glad y'all were able to, talk through it and reconcile.
Well, thank you. Well, like I told her, I said, you know, that's something that I was thinking about once I saw some information with her, with my birthday on it. And keep in mind now, she was sort of like me, real judgmental, and when people begin to realize how judgmental they was and really they was doing the same thing, just didn't get caught, then that kind of brings you back to reality, that, we are all subject to flaws. No matter how hard we believe, or no matter how hard we try to quote unquote. Sorry about that. I got a phone call, but yeah, that let me know that, and even in my well deconstructed stage, I almost, how you just sometimes revert back. I almost looked at her with a source of disappointment. I mean, it's kind of weird. I know I'm probably gonna go back to therapy myself, but I found out what. You mean you and daddy bumped and grind before y'all got married? But I have to sometimes that's part of continued deconstruction. Who am I to try to, judge anybody? Because I don't believe that anymore. But however, sometimes you still have those revert back feelings, especially when a person is judgmental pretty much their whole life. So
Yeah, I think the most judgmental, you will never convince me that the most judgmental person is not that way because they had a shit ton of practice doing it to themselves. I think the most judgmental person is usually very sensitive about how others perceive them. That's why I talk about living your life vicariously, how you make decisions based on how it's going to be perceived by others. So yeah, I would not be surprised if, that's one of the dominoes that gets knocked over during the deconstruction process.
oh yeah, like I said, that's one of the things that we learned doing. I told my mom, I said, well, think about this. If you hadn't started deconstruct, then you've been probably been feeling guilty about that for the rest of your life. Now you don't have to nothing to feel guilty about. Because like I said, I'm 50, I'll be 58, soon, and that's how long they've been married. So, and marriages don't last there like that. It ain't just a quote unquote accident. They just had to do something, you know. And like I said, their relationship was so weird and mushy gushy. It just kind of made me uncomfortable at times, even now to a point. So, you know. But that's all I want to share with you guys. I got cussed out. I got redeemed. And now we all good now.
Well, thank you for coming up and sharing that, Special K. And Like I said, tell Mama Cass I said hello, and I'm glad you survived the cussing out. And I hope next time when somebody press you for some information about that ain't yours to tell, you just tell them to shut the fuck up and it ain't none of their business. I mean, you ain't gotta say shut the fuck up. I don't know if you say fuck, but like it ain't none of your business, homeboy.
Absolutely, and that's like I said. If I had said that, then I never would have been cussed out.
Right, right.
All right.
What's your
Well,
mama's social security number?
I know. So you, hey, you still owe me that $16.73. So,
I was just testing you to see if you learn.
oh, okay. All right. Y'all have a good one.
All right, too.
All right.
Special K should have said, "You tell me."
I can't believe he was trying to get back in the box just to come up here and say, "You tell me." All right, y'all. It is time to go. I'm about to go to sleep and fix me a plate right quick. But I had fun hanging out with y'all tonight. I hope y'all rest if you are off of work today. Get you some rest. Go see Zena May at 11 o'clock Eastern. All right, Eastern?
Yeah, she's Eastern.
Yes.
Okay, so in 17 minutes, y'all. It ain't that long. Um, Thank y'all for the gifts, the likes, the shares, and the comments. We'll be back on Saturday. Also, we'll be live tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock Eastern, right? Or 8. We doing 8.
8 unless I change. I don't know. I might get on the road tomorrow morning, so it might be a little bit
Okay.
later. I'll keep you posted. 8 unless otherwise stated.
Okay. 8 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, unless otherwise stated. Don't forget to check the Discord. And if you are able to please uh, help out our fellow nerd, they put a message in there explaining their situation in the Thinker Live chat. Please, um, yeah, the Lilith song is out for y'all now on the streaming platforms. And I love y'all so much. And I hope y'all have a great rest of the weekend.
Love you too. See you later.
Bye,
Bye,
guys. Love you
y'all.
guys.
Bye. Bye, YouTube. Thank y'all. Make sure y'all, if y'all not following us on YouTube, you do that at Arc
Love
Thinker.
you
Make
guys.
sure you share the stream and follow us over there. Have a good one, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.